competition is so tough here that anything can really happen.
We're super happy about today. We had a tough day yesterday because we had, out of 3 starts, we had 2 OCS starts, and today we tried to be a little bit more conservative. So, you know, we lined up where we wanted on the line. We got off in a clear lane, found a good groove, good speed. My tactician was right on top of the wind, so, you know, we got ahead a little bit, and once you're ahead, it's easier to extend, and the boat just felt really good. We're sailing really fast, actually, so great fun.
The 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York Yacht Club Regatta Association partners are Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, Peters & May, and Hammett's Hotel.
Good morning. New day, new breeze, and a new race course as we enter our 3rd day of the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup 2023. Today is going to be a crucial day in this regatta as the action moves inside Narragansett Bay. The points are tight. The urgency this morning was super high, and it's going to be entertaining, no doubt. I'm Dave Reed with Sailing World Magazine, and with me here, the illustrious Andy Green, co-hosting Inside Harbor Court, and outside on the water, Katie Nashville will be joining us soon. As I said, the race course goes into Upper Narragansett Bay, a place that, Andy, you have raced in quite a bit. This is your zone. What do you think is going to happen out there today?
Well, we've got 8 to 11 knots of breeze, maybe 12 to 14 in some of the puffs coming from the north. The breeze is looking like it's going down. Okay, we can see live pictures now, more like 8 than 12. There is an outbound tide. There is also a little bit of current that is coming down from Providence, added by the rain, of which we've seen plenty the last couple of days. We are in sequence. We're looking for the boats upwind to try and go to the edges to get out of the tide. My recommendation would be to go right towards Prudence. There's a little less tide on the right-hand side, a little more tide on the left as they go towards Quonset. And in front of the teams, we'll see, here we go. We're actually in sequence. The boat's getting ready. I think we've got about a minute or so to go. There's a great upwind course. Look, on the right, that is Prudence Island, just to windward of the top mark there. That's called Hope Island, and Jamestown on the left-hand side. Now we're looking to the east. We're just going around the race course. The upwind, you can see them right there, and then the tide is going the same direction of the wind out of the bay, and that is Gould Island behind, and then Newport and the New York Yacht Club top of screen now as we look south. So that's orientating us on the race course. I like, as we're looking down unusually, the left-hand side as we're looking down the race course. That there is Prudence. On the right is Jamestown. I like the right, but the breeze is forecast to ease, to go down, and then to disappear completely. We may get a sea breeze later. If the breeze does drop, I'm expecting the breeze to go a little bit to the left before it disappears completely. So complicated, fascinating, and We've got Hong Kong Yacht Club did a great job yesterday. We've got Yacht Club Argentino. We've got Royal Swedish Yacht Club San Diego. And we won't take the results. I'll just go through those after we've got off the line, because now we are in the last few seconds. It looks like one boat just tight at the windward end. And I think that's gone. There, we are on the left-hand side of the racecourse looking across. And it's gone really light. Oh, it's gone really, really light here. Southern Yacht Club at the pin. They have started. And I'm going to just check that was an all-clear start on the WhatsApp, Dave.
Yeah, what a crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the pileup on the boat end. In Southern Yacht Club this morning, our last defending champions from 2021, just having kind of a shocker of a regatta, haven't been able to get out of the back of the fleet. And this morning spoke with Mr. Lovell, Johnny Lovell, and the theory for the day was, quote, "We're just going to go out there and have fun." So all alone down there at the pin, I think they know that clear air. They got to get away from the group. I think that's what they've been struggling with so far over the first 4 races.
All the breeze looking like it's on the right-hand side. Southern Yacht Club. I spoke also to their coach, Chris Larson, one of the finest sailors in America, and he said they definitely had a tricky day yesterday. But here we go. Boats banging the right-hand side on board now with
Your friends in the Hoth Yacht Club.
With Hoth.
This is
on port.
I think what I love about this race course, again, at the race committee, hoping to get 4 races in today, and so with as you can see from the overhead, that this is such a compressed race course compared to being outside on Rhode Island Sound, and this is going to be a day of clean air, wide open lanes, a lot of boat handling, and what could be some pretty interesting mark roundings. 2
or 3 of the boats way late. That is because the tide is against them. Now Southern have got a nice bit of breeze there. Bow 6, defending champions. We've got onboard cameras with San Diego, New York, Hoth, and the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron.
Out on the water, Katie. You had a good view on the start there. What do you think happened there in your time on the squadron?
Katie was with the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron on her way out to the race course. You're out there. Big splits. Katie, have you got us? Can you hear us? Checking in with Katie Nastro. We got you there, Katie? Doesn't sound like it, so we'll just carry on. And what a brilliant shot. We're looking east now. That is Aquidneck Island, Portsmouth right there. Southern doing a nice job, and just to windward of Southern, or not just, but on the right-hand side, who started at the boat end. Who have we got? San Diego, keeping it classy there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, San Diego. I think they're the team. I think excited to watch today. They've been this sort of quiet, slippery types. Have just been. They had only had one bad race, and that wasn't even that bad with a 10th. And they're there hunting at the top, and this will be their day, I think. Yeah, as we go on board. Yeah,
well, this is Tyler Sinks, and for those veteran watchers of the Invitational, the loyal fans, those who listen every 2 years. What is 2 years? Biennial.
Put the E in there.
What is it? Biennial. What's every 6 months?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. We'll have to go to Laura for that. We're going to have to go to our fact checker. Biannual. Anyway, on some board San Diego.
Okay, well, Katie, let's stop us talking rubbish about biannual and every 6 months. Tell us what's going out on the water. Give us the latest.
Hi, gentlemen. Okay, so it's deceptively less wind than we thought when we were on shore. I think inside near the Yacht Club it was a bit puffier, a bit breezier, but out here on the course, especially near the start line, we were only seeing about 5 to 6 knots, and then there is more wind further up the course. But if you didn't get a clean start, really kind of punch out off that line, you're going to be fighting back up this first upwind leg. I don't know what you're all seeing right now in terms of views on board, but if you're getting a tight shot of some of the crews, you'll notice that all the crews kind of really stationed together. Everybody's kind of crunched down on the leeward side. They're really trying to keep their weight together because in this type of breeze, this type of light air conditions, you really want to be really conscious of transitions. And I was on board with the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron earlier today, and young Jordan Stevenson, the skipper, really did a great job of communicating to his team. Okay, we need to keep our body weight in, we need a little bit out. That's really going to be the name of the game for a lot of the crews out here, just at least for this first race.
Excellent. What a good summary, Katie. We are looking at the left-hand side on drone with Southern, and it looks like the left-hand side in these early stages definitely favoured, but from my eye, less tide and perhaps a bit more breeze filling in on the right-hand side. Really tricky to know right now, Katie. Give us your view.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Andy. Looking at the course from where I am down below, I would definitely pick that right side of where there's more pressure. Unfortunately, Southern didn't have the best start, but it has punched out quite a bit. But hopefully John sees something out there that he's trying to dig into a bit. But some of the teams that have gone far left are now kind of considering chugging back. We have Yacht Club Argentino. They actually tacked over and is heading now back out to the right. But yeah, there is a big breeze line. I think that's what John is seeing out there, that he's kind of hedging towards. But in terms of pressure, there's definitely more pressure on the right side of the course.
Right, and no waves out there today because we're inside. So so C6 Steve is feeling a bit better today.
Yeah, the sea state is not chunky today, Andy. It is a nice, cozy, flat water day out here. So, which is, the teams are really, they prefer. Talking to everybody, all of the teams collectively agreed that sea state was not super favorable in these IC-37s.
Yeah, it definitely takes a different kind of sailing, and having a great conversation with the team from the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club yesterday. They found this, what they call the 7.5, 20 degrees of heel. They put the bow down, going fast to get through the chunky stuff. And this is obviously clearly a whole different kind of day. Flat water, thin lanes.
Tide. It's about tide and wind shifts today. So get out of the tide, but also the tide, if the wind shifts more than 10 or 15 degrees, it's about the wind shifts and not the tide. And when I say wind shifts, I also mean strength, because it's light and it's a dying northerly. So that means there's bits of puffs of breeze left and right and all over the show. But, my plug has been for the right-hand side here because there's less tide. And when the breeze goes down, the boat speed goes down, and the tide becomes more important because the amount of tide against you rises as a percentage of your overall boat speed.
Well, there you go, San Diego Yacht Club mixing in it right in the middle where they seem to be the whole regatta so far. They're there, and then on the bottom left on the screen, Southern Yacht Club all on their own. We're going hard left.
Well, they've got. They're in good company. New York Yacht Club and Yacht Club Costa Smeralda and Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, all the fancy clubs on the left-hand side, and we've got. On the right-hand side now, everyone tacking back. They didn't make it far enough. The breeze came in on the right, and they're getting towards ley line. I don't know. I think I'd be going all the way to Prudence, but what do I know?
Well, I don't know if it's coincidental or not, but that weather mark is just set inside Hope Island, right? And I bet there's a lot of hope on board Southern that when they tack, they're in.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Good one. Well, as I'm sure lots of regular listeners will know, Roger Williams, the founder of Rhode Island, he had 3 daughters, Hope, Prudence, and
Patience.
And then he had 3 stepdaughters.
Busy boy, Roger Williams.
Yeah, and he named them after also 3 islands: Despair, Gould, and I can't remember the third one. Hog. There you go. It's not my best joke, but hey.
All right, he's been studying the chart here. We go back on board New York Yacht Club. This is their race course, so they should know this place inside and out. And
Pete Levesque, they're looking out like a good strategist, because Ray Wolf's the tactician. So they're sharing those duties. And there's Ray looking out upwind. He's giving some relatives about the boats on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that was a new arrangement that they were explaining on the first day, that Pete Levesque, an outstanding sailor by his own right, calling more of the boat relatives, how they do in other boats, going around the course, leaving Ray to just really kind of focus on what's happening across the course and boat-on-boat stuff.
It's a good strategy because when you're doing boat-on-boat stuff, especially in one design, all the boats should primarily go the same. So being able to talk about all of the other boats, what they're doing, how fast they're going, what angles they are, gives you a really good idea of where you're at and what the future strategies will be. So I quite like it. Now, Southern have this isn't great here for Southern. Southern are having to tack back onto port. That suggests that either they're getting close to ley line, or I think the problem mainly is that they are getting into that maximum tide on the left-hand side of just on the top of Canonica Island. That's Jamestown, the northern end of the Jamestown Island. On board with Hoth, doing 4 knots. And on the track, all the boats on the left look like they are leading, but it's so light. I'd still be banging the right. I'd still be getting all the way, go all the way to Prudence. Ring the bell. All the way to the right. See how you go.
Well, we've got our fleet split, so clearly we'll find out soon enough.
Right, and you've got a fantasy tactician here sitting in the booth, giving all the advice I can.
The High Traveler, jib super powered up, just pulled into the center line. That's
Nice.
that's the high mode right there, right?
Yeah, these guys know how to sell these boats. They've got their own IC37. They don't sell it here, even though they've given it some branding there.
Yeah. And as we were told earlier in the week, helmsman Peter McClellan has been sailing a ton this summer, and should be feeling pretty confident in this bay.
Okay, we've got some updated conditions. Lovely Pam on the race committee boat giving us look, big lefty on Gamecock. Oh, they're going to be leading by a mile now. Look at the left-hand shift that's come in. So look at this. These guys are going to be in great shape. That's New York Yacht Club. That's Southern, and who just tacked to leeward of them? New York Yacht Club, very good. New York Yacht Club, Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda, and Southern all coming in from the left-hand side. Update from the race committee boat. Wind is a little bit right, oscillating between 355 and 020. 25-degree wind shifts at 6 knots. It's a dangerous race course out there. The gate is now moving 5 degrees to the left to get the breeze square at due north 000.
Yeah, welcome to northerly on Narragansett Bay.
San Diego Yacht Club just waving ahead Southern. San Diego continuing towards the left-hand side, being very encouraging. Do not tack on a Southern, please. The tactician on board San Diego. Dave's just rifling through his sheet to make sure he can talk us through the crew list.
The Adam Roberts, and I think the big thing this week for them was to bring on board Rick Merriman, an outstanding star sailor. He knows how to make this sail plan do what he needs it to do, and clearly having him on board is a good thing. And Adam's plenty fast, as Tyler Sinks. He knows this place. He's been here before, and he's had some great moments and probably one moment he'd rather forget in the last edition, but that's all ancient history. He's here and now, and San Diego doing a good job staying in this thing.
Third time's the charm, gentlemen. Third time's the charm for Tyler Sinks and his crew.
Yeah, well, they got it all to do. I mean, they keep being the bridesmaid. What, you've spoken to them a bit, Katie. What's their strategy to make it win this time?
Yeah, I think Tyler's being not super risky, pretty conservative. Just kind of keeping in that top pack and just trying not to do anything crazy. A lot of the same crew from London, a lot of them sail together in various classes out in San Diego. So they have great team communication. A lot of them do really well in light air. So I think that they're happy with today's conditions. But it's because the weather has been kind of all over the place, and we don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow and Saturday. They kind of are in the mindset of we avoid any mistakes, and we we can't do anything risky. So I think Tyler's playing it pretty conservative, and hopefully it'll prove to be in their best interest as the regatta goes on.
Well, yeah, I think this is the race they needed to make a point to start the day and punt themselves perhaps a place or two up in the standings. But on board San Diego is not just Adam and Tyler and Rick, but we've got Carissa Crawford, Max Hutchinson, Nick Martin, Al Pleskis, Robert Savoy, and Lucy Wallace.
Yes, interesting fact about Nick Martin. His wife, Tori Martin, was on board last iteration, but they had a beautiful baby, and so she's not on board this time. She's with little Sam, and they're rooting from shore.
Oh. Outstanding.
Cute. Wonderful. New sailors being made all the time.
And the talent on board this boat, their resume in our cheat sheet here, they got their own page.
Well,
so.
we had a visit this morning from a member of the Corinthian Yacht Club. You called him Commodore. Is he actually a Commodore?
He is the Commodore.
There you
Mercedes,
go.
yeah.
What's his name?
Jim Mercedes.
Jim, there you go. Jim came in and gave us a little briefing about all of the activities at the Corinthian Yacht Club, how pleased they were to be here, and how important this event is in their calendar. You know Jim quite well, Dave.
Yeah, and look at this Yacht Club Punta del Este is our new team this year, first regatta, at least in the rankings. They've been at the back of the fleet, but this is their first taste of the front.
Yeah. Wait, where are they?
In Punta del Este, showing third on the tracker, yeah.
Showing third on the tracker, very good for them. Corinthian Yacht Club leading, New York Yacht Club, but it is up and down. If they went and I said go right, too far right, and there's no wind. Left-hand side, Corinthian Yacht Club showing the lead. Any right-hand shift though, and they go from hero to zero, from the penthouse to the outhouse, etc., etc.
And also worth a look at our leader going into this morning, the Yacht Club Argentino. Seem to be playing a little bit safe there in the middle, not too leveraged one side or the other. They're still keeping themselves safe. Currently fifth on the tracker, but definitely up with the front of the fleet.
All right. New York are doing a good job here.
Oh, the adjustments, huh? Non-stop.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'll pose you a question. Do you feel like New York has a kind of home court advantage, just being able to do so much racing in this area, all throughout the summer, and then just racing in general with each other?
Yeah, absolutely. They know this place, and they've been doing a lot of training up here. They've put in all the time over the years, and I guess we'll have Kenny Reed in with us tomorrow, and he will reinforce that they should know this race course inside and out.
I think it's more about having a consistent team. It's about being very confident with the boat. They've practiced a lot here. Now, they haven't got... They had to switch their team up a little bit from their normal IC37 team because of the membership rules. And so they've done a lot of practice here, but this is when it'll all change here. The boat, Corinthian, who are leading, now tacking onto port. I'm not sure that they're going to get around. I think the New York Yacht Club. I think the New York Yacht Club are going to be leading here. Yeah, there we go. The tracker just flicked the New York Yacht Club into the lead. The breeze now going quite hard to the right-hand side. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda doing good work up at the front, and Yacht Club Argentino in third.
They're going to be loving that.
Yeah, aren't they? They only need to pop in a couple of good results this morning, and they'll be in big.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, right? If you look at the tracker on track, and even though these kind of boats are leveraged a little bit left, is the rest of the fleet is pretty far back. I mean, look at the nice overhead view of the spread. It's anybody, even if you're on the right, it's going to be hard to get back into this one, if not impossible.
Well, having said that, the downwind, I guess, the downwind is with the tide. But with it as light as this, all you need is a tiny bit more pressure. New York Yacht Club, nice job. They've sailed this really well with a consistently shifting breeze over the course of 20 degrees at least. And I'd say Corinthian Yacht Club got a little too squished out onto the left-hand side.
They're certainly going to take this duck. They've got to center back up.
Yeah, now they've got to get back in.
Options, yeah. But yeah, I had a great chat this morning with the massman on the Yacht Club Argentina, and they were plenty fueled up for a breakfast. I mean, with a full day of races, a breakfast of granola and what do you call them, English muffins. He was very excited to have that, and some fruit. They were ready to go. And he said today they weren't going to try to think it in their head; it was all going to be in their heart.
Oh wow, that's very how Latin.
It was beautiful. Yeah,
how Latin of them. I'm surprised muffins and coffee usually.
Yeah, they went for the full English breakfast.
Right. Well, I guess that's not too dissimilar. What's an Argentinian breakfast? You just shave sausages off a stick with a big knife, sausages and bacon. I don't know how you cut the eggs like that, but hey.
Yeah. So they're ready, but yeah, they're in this, and as is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, which we haven't seen much of, right? And this is they're in a good position here. Perhaps probably going to leave out New York Yacht Club, going back to set up on that starboard ley line.
Yeah, so they actually they have a similar philosophy about breakfast in Argentina. It's either what they call continental, or they have a desayuno completo, which is
a complete breakfast.
Complete breakfast.
I've been studying the Duolingo. I'm on the Spanish.
So good, and that's what we would call an English breakfast in England, and Americans don't really do breakfast properly. But anyway, there we go. Back on the water. Look how light it is. Now it's going light.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Yeah, go Katie. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Andy. You said light, and I just want to reinforce the fact that, you know, it's funny. Further down the course, once the boats had all started, there was definitely more pressure up towards the windward marks. But I have to say, coming up here now, being right near the marks, it has really dropped out, and it's pretty similar to what they saw off the line. I want to say maybe it's 5 knots around here, so it's kind of a sloth to the race. Yeah, a sloth-like race to the top mark. So I think it's really important for these boats to just stay in breeze as much as possible, just to get even up towards these few marks. And that right-hand side, unfortunately, is not looking great.
We're on board with San Diego right now, and look at the difference in boat speed between San Diego and the boat just to leeward of them. It looks like they're in completely different tide/wind. Not exactly sure which, but just to windward is Corinthian Yacht Club. Just to leeward, we can see, just to the left-hand side of the trimmer's head, that's Corinthian, boat number 12. And all of a sudden, San Diego Yacht Club were just doing absolutely ropes on them. But now it's evened up a little bit. No, it's evened up completely. Thank you, Costas, for putting the boat speed up, their comparative boat speed. Now Corinthian Yacht Club have got the puff going much faster, but still lots to do here before they get to the windward mark because the tide is against. How much tide are you seeing out there, Katie?
You know, in the middle of the course, it's not looking severe quite yet, but I think, you know, if you're going that far left, I think Southern is kind of charging back through a little bit more. So I think as the day continues, the tide is going to be more and more important.
And sneaking, ever inching closer to the lead are the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. These are the youngsters. Correct me, you were on board with them at some point this week, right, Katie?
Yes, I was on board with them this morning, and I have to say, everybody, it was a total party. They had tunes going, people were dancing. But the minute that they raised the sails, it was like, okay, time to get serious. Let's go. I spoke with Will Reed, who really put the team together. He's doing pit. And, yeah, you know, he had contacted various people when he knew that they wanted to put a team together about a year ago. And he just, you know, he carefully selected everybody, gauged the interest, but, you know, more and more people kept referring Jordan, the helmsman, and they said that he, while he's a good sailor, he's a killer. And that's what they need to really kind of, you know, clinch a top 5 spot. And so they just are trying to stay consistent, stay in the top 5, and then when it comes down to it, really put the hammer down. But yeah, just a great team overall. Really great at communication. I know I spoke before about, you know, because it's such a light air day right now. You know, body weight and just, you know, being really good with transitions. They had incredible communication. I was able to see it firsthand. So I'm really curious to see how this day unfolds for them.
And this is Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron's third appearance here. They were first came back in 2009, finished 9th, and then a 10-year break, came back in 2019 and finished 12th. So certainly looking to up that, and they're doing a good job chipping away.
Yeah, they're out for redemption. That's what Will had said. They were not happy with how they ended up in 2019 and said, you know what, we got to come back and really, do one for the Kiwis.
Outstanding.
Nice. Lovely shots right there from our team from Icarus, just going straight on board with the team that you were talking about, and then watching the trimmer there. Is that Anna Merchant? I think that is.
We're into the top third, sort of on this final approach here to the first weather mark of a 4-leg race. I wonder if we could get some onboard audio as they kind of talk them through this.
Okay, and Josh Salthouse, the tactician, an extremely famous New Zealand boating family. His uncle, I think, or his dad, I think it's his uncle, Rob Salthouse. But you could name any Salthouse and they'll be a famous New Zealand sailor. So they've either won 3 America's Cups or 3 round the world races.
There's talent in that family. There's actually a lot of family teams here. We'll get to that in a little bit. That is certainly a theme of quite a few of these.
Yeah.
And so as they get into this mark rounding, this is your race course. What do you do?
Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. You go with the tide. You carry on starboard until the boat behind you starts to think about jibing, and then you jibe.
Match jibes and go.
Right? I think that's what I do today. The tide is going from left to right, so it's taking them down towards the bottom mark. I'd carry on for a minute or two, then I'd jibe. I wouldn't let them get inside, and then I'd spend the rest of the run thinking about which way we were going to go upwind, because that's when you could lose it all right here, going the wrong way upwind.
So then no pressure here on the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda then this is their first time leading the race, and I think the theme so far, at least on the outside races, has been that the leader has not relinquished the lead. There's been a wire wins on every race so far. So this is all on Yacht Club Costa Smeralda to keep that streak alive. But they've got a lot of big boat talent on this boat.
If you haven't been down to the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, I'd highly recommend it. It is really quite one of the most amazing places, and I've been down there for a few Maxi Worlds. One of the most remarkable things is they have the tide against.
There's your current.
Yeah, don't hit its tide. Only it's about 90% tide.
Yeah.
There might be 5 or 10% of the current. Tide is the water.
That 10% was about the 8 inches of rain that we got last night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone's pools got flooded in Newport. These are Newport problems. What I call Newport problems.
There you go. All right, setting up for a set on board New York Yacht Club. A little cleanup in the pit. Corners are ready to go.
They're doing great. New York Yacht Club have got a real stab at this regatta. New York Yacht Club are they're sailing very nicely. Peter McClellan has put together a really serious race team and practice. So San Diego as well, I think there'll be a big challenge. And obviously Yacht Club Argentino, if they can keep tucking in races, top 5, anyone with Frères in their name is going to be a pretty handy sailor. Frères, Salthouse, we got a few of these amazing. I'm surprised though, Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, because Guido has won this event before, and they're not quite showing the skills they have done in the past. Can I be critical every so often? Okay, maybe. Okay.
Look at the space between the front half here and the back.
There you go. Yeah, that's an excellent description we've got there from. What is that on our Facebook? Is it?
Well, luckily we've got Andy monitoring the comments so far away, and we always love to hear the feedback and shout outs from any of the home teams and the fan clubs out there.
Yeah, good on them. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, the Lord Nelson pub. Rather strangely, the pub next to the Italian Yacht Club is called the Lord Nelson. He probably went there. Yes, he did. Of course, he went there.
There you go.
Sardinia.
All right, so you got your splits going on.
Split. Yeah, that's Southern and Corinthian, right? Leaders. Beautiful shot. Click. Take that one. Lovely silhouetted.
Yeah, I've had some beautiful pictures over the last couple of days from, we got a whole squad of photographers. Daniel Forrester,
Yep.
Steve Cloutier, he's up in helicopters. We've got a giant squad of drone operators, video operators with Icarus Sports. This thing is being covered in every way possible.
Yeah, look at that. And now they've just squeezed the flag in as well. That's the Italian flag, not to be confused with the Irish flag for those first-time watchers.
Those colorblind.
For those that aren't vexiologists, the study of flags.
And on board the Costa Smeralda, Antonio Soto Migliori is the helmsman there, back keeping it smooth. And
what's
got
his
cone.
Background? Has he won a bit of stuff?
A 7-time world champion, twice in the Far 40, the ILC 30. So he's again sort of the old days of the big boats.
As helmsman?
Doesn't say.
Oh, okay, well, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. He's got a co-helmsman in Filippo Mario Molinari. Molinari. You know.
Molinari is a famous Italian sailing family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Francesco Molinari? Oh, no, he's a golfer. Sorry. Well, a famous golfing family. Jeez, stay focused.
Stay focused. All right, and the tactician Eduardo Mencinelli Scotti, who's a champion 420 and team race sailor. You noted his bio, so good on the boat on boat stuff. And Andrea Scenaria, I'm going to mess these up big time. Alberto Cornelli, Giulia Fava, Pascal Ferrin, Andrea Straniero, and Giulia Zappacosta. Now I got to work on my Italian.
Well, listen, I've got a
That'll
comment.
be my next Duolingo.
Yeah, I've got a comment here from Rod Hag on the he's on the San Diego Yacht Club Facebook page. He said, tide is the vertical movement of water, current is the horizontal movement of water. I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Rod.
We're into that.
Right? Tide does, generally speaking, go up and down, but it also goes left and right, but it goes in and out with the phases of the moon. Current is driven by either atmosphere or some sort of body of water, and usually the flow is in the same direction. So the Gulf Stream, ocean currents, and rain or wind-driven movement of water is current. Tide is just the water going in and out, and as a result of it going in and out, it goes up and down.
There you go, up and down. We've got about... Okay, Katie, what do you got out there?
Katie's got something to say about that. Come on in.
Yeah. Okay, every iteration, I feel like I get this same feel from Andy, so I really was waiting for it. I was waiting for somebody to dial in, call in, or text in this comment. So I'm really glad that somebody over from San Diego is chirping in. And yeah, I love to hear it, Andy. Just a quick little update from the tidal area that we're currently in right now. We're sitting right on the hip of San Diego, and geez, guys, it is really light. And so a lot of boats are staying high to just kind of keep in that pressure. I'm curious to see what happens with Southern that decided to drive out and really go left if you're looking downwind. But yeah, all the boats that have decided to kind of keep high and right, they're inching up on each other. It is light, but if you're making some critical moves and you can really just stay in that pressure, you might be able to pass some boats on this downwind.
Yacht Club Argentino still there with their yellow spinnaker, showing overnight leaders, even after that terrible race they had yesterday, second to last. Still right up there, Katie.
Yeah, it's such an amazing team. A lot of them have come back from Prudence here. And, just all just smiles. But they have said, it was funny when they, with the daily winnings announcements, all of them, nobody wanted to actually go up and get that golden spinnaker. They were all kind of pointing at each other, and having kind of a laugh about it. But just such great attitudes from everybody on board. And Dave, if you need to work in your Spanish, they are definitely the team that will be able to help you. I picked up a few new words from them already.
Excellent. Well, I'm gonna have a desayuno completo with them tomorrow then.
Oh,
how's that now?
Yes, for sure.
Very good. Yes. Well, the Latins do have a considerable amount of superstition when it comes to their racing program, so I can understand that. We can have geographical differences of that sort of thing, but now the boat's jibing back towards Prudence Island. That's the west side of Prudence Island, home of the tick. You've always got to give yourself a good check when you've been for a walk around Prudence Island.
sail around it, don't go on it. Yeah. So the back to the Argentinian, the tactician Emilio Miguel, he sort of raised his hand after yesterday's result and said that was all on him, and he took it on the shoulders, and they said he was moving on. New day, and here they are doing a great job.
Right, it's a great lesson in moving on, actually, these sailing races.
You gotta.
That's why I particularly liked match racing. When you've done a race, you've messed it up, you've shouted, you've done this, done that, a few sorries, little heads think into the next race.
Yeah.
And that's a great example.
Speaking of communication, guys, all of the teams keep coming up to me and asking if the onboard cameras have audio. I think everybody's a little bit worried that they're gonna people back at home are gonna actually know how much they swear when they're sailing.
Yeah,
honestly, I still don't know whether there's audio off the boats because we cannot hear it in our ears. So for those of you on the YouTube, let us know. You can hear it. Laura's nodding. Of course there's onboard audio. Well, if you want us to be quiet for a minute and listen to the onboard audio, just let us know.
Comment in the field.
Looking at the tracker, I'd highly recommend looking at Track, TRAC. We're on the 2D tracker as well. It gives a real insight into where the breeze is, where it's shifting.
Yeah, I think it seems, whether with the current, the tide, or whatever, the way the water's moving south here, that this is the long downwind leg, longer than it should be taking. Is it just is a breeze dropping out a little bit more out there, Katie?
So angles. Because the asymmetric boats, right, Katie? The angles.
Yeah, we got to sail those hot angles to keep in those pressure, in that pressure. Dave, it really is. It's a far cry from what we saw. Even when the race started, there was just so much more pressure up towards Bay. But now, this is probably a slower downwind beat than a lot of the boats we're hoping for today.
Yeah.
But hopefully later in the afternoon, we see some pressure come back.
Yeah, I think a lot of pressure on the teams, but also the race committee to get in maximum races today, as they're looking at a Saturday no racing, so they're gonna move all the racing to Thursday and Friday, and there's a lot of pressure to get this thing wrapped up.
Yeah, this week this week Newport Boat Show. Every single marina here full of boats for sale, boats for rent. All the docks are full. The New York Yacht Club Invitational going on. 2019 boats out on the race course and all of the associated jamboree. And Hurricane Lee inbound. To say it's busy downtown right now is the understatement of the year. It's crazy, and everyone looking at the weather forecast with minute precision, because just 50 miles of easterly, and this Hurricane Lee will just be a mere parp in the trumpet of,
just a good day of surfing.
Yeah, a mere parp in the trumpet of Newport weather. And if it comes 100 miles west, it'll be an absolute humdinger. It'll be a lot of wind.
Back on the tracker, we didn't know this. Southern was if the first boat, if not one of the early boats to jibe, and they look like they're actually clawing back into this thing a little bit.
Yeah, they are. They've got a nice bit, but they've still got to get back. And the breeze has, I think, shifted to the right. I'm going to have a look to see what Pamela Murren from the race committee boat has got to say about the wind shifting. But it looks like actually Yacht Club Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron are going higher and faster, keeping the pace up. I think they may have overtaken Yacht Club Costa Smeralda here. Two big clubs battling it out at the front, and look behind Yacht Club Argentino jibing. They like the breeze coming in from the left. Yeah, look at the breeze up the race course. Breeze looks pretty good on the left there. It's maybe the last of the righty.
Yeah, the Royal New Zealand Yacht Club doing a good job sailing virtually over the top of the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda.
Yeah, breeze is back right. This is 10 minutes ago. Breeze back right to 020030. So 30 degrees from what it was up the last beat, which was north. And now the gates are being set up square to 010. Signal boats moving a little bit. So there's the race committee from the New York Yacht Club having to be very flighty of foot and quick on their toes today. Katie, coming down to the bottom mark. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda. What do you see? Here we are on board with Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Let's listen in.
Holding weight, guys. Leg weight down. 2, 1, and pressing here. How's my drum? Easy weight now, easy weight now. Just coming up.
Beautiful boat handling here. So they had one jibe into the mark, and I think it would appear that, okay, we've got some different opinions about entering the marks here. The Italians coming in port jibe. They're going to try to go the wrong. Are they going to split marks, you think? No, they're going to lead them in.
Yeah, they've done a nice job here. It's a little bit of a last-minute jibe there. They've got to make this jibe really work before they get the drop in. It's going to be tight. This is excellent. Look-sees on board. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, look, early, and that was a big jink down there. It didn't look good to me, but Yacht Club Costa Esmeralda, nice job. Late drop, late jibe, leading to the left and ahead of Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. I like what they did there. Smart sailing.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I think at this point all the Kiwis can do is put the bow down, get some clear air, or try to clear out, right? Option 1 or 2, and they're out of there, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so tactician, young Salthouse. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron now on port. Oh, this is tight, close. Oh, great, listen to that, some on board.
Yeah, gentlemen, I think the story unfolding right now is how tight of a race it is coming into these leeward gates, or the leeward gate, by all three American teams, New York Yacht Club Southern and Corinthian, just like kind of edging each other out. I'm very curious to see what happens at this rounding.
Here we go, look at that, stars and stripes all over the place. And
you think they'll be nice to each other?
3, 4, and 5, negative. No, the team from New York against the team from Massachusetts, you know that there's going to be a biffo. When they come from Massachusetts, you know there's going to be trouble.
Yeah, this will be
especially after midnight.
This will be a nice one for future tacticians to pick apart later. How do you get through this mark rounding?
Yeah, really interesting. Simultaneous jibe right here, and now we've got a very interesting rules situation. Having jibed, boat to windward has to keep clear. Oh, only just keeping clear, and then they've got to get enough speed to get around the mark. So that's New York Yacht Club on the right, Corinthian Yacht Club on the left. Can New York get around? Are they just going to go for the other mark, the right-hand mark? Carry on, New York, go to the right.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting through that.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting around there. Look at the handbrake turn on board Corinthian Yacht Club, and it actually looks like the breeze is slightly in the right here anyway, so I'm fine with what New York are doing, although they just lost their spinnaker a little bit by pulling down on the down line a bit too soon. Maybe they... Look at the tide. Look at the terrible rounding on Corinthian Yacht Club. And the tide, they're in no wind at all. And in fact, New York, could have kept their chute up and could have headed up earlier. They jibed too late. Now it's so light.
Yeah.
I'm seeing better breeze on the left, but the shift is to the right. Crazy. It's a wild world out there. Katie, tell us.
Yeah, I really think that Corinthians just kind of got squeezed out and didn't really have an option as to what to do there. But you know what? I do see that New York is rounded and they're in better pressure. So I think maybe, this is actually, that situation could have been for the best for them, not so much for Corinthians. I think they're just trying to get out, just sailing some clean air. San Diego also going to the left, as well as our friends from, I can't quite make out the boat number, but a couple boats heading out towards the left-hand side of the course. So, and our friends Southern also tacking back to the left. So we'll see if majority of the fleet decides to go back to the left and kind of get out of no, San Diego is now deciding no, left is not where it's at. Then they're heading back right, staying in that pressure.
Or clearing out. currently Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, they had to split right out of that gate, and but according to the tracker, they are now leading this. And man, if they pull off a first in this race, if they've got still a long way to go, man, that is going to be the point
Katie,
that they need and want.
Katie, looking up the race course, breeze better on the left or better on the right?
You know, it's funny, like looking up the race course, there's a big pressure line that's kind of going right across the course on both sides. I would say that there is more pressure top left, but Costa Smeralda seems to be, New Zealand Yacht Squadron seems to be in pretty good pressure right now. So I think the top right might actually work out if they keep hedging their bets that way.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of young talent there on the Kiwi boat, as there is on Corinthian, the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club.
Oh, that was a big tack. That was so long. They were too low into that tack. But now Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron back onto starboard. I guess I should check the social media platforms, how much we're being abused on that.
Yeah. But yeah, so this young team here from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, the Corinthian, and all the others, these are teams that have been born out of these true efforts from these clubs to get younger members engaged in these campaigns and active in the club. And I think we can see it here. We can see it at the tent. We see it on the boats that this is a younger event, perhaps it's ever been.
Yeah, it's great. It's so good getting the younger teams in. There's a cycling of talent, but the same top-level yacht clubs always coming here and enjoying an amazing week. And so much demand for coming out and training. Most of the teams were here last Thursday, a week ago. 3, 4, 5 days of preparation. Got a few quick, nice pictures here of Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron from Auckland. That beautiful clubhouse in it. I'm not sure it's screwed down, but in it is the America's Cup. We've got a question here from Ivan Grekov. Where is Team Bulgaria? Oh, clearly not here.
Back in Bulgaria, training.
Well,
waiting for the invitation.
It's a yacht club. That's the key thing. It's not a nation. It's a yacht club, and we'll see whether there's a yacht club there who will get themselves here. Okay, Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, Costa Smeralda, San Diego, Corinthian, Yacht Club Argentino, New York Yacht Club. The standings just shuffling a little bit as they head upwind here, on board with Royal New Zealand.
I think just an interesting point to make, everybody, is, even though this is an amateur event, the level of competitors is quite astounding, and a lot of the teams actually brought coaches, and just to kind of keep them in line, which I think is just demonstrating how, don't write it off just because it's an amateur event. These teams are really taking this quite seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is they'll get their invitation, I guess, in the fall of next year, and the teams will got a full year. We thought we got to go back at this and figure this out.
Well, New York Yacht Club have slipped a little here. They are now in 8th. Didn't quite get the few tacks out of that bottom mark quite right.
Yeah, it's the corners that have been kind of killing people in the middle of the fleet here so far this week.
Tight port starboard, on board Yacht Club Costa Smeralda or Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Perhaps we'll take an on board from New Zealand if we possibly can. That's a big request from me to the Costa in the booth there, because I think it's going to be close. We'll have a look. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron are on starboard. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda on port. Tight, close. I think Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron are probably going to go. If we don't get the pictures on board, it's because we haven't quite got the pictures. We're very close to some pretty substantial American military bases, so sometimes the coverage, the cell thing, gets a little bit messed up.
Well, the preeminent author, the late Dr. Stuart Walker, always said, "Cross them if you can." And what would you do here if you were Dr. Walker?
Well, if I'm on Yacht Club Argentino, I'm pretty happy with my 5th place right now. I'd keep soldiering on port right now. I think the right-hand side's starting to look better. Right-hand side starting to be favoured, and I think you could probably get out of the tide, way out to the right. If it were me, I'd be banging the right-hand side. I'd be going towards Prudence Island as quick as I can, because there'll be at least half a knot less tide.
Yeah, and I know sometimes the track track can be deceiving, but at least what we're seeing on the angles, San Diego Yacht Club has a nice high angle here in the middle of the course, and those kind of coming out of the left, a little low coming out of the left.
Katie, have we got you out there? What's the latest? What do you see? Give us an update from the water.
Yeah, so I was just going to just tack on to what Dave is saying. San Diego is, I think, looking the most in pressure if you're looking up the course. There's a bit more breeze now than there was down by the Leeward Gate, I should say. Interestingly enough, though, Southern is way out to the right. And I know, Andy, you keep saying, like, you would go right, but I don't know if they are going to, they need a shift to really bring that back up. And it's a pressure game, too, right?
No, they don't need a shift. They just need to, as long as the breeze is consistent, as long as it doesn't die out on the right, they'll get such a big tidal advantage for at least 3, 4, 5 minutes, especially as the breeze is so light. I'm going with bang the right, baby.
He likes get a little current relief, tide relief on the right.
Yeah,
come back.
Go,
yeah,
Katie.
in terms of pressure, yeah, sorry, Andy. Just in terms of pressure, it's not looking as great out there versus, you know, where San Diego or some of these other clubs are in this, like, kind of top right, or middle right, I should say. So, yeah, we'll see how this shakes out.
Well, and to be fair, Dave and Katie, Southern are probably having to take a little more risk after their last few results, let's face it.
I mean, they're at the bottom of the standings. They've got to throw some Hail Marys, at least today, to get themselves back to the middle of the fleet at least.
Yeah. Interestingly, I spoke to John Lovell, and, you know, smile on his face, but he just kept saying that he couldn't really put it together. Something always happened. You know, I couldn't couldn't finish. We saw in that last race, interestingly enough. But yeah, you know, they're having a great time, but they're trying to connect the dots. They're trying to put it all together like they did in the 2021 iteration.
Well, the Yacht Club Coastal Smyrna doing a good job of keeping the trend alive. They haven't given up the lead yet, and yeah, it's easier to cover the fleet when you're out front, but nerve-wracking, right? When it's bizarre, because it can be up here.
Right. Now what? The breeze has gone left now. Hold on, let's just catch up.
Now the spread continues.
5 knots. The breeze is down to 5 knots. Square at 010. Left-hand side breeze come in. Oh, I wouldn't want to be on the right. Who said go to the right?
Yeah, you know, he's walking back real quick.
Yes, well, quite. I am a gambling man, and I'd have lost.
Crazier things have happened up on this part of the bay.
True. Looks like a nice day out there. Oh, and temperature, Katie, general feel. We got some beautiful shots from the drone.
I have to say, you know, despite it not being the breeziest, the temperature is a perfect spring day. It is, you know, incredible out here. This is really September in Newport at its finest. You know, it's funny, after the Kiwi came, I'm looking around and I'm like, guys, or people, you know, it might be a little chilly out there. And all of a sudden, are you kidding me? It's winter in New Zealand right now. This is glamour. And I have to say, yeah, I get it. I would be wearing shorts too if I was coming from there.
Oh, huge left-hand shift now. Huge lefty. And pressure. So all those boats on the left-hand side looking good.
Corinthian finally happy with their place.
Yeah, look at that. Corinthian on port. They're the furthest left-hand boat. They've got all the breeze all coming down. That's Quonset in the background. Quonset private airfield and military base. Electric boat. They build all sorts of stuff around there. And this water right here is the home of the US Navy's undersea adventures, torpedoes particularly, and Goat Island in Newport was where they very first started. Then they moved to Gould Island and left a bit of trash, but they're trying to clear it up now.
Yeah, that's going to take a while.
Torpedoes is the thing around here.
Well, they've got full bodies hiking, so obviously the breeze is up on their side of the course, and they are just clawing. They may come out of that left side on top of this group, I'm thinking. Literally. Yeah, they're very nice. They're climbing. Yeah, helmsman on board, Corinthian, Wade Waddell. He's man, he's good. And tactician Tim Wallow, former Olympian, he can certainly call the shots. And Will Bailey, Miranda Bakos, Evan Cook, Andrew Kingston, the master on board, Doug Saban on the main sheet, and also sort of the parent of the group, Duncan Swain and Juliana Testa. All great products of the Corinthian Yacht Club.
Yeah. Well, just to remind everybody, this is aimed at 12 races, no throwouts. We may not quite get to the 12 races, but the story is no discards. So you have to count every race, win, lose or draw. Every race is a counter, and at the end we have the champion.
Yeah, and those joining us now on the live stream, if you got up late and finished your breakfast, we are still in the first race of the day. Everything was moved up an hour early, and again, the goal of the race committee to get as many races as they can today, squeeze in a couple more tomorrow morning before this Hurricane Lee winds up off the coast, and so there's not much room left to make mistakes.
Let's hope we can get at least another 2 in today. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda looking very nice indeed. We've got them in second, and well, thanks for you all watching. We've got plenty of people here watching on Facebook, YouTube. Tell us who you're supporting, where you are, what your view's like. How's your breakfast? Is it an English breakfast? Is it what was the Argentinian one called?
Desayuno completo.
Desayuno completo. There you go. How's your breakfast going? We're at 11 o'clock Eastern time now, so those further east of us will be at tea time in England, 4 o'clock. Tea at Bicky's, and those to the west of us, as you say, breakfast in California, and very early in Japan.
Yeah, I think I think anybody on that right side, Southern in particular, is about to get caned out of this little lefty at the top of the course here.
Southern on the right hand side, whoever said the right hand side.
And
walking back again, Dave, walking back. Guys, kind of to reiterate, so, the race team is doing a fantastic job at calling, kind of schedule for the day with the weird weather we're supposed to have. But, with today's plan of 4 races, that's a long day to be out here. We started earlier. Everybody had to kind of, get the boots out of their eyes this morning. And, I had the chance to chat with Miranda over from Corinthian Yacht Club. And she said, I asked her, how do you keep the team kind of energetic and ready to go going into such a long day that they all know about? And she said that the team does a really great job of keeping each other pumped up in between races, and also hydrating and lots of food throughout the day.
Yeah, that's going to be the hardest part of the day. I think was they were pretty good about it on the outside course. There are these quick turnaround between races, power bar, water. That's all you get. Collect your thoughts, but there is going to be no waiting around between races.
Definitely not. And, just looking now on the right side of the course, Southern is just kind of just, my heart aches because I don't think that they are now thinking that the right side was the best choice. So they're kind of, not looking too hot over here.
Yeah, and there's we sort of haven't heard much from Yacht Club Argentino, but man, it's still solid right there. It's sailing up the middle of the course, staying in touch with the front group, doing what they need to do.
Right. Well, hello to Taylor Johnson. She's checking in from Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
They do it bigger in Texas. They do. Albert Pang, he's in Hong Kong. Lots of Hong Kong supporters. What time is it in Hong Kong? Probably late evening.
Yeah, they're packed to the other side of the world, yeah. Yeah, we just, you can see the pink keep away mark. That's the mark to keep people away from the weather mark and cut down the weather lane line.
You can tell how big the left-hand shift is because they basically laid it up from in Yacht Club. Nice job. The left came good for them.
Oh, they are loving that.
11 p.m. in Hong Kong. I was there a couple of years ago for the ocean race. Excellent stopover there. We were on the old airport site, which I think is going to be redeveloped bigly. It was lovely. Had a great time. Super hospitality.
And take a look at, we've had, of the 4 races, we've had 4 individual race winners, including Corinthian. which won the third race, and they, again, if they continue on this, they will be our first team to put in 2 race wins.
I always prefer it when the Irish win that race. Corinthian, good job.
Yeah, nice down they go. There's a pretty big gap between they and Yacht Club Coastal Esmeralda now.
Interestingly enough, I don't know if you can hear me, we're on the road. But Corinthian, Lee Liddell and his crewmates on board right now. We're here at the Resolute Club, and, it's a that win for them to be able to have the club actively at it. So, I think having that kind of riding that high of last year, coming into this event, they're looking to keep that streak alive.
Yeah, they were winners of the Resolute Cup, which is the qualifying event for the American teams here, and again, I think you look back to that was a lot of Doug Sabin, the elder on the boat. He is very, very good on the main, and also I think a good calming presence on the boat and amongst all the youth, and their finish in the Resolute Cup was outstanding, and they certainly earned their place to be here.
Fun fact about Corinthian that I was informed of a while back is it's the easternmost yacht club in Marblehead.
Well, there's a narrow Venn diagram if ever there was. Are you A, yacht club in Marblehead? Are you B, the furthest east? Very good. So it's not the Eastern Yacht Club then, weirdly.
No, yeah, I'll do that, huh?
Well, this gets stranger and stranger.
Actually, I might have to walk back on that comment.
No, San Diego.
I'm gonna pull an Andy.
Yeah, I never said that. You can't prove it. Now, round the top mark, Yacht Club Argentino with their yellow spinnaker. Good job, 4th.
Yeah.
These guys might win it.
That's a keeper.
Right?
Absolutely.
Good for them. They haven't even been close in past years, have they? Through the previous years? I don't think so. We'll just shuffle a few papers here and get back to you on that.
Yeah, this is 8th was their best result.
Right. Facts are important around here.
Yeah, and again, they won 2, 3. They've been here 6 times. Let's run through it. 2011, 10th. 2013, 8th. 2015, they were 16th. And again, 2017 was their best with an 8th, and 15th and 15th from 2019 and 21 respectively. So yeah, this is their year so far.
Very good. Yeah. Well, we've got Tammy Danforth. She says, "Go Royal Vancouver." She's cheering from all the way over in Vancouver. And my old mate Lawrence Mead here. He sailed with Hong Kong Yacht Club many times. He lived over there for some years before just recently retiring from running Cowes Week. 1,000 boats, regatta. Did a great job.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Oh yeah, awesome. Here we go. Yacht Club Argentino. Yellow spinnaker. Yeah, I highly recommend Cowes Week for anybody who needs a week on the Solent. Big tides. You get beautiful sunshine and sea breezes. You might also get some rain. But
it's giant parties.
Giant parties. Oh, Mark Cavell DJs the big party in Cowes Week.
Look at that! Look at the lead on Corinthian Yacht Club, and
they got that all sorted there, haven't they? So the fleet's starting to spread out now, particularly in that left-hand shift. Corinthian doing a good job.
This is their race to win for sure. Not a lot of the race course left, and the space, according to the tracker they've got behind them, they've got 30 meters to the Yacht Club Coastal Esmeralda, but that's relative at this point, right?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, Corinthian's results, boy, they're up and down like flags, like the flags on Navy Day. 11, 17, 1, 10, and this may be a 1. Good job them. And Yacht Club Argentino 2, 1, 2, 17, and a 5, 4. Yeah.
Now, like we said at the beginning, only 7 points separated these top 5 going into the day, and all the most of the key players are there, except for the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, which we haven't seen much of at all in this race here yet. But they're kind of stuck in the middle. They're currently 9th, which is still not double digits, and that's enough for keeper to keep them, I think, in the top 5.
Yeah, isn't it? Absolutely.
And the Argentinians, they get to keep the yellow spinnaker all day. No matter if the overall lead changes, so this is theirs for the day. Whether they like it or not. Imagine everybody just stay calm on board New York Yacht Club, keep it cool. So still got a lot more races to go. They're in hunt. San Diego, happy to be where they are up there in 5th. Especially on a day like today.
Forza Italia. What's the equivalent for New York Yacht Club, seeing as we're on board with them right now? Forza Italia. Forza Italia. It's go Italy. Sure, there's
I don't know. You got me on that one.
An American equivalent. Yeehaw.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, for those in Dallas.
That's the Texans for sure.
Yeah, slow motion down here at the run, but look at that. Beautiful up top, Newport Bridge, Pell Bridge in the background. Shows how far up north we are up into the bay. And what a great racetrack the club has at their disposal when things get a little spicy on the outside, to be able to come in here and do races. And this time of year in September, the absolute best time of the year. The boat traffic is gone, the tourists are gone, and you can pretty much have the bay to yourself and plenty of space to run races in here.
Yeah, Pell Bridge, beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead, Katie.
Sorry guys, just to reiterate, I mean, Dave, this really doesn't get better than this. I think September is a total underrated month in most areas of the world, especially here. I think a lot of the teams are just super happy not only to be here, but also just because the weather has been pretty good. A lot of the teams actually are pretty happy with the kind of light air conditions today. I know San Diego Yacht Club, a lot of them go up sailing Savage in pretty light breeze, and this is kind of their thing. So I know Tyler he's very comfortable with this type of breeze. But just to confirm, I've gotten my sources have confirmed with my original statement that Corinthian is in fact the easternmost yacht club in Marblehead. That is a true statement.
There you go, fact. It's now in Wikipedia.
Well done.
Yeah.
Newport Pell Bridge in the background, that was very nice. Built in 1966, took them 3 years to build, but a surprisingly pretty bridge for one built in the 60s and 70s, early 70s.
Yeah, and imagine it was not long before that you had to ferry across.
That's right.
Right? Yeah. Ferries.
Yeah. The Jamestown Ferry still runs to this day, but it's a little more touristy.
That's an interesting sail trim there.
Yeah, they put their spinnaker upside down. We'll get.
All right, we've got to be inching down to the bottom of the course here. Again, these downwinds.
Right, Corinthian Yacht Club with an American flag right there. It's just sort of stylized. Doesn't have quite enough stripes on it, if I'm going to be real picky as a flag.
Maybe a little more blue there. We'll talk to the sailmaker tomorrow about that.
All right, okay. I think we're getting into the weeds here. Corinthian Yacht Club crossed the Smeralda. Beautiful shots. Just the two of them, first and second, coming down towards the finish of this, the 5th race in the 2003 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational. Beautiful day, light breeze, testing, challenging, kind of fun.
Yeah.
Up the bay before the breeze comes in tomorrow afternoon and Saturday.
Yeah, that is the beauty of these long regattas here. You get a good variety of conditions, particularly here in the fall when you get all sorts of dynamic weather. And so we've had the good stuff on the outside with the chunky sea state, flat water here, light stuff. Tomorrow we'll, if we believe the forecast, we'll crank it up, and we might even be into reefs and things like that. So a full test of skills across the wind range.
Well, they've been talking about getting the boats out Friday afternoon, but it may be that the breeze holds off a little and we're able to do a little more on Friday afternoon than they'd expected. But I know Arby Van Buren, who looks after all these boats, has got his work cut out getting them all out for Saturday. He won't want them to be any later. Yeah. But breeze has filled in a bit there, Katie, has it? Breeze has filled in over the race course?
Yeah, it definitely has. I want to say it's more 7 to 8. You can definitely see that with Costa Smeralda, actually in quite a nice puff right there. but might not be enough for them to clinch this win. Corinthian is definitely making trees, as we would say. If they just got one more drive in there, and I think they'd be able to come into the finish. And maybe take home the win for the day.
Oh, they're going to be so excited. They were the Commodore this morning. He was jazzed for his team, and he said that I guess they went off after yesterday's one race day after the rain cleared out. The team went off and played some pickleball and took out their anxiety on the little plastic balls and came back today with clear heads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. And he came in here and touched the tracker for good luck, Katie.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of BC sailors on board, so a lot of them have raced together before. And it looks like they're coming into the finish.
BC, what was that? BC Sailor, Boston College, is that?
Boston College.
Oh, is
correct.
that?
Yes, go Eagles.
They're the Eagles.
Is that the better one than the Boston University?
Debatable.
Oh, we can't say better.
That's clearly a no then.
Which one is the king of the Charles River?
Neither of them.
Toss.
They have to sell those stupid tic-tac-tee things. What are those things where the crew just cheats their way around the race course?
Yeah, that might be. But we're coming into the finish for Corinthian right now as we speak. Go Eagles. And it's official.
There you go. Awesome stuff for Corinthian Yacht Club. They are now this week's first double race winner, and that will certainly help keep them in the top 5.
Well done.
Yeah, and
talk us through it, Katie.
I had a quick chat. Yeah, a quick chat with Wade Waddell, and he mentioned that while they want to get back out there, they want to do a bunch of races today, but they came into this event thinking, okay, this is about ample time to really ramp up. A couple races not so good. That's okay because there's so much racing to be had. But with the weather forecast looking a little iffy, they're really having to communicate and really talk through switching gears and saying how this is it. We're at the big show now, and there's no room for mistakes.
Talk us through the finishers as they come through here. What did you see there? Yacht Club Costa Smeralda for a handy second place.
Yep, handy second place. And my Kiwi friends are coming into the finish now. They're making one last jibe, and they'll take home a third. I bet the team is definitely going to be happy about that. They're coming up to the finish in just a moment here. And right behind them is our friends San Diego as well as Yacht Club Argentino, and they're pretty close. Both speed is pretty similar, so I'm curious to see. It's looking maybe like the boat is a little bit favored, so it might be Yacht Club Argentino able to take that fourth place, and San Diego, sitting pretty in fifth. They're edging out just quite a bit more boat speed right now. Looks like they're pulling ahead a little bit, and they'll definitely be taking home that fourth place, and I do think that they will be happy with that. All on board, super sweet, and I love to see it. Love to see them doing well.
Excellent pictures just there of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron with their retrieval line, a line attached to the middle of the spinnaker that you pull tight, and then it sucks the spinnaker down into the front as they come across the line. Yacht Club Argentino for a fourth place. I think that will. Well, it doesn't quite.
Yeah,
does it extend their lead? Yeah, it does. Katie's given me the words. It's definitely extending their leads. Laura, sorry. She's got a pen. She's sharpening her pencil. We're going to get the results to you in just a moment. Behind Yacht Club Argentino comes San Diego Yacht Club, then New York Yacht Club. Not too bad, keeps them in the hunt. Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, Royal Vancouver, Royal Swedish, and then the Germans in 10th from Hamburg.
Yeah, the Hamburg. I think that the key takeaway here as we let the others finish is that those who needed to have a good race had a good race, and particularly Argentinians, right? So that it's too early to start playing with the points, but they got done what they need to get done, and this is just going to get even more pressure. I think as this goes on into the next race.
Maybe they've got something special. They're just kind of taking it one race at a time, and they're just happy to be here. Every one of them. After yesterday's not-so-hot race, they just smiles on their face this morning, and maybe that's the way to sail this event. Yes, it is an amateur event, and yes, everybody, is here, looking to have fun and be competitive. But yeah, just kind of being thankful and grateful to be here, I think might be the secret sauce.
It is, yeah.
Okay, here we go, coming down to the finishing line. We've sort of all on their own right there. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, and I think we're going to have a pretty quick turnaround here, folks. So here we are in the studio, and well, as you said, Dave, just give us a summary of those up and down, those needed to win, and those who didn't.
I think as we thought that was going to be a fun race to watch, and I think the tide / current or whatever caught people off guard. So there was a front row, and then there were some people really late, and that front group got out, and most of our leaders were in that front group. And so here we go into the second race of the day. It's almost like a restart of the day anyway. It's not much has changed.
Well, congratulations to those teams. We're going to be right back with you in just a few minutes with race number 6 as they reset the course. We'll be back to you in just a moment.
When someone thinks of prestigious and historic yacht clubs, the New York Yacht Club truly stands out. Among the factors that have turned the New York Yacht Club into an iconic institution for sailors are the renowned regattas that it hosts in Newport, Rhode Island each summer. The Resolute Cup was first sailed in September 2010, created to provide a pathway for US yacht clubs hoping to qualify for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. It has developed an identity of its own. Every 2 years, top clubs from around the United States send their best amateur sailors to Newport to compete for national bragging rights and a berth in the Invitational Cup, sailing's premier international Corinthian big boat regatta, which is sailed off Newport on odd-numbered years. The 2020 edition was cancelled due to COVID, but the majority of the invited teams committed to return this year, and anticipation was huge ahead of its 6th edition.
This is a regatta and a championship that stands on its own as the preeminent amateur Corinthian competition of U.S. yacht clubs. We've had tremendous interest from clubs in participating, and only 24 are invited because of, I think, some of the logistics of COVID and so forth. We ended up with 23, but it's a very competitive fleet. Some of the best Corinthian sailors in the country. You're in Newport at one of the best times of the year in a town that's got a million exciting things going on, the boat show and other celebrations. So it's quite a unique environment.
A total of 23 clubs were represented in the 2022 Resolute Cup, and the excitement was apparent even on the practice day as competitors sailed through the historic waters of Newport Harbour en route to the racecourse on Narragansett Bay.
Newport is a singular destination. It's especially this time of year. It's obviously this week's the boat show. It's got all the sailing. You know, when you come to a place, even like Charleston, where we are, where there's a lot of time on the water, it doesn't compare to a place like Newport, where everything is so focused around this sport. And obviously, when you have weather like we have today and organization like we have here, it's just the best of all worlds.
I think what makes it the Resolute Cup unique is bringing all these teams in from all over the country. You do get the top sailors, the top Corinthian sailors from the entire country coming in, competing in these boats, and you'll find the best sailors here and they'll come out with a win. Newport's my favorite place to sail by far. Much steadier, much better than Lake Pontchartrain, but the weather's a little colder, but I'm ready for it.
So there are young teams here, there are teams that are more senior, there are teams that are family made up, but all include some of the top sailors in the country. And it does show how active racing is here in America, and just that the New York Yacht Club and coming up to Newport is a very prestigious and a great venue to sail in.
Out of the 23 clubs that sent teams to contest the 6th edition of the regatta, just 4 had never previously sailed. This event has become a fixture on club calendars. Once is never enough. The extreme level playing field is one of the reasons behind this success. It's a truly one design event with provided sails, equalised rig tune and a regular boat rotation.
The Yacht Club does a great job with the organization of the event. The competition, like you mentioned, is exceptional. It's really fun to be able to, step on a boat and go trade boats every day, so you're not worried about, whether your boat's equal or that. It's just all the boats are pretty equal, and it's all about the sailors.
Onshore hospitality is just one of the ways that the New York Yacht Club distinguishes itself. So there's no better way to start the 2022 Resolute Cup than with an opening ceremony that offered the chance for the crews to spend some time together and relax before the real action. For the 2022 edition, the Resolute Cup would utilise 2 fleets of boats. The New York Yacht Club's fleet of 23-foot sonars with traditionally rigged spinnakers and a displacement hull, and a fleet of 21-foot RS-21s which would feature a planing hull and an asymmetric spinnaker flown from a retractable bowsprit. As for the format, the 23 teams were divided into 2 fleets for 2 days of qualifying, where each team would sail in both boats. The top 6 boats in each fleet would move into the Gold Fleet, which would sail exclusively in the RS-21s for the final 2 days of the regatta, while the Silver Fleet would compete in the sonars.
It's been a while. We've been hankering to get back. The Carolinas participated in this every year it's been offered, and so we're really excited. We have a really good team this year, qualified through our own club, and you couldn't ask for better weather.
Experience counts in the Resolute Cup, and this was clear during the first day. After a sparkling day of sailing on Lower Narragansett Bay, the leaders in the 2 qualifying fleets were San Diego Yacht Club and Lakewood Yacht Club, both of which were skippered by previous winners. While the RS-21 and the Sonar are roughly similar in size, the boats are very different to sail. Among the biggest challenge for each team was making the necessary adjustments when switching between fleets. The best teams were able to seamlessly adjust their tactics, boat speed techniques and crew responsibilities to suit each boat.
It's very tricky, going from a symmetrical shoot to an asymmetrical shoot, different types of sailing. You really have to be on top of things, making sure everything's running right in the boat, and transition very well to switching boats.
I really enjoy it because I think sometimes when you just sail a regatta in one boat, it's really easy to get your crew who's used to sailing that type of boat, and I think the fact that you're switching back and forth makes it more dynamic. and also can help showcase certain teams, maybe specialty in one boat. And then, I mean, for us, it's been a little bit more challenging in the RS21, given we hadn't spent any time in it before this regatta. But I think it helps make it more dynamic and really showcase sailors who are able to just hop into any boat and really adapt, even if they haven't spent much time.
Sonar is like a tank. It's heavy, it's very heavy on the helm, it's not very fast, and the RS21 is just like, you know, it's totally different. So it takes different skills, a lot of different skills.
The nimble RS21, which tested teams' ability to shift gears upwind and sailing modes downwind, was a popular choice with the sailors and the organisers.
The New York Yacht Club have been incredibly welcoming to us, and they've been incredibly supportive. Getting 13 boats to this event is a challenge logistically. There's a lot of bits to put together, and the guys here have been amazing. Lynn at the club has just been awesome in terms of helping, but I mean, massive shout out to Sean, the club waterfront manager, who's just gone above and beyond the entire way through. And being here in this location, it's stunning. It's a beautiful venue. We've had some fantastic conditions, sunshine, breeze, a bit like today, but actually that just makes it all the more challenging for the sailor. We've had lots of positive feedback about the boat. The sailors have enjoyed sailing it. They found the racing close and tactical and all the things that you want from a true One Design boat. So yeah, we've loved being here.
We think it's key. Number one, to attract the best sailors, to have the opportunity to sail in higher performance boats, and to have the variety between the two fleets, the skill to sail two very different boats successfully and still get top results, I think is how you really screen out who the top competitors are. And it's not just the skipper, it's the people, their teamwork together in the boat. And there are different roles in each of the two fleets. The RS-21s require very
Hello and welcome to the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. First held in 2009, this biennial event has featured top amateur sailors from 43 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, representing 21 countries around the globe. The Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is hosted at the renowned New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island. 175 years ago, back on 30 July 1844, the New York Yacht Club was born out of a gathering of eminent sailors when John Cox Stevens invited 8 friends on board his yacht Jimcrack in New York Harbor. With Stevens as Commodore, the first clubhouse was established a year later, and since then, members of the New York Yacht Club have made significant contributions to the sport of yacht racing and yacht design. After a successful decade of racing in the Swan 42, the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup marks the first year using the club's fleet of 20 IC-37 race keelboats. These purpose-built, 37-feet-long performance machines, fitted out with matching one-design sails from North Sails, identical equipment, and standardized rig tuning, create a fully level playing field never before seen in an amateur big boat racing event. As the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is a Corinthian regatta raced in supplied boats, the design brief also specified that the boat be sturdy, relatively straightforward to sail, and accessible to amateur sailors of both genders.
I sailed the 470 boat, and now in this regatta we are sailing the IC-37, which I think is a very fast boat and quite similar, it's quite a dinghy boat. I really feel very comfortable because it's a very reactionable boat and very fast, same as the 470, but in a big scale, so we are sailing now people on board, while in the 470 we are only two. But I think I like it a lot because the tactics and everything are quite fast also.
Let's move to the race course and take a look at the team performances on board the IC-37 at the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. The first day of racing got off to a slow start, as the breeze did not fill until nearly 3 p.m. Even then, it was only just into the range of saleable conditions for the 20 teams. The tricky and light breeze rewarded those who could get off the starting line cleanly and with some maneuvering space around them. Ichiro Hamazaki, the skipper for the Japan Sailing Federation team, chose a strategy to avoid risk at either end of the starting line in race 1 and opted for a safe starting lane in the middle, which his team converted to a race win.
Didn't want to take a risk today in the beginning of series. We started from the not to start from the conditions, and then we got good wind shift, and yeah, we could maintain the first position.
A complete change in racetrack conditions on day 2, and the team from the San Diego Yacht Club outsailed the fleet with their superior boat speed and precision teamwork. Across the 3 races on day 2 of the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, the West Coast team showcased outstanding performance under skipper Tyler Sinks to take their team to a 17-point lead. The team qualified after winning the Resolute Cup, and thanks to 10 days of practice and racing in the IC37 over the summer, the San Diego Yacht Club came into the regatta confident in their boat handling and boat speed, and with a good feel for the local conditions. Their scorecard of 1st, 3rd, and 1st put them way out in front of the pack.
We just tried to sail our own boat, keep the boat moving fast. Team did a great job at minimizing mistakes. My tactician, Jake Liddell, kept us heading in the right direction, and the team was sailing really well. So it was one of those days we felt like the conditions played to our favor. It was windy, but it was also very shifty, and we just connected the dots, and yeah, ended up having a really good day.
Amongst the teams competing in the 2019 edition was Real Club Náutico de Barcelona from Spain with Silvia Mas. Silvia is usually to be found campaigning for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Silvia was competing in Newport, fresh from winning the Hemphill World Cup Series Round 1 in Enoshima, Japan. Sailing is a family affair in Silvia's family, with her father David and brother Santiago on board too.
We are here in the 2019 Rolex Invitational Cup. It's such an amazing event, a very big event here in Newport. I just came back from 2 months in Japan sailing, and then on October we're starting again the pre-season training in Lanzarote, and then on January starting the World Cup Series, doing all the year regattas. It's quite a very big difference. The Olympic classes sailing is very difficult. You have to be focused all the time. And the people is very good sailors, and you have to make a very big effort to keep on the line. But then when you go sailing with your brothers, is different, totally different other way. My brothers also, they are very good sailors, but we're having a lot of fun, but at the same thing, it's like being in the house together, so also there are some fights. But I like it, I think I like it much more.
The 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is for the sport's top amateur and Corinthian sailors. But there is more to the event beyond the sailing. Enjoying the club hospitality is a unique experience, with social events hosted in the historic clubhouse and on the stunning lawn overlooking the water. Teams were greeted at daily pre- and post-race events, offering unique gatherings for teams to discuss the day's highs and lows.
The hospitality here at New York Yacht Club is very nice. We really enjoy, of course, the sailing, but also the venues here ashore, having a drink after the sailing and having fun talking to all the other nations.
The New York Yacht Club's been super welcoming this week. The drinks have been amazing and the atmosphere here is really great. Everyone meets before racing to have coffee and chat and meet all of the other nationalities. It's been really good fun.
It's a very nice place, you know, the organization, hospitality, and everything in the club is absolutely marvelous, you know. That we are always surprised by the quality of the hospitality.
And welcome back to the studio here in the Harbor Court at the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. We are about to sort of jump into our second race of the morning. Yep, still morning. And what a good light air one, and we're definitely teeing up for a good one. So, Andy, talk us through what the shakeup in the results happened after this first race of the day.
Well, sixth race coming up, and Yacht Club Argentino have extended their lead, so that's quite something for them. And interestingly, we noticed, having reviewed some of the previous races, Mr. Freyers and his team are doing a great job of starting, largely speaking, in the middle. Here, wait, we'll take those results back again there, Costas, if you've got them. Oh, okay, we're gonna pause on that. But
technical
anyway,
difficulties.
Yacht Club Argentina doing a great job of sailing in the middle of the race course, and I like that because you get relatively clean air. Here we go, we're into start sequence already, just around a minute and a half to go. What do we got? 1 minute and 20 1 minute and 16 seconds to go to the start. Oh, 1 minute 27, there we go. That just shows a little bit of a delay from GPS time. Gives us time to get the pictures from the water into the internet and then out to you.
Yeah, so the way that it's stacked up, really, I mean, as you were saying, Yacht Club Argentino with 26 points, kind of padded a little bit. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron with their nice race there moved up from fourth with 30 points. And now we're really tight. San Diego Yacht Club with 31. The Royal Swedish Yacht Club dropped itself down from second. They've got 34. And the New York Yacht Club with 35 points. So now that I anticipate what happened in the first race start is not going to happen here. You can see everybody's lined up nice. Nobody in that third, fourth row. But again, so far, if we were to do the track tactician, certainly the teams that have done well have kind of been more middle of the line and able to get out and sail their own race and not get stuck on the sides.
Hoth at the pin, closest to us, bow number 8, It's going to be a great start. Everyone tiny bit early. We're waiting for bows down. There is a bit of tide that goes from the left to the right. And there's a very small amount of current that also going from the left to the right. 13, 12. Hoth had pulled the trigger too early. They're going to be over.
They're
6,
exposed.
5. 4, no, maybe they'll be okay. And New York Yacht Club just to windward of them. Bang! Great start. Whoa, it was close for Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. Were they over the line? If they weren't, that was a cracking start. And Hoth pulled the trigger too early. Look at them. Ugh! They got bad air from New York Yacht Club. They tried to get around the pin. And boats over. Defo boats over. Let's give you the exactos. Cork. Royal Cork Yacht Club over. Hull number 10. That only boat that was over, I think. So a cracking start from Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron and a pretty good start from New York Yacht Club. Also, Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, good start from them as well.
And our previous race winners, the Corinthian Yacht Club, dead on the line as well, as I could see them kind of buried in that group, but they are front row. Spaced nicely in the middle course, and you know, it's too early on the tracker, but they currently have them at the top of the rankings.
Bang on. Hoth now trying to dig themselves out of big trouble. They're looking for some luck of the Irish. Hoth, that lovely yacht club in Dublin.
Well, you're kind of hoping nobody attacks on you here.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I cursed it for him.
Do you see the main sheet trimmer shaking his head? It may be okay because Yacht Club Punta del Este, not the greatest tack, and they may have to duck somebody, maybe give Hoth a little bit of a lifeline, but they have to go to the right-hand side here. They've got to try and clear themselves out. Are they thinking about tacking? Now they're going thin, so they've got to get some people down to leeward. It's going light towards the right. And they're coming underneath Royal Canadian Yacht Club, who have definitely not had their best regatta. This is a team that's previously won. Terry McLaughlin and his gang from the Royal Canadian not having their best regatta.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
Bit of better breeze, middle of the line, middle right perhaps. Let's go down on the water. We've got our lustrous voice, Katie Nastro, joining us. What do you see, Katie? We'll come back to Katie in a moment. She'll click in as soon as she's ready to give us some of her insights. That clear air on the left, Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron and New York Yacht Club. And I was going to say, as you were going through those results, in 5th place with 35 points, New York Yacht Club, they've a good race here, and that will really help them out enormously. New York Yacht Club and Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron in a titanic tussle here on the left-hand side. Very important for New York not to get sucked into bad air. They're putting the bow down. They're going fast. Important for New York Yacht Club to get a good race in here. Royal Swedish Yacht Club, they're slightly on the slip and slide. San Diego, Royal New Zealand on the up and up. And can Yacht Club Argentino keep it all together? I do not see them on the track leaderboard. And if I go down into the depths of track, I see Yacht Club Argentino 15th.
Yeah, they got a bit flushed out of that start. Yeah.
Flushed. And getting flushed isn't usually a good thing.
And when there's a lot of Royal Yacht Clubs, you don't want the Royal flush.
No. Ah, very good.
Okay, anyway, back to the racing side.
Down the golden toilet. Boom. I love it.
But to San Diego, again, I think as you said at the beginning of the day, you know, they have clearly been, you know, of all the inconsistencies, they're the most consistent. They stayed in 3rd. They are just, they're going to be the one to watch all day long, I think.
Katie!
Gentlemen,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just giving an update from the course. Definitely more wind than we saw on that last downwind feed that kind of started to fill in across the course. Looking upwind, I'm seeing a lot more pressure on that top right side. But I think these boats out to the left, New York Yacht Club and Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, they're really digging into something out here. So, you know, while a lot of boats are just chugging along on starboard, I think, you know, maybe that top left, you know, being mindful of the current, being mindful of the tide, Andy, and just getting some relief on that since we won't see low tide until about midday. Yeah, so maybe an hour-ish, maybe 2 more hours of that.
The tide is starting to back off a bit, Katie, so it'll be more about the wind shifts, and are we seeing any steadier breeze out there?
Yeah, it definitely is looking a bit more consistent, but the race committee did have a little bit of a hard time trying to kind of set the course, so we did have to readjust a bit. It was going oscillating back and forth left and right. But yeah, no, I think it's staying pretty consistent. We're not seeing a ton of packing back and forth. We're seeing a lot of these boats just kind of going for speed, staying high and just going for speed.
An hour. We've got an hour and 42 minutes until scheduled bottom of the tide, low tide. So in about an hour, we'll start to see the tide change on the edges as here we come upwind.
I think something to note that we kind of touched on the last race. With a lot of younger crew members out here, a lot of these teams are sailing the IC-37 a lot like a dinghy. So, transitions, like I mentioned before, are super important when you're going from, going into really digging into pressure and getting up at the rail, and then, when you're coming into a soft spot, kind of coming in towards having a little bit more heel and just being really dynamic. And, you can definitely tell the boats that have sailed together longer or just have really great communication by the ways that they're able to transition into and out of the pressure.
Very good, Katie. Thank you. Looking across the race course, I was liking the left, but possibly this tidal situation may be a little more crucial here, because it's when the tide transitions, and it looks like New York Yacht Club are actually going to struggle. They need a left-hand shift here to get around everybody. Have they gone into a bit more breeze? Don't know, but the right's starting to come good, and I wonder if that tide around the top of Connecticut Island is still ebbing hard, and it's just starting to ebb a little less on the right-hand side. An hour and a half to go to low water. On the edges, there will be quite a big variation in the tide over the next hour and a half. The tide will start to come in on the right and the left-hand side. On the edges of the racecourse, it'll still ebb in the middle.
Right. This is the widest part of the racecourse, right? In the tracker will do all sorts of things because it can't predict the shifts, and it'd be too predictive at this moment. But you see Southern Yacht Club, they are the rightmost boat. In New York Yacht Club, which is pretty much a leftmost, and they're showing them both in good positions, but only when they come back together will we truly know what's going to happen here.
On board with New York.
Little tense moments there, huh? When do you go back? They're thinking, when do you check in? Oh, okay, here's a good time to check back in, right?
Yeah, go, Kate.
Yeah, they're checking back in. Yeah, they're checking back in, but interestingly, there's just such good pressure, and I think, again, you can see just their boat movements, their boat handling, they really are dialed in, and you can definitely tell that this team has been practicing.
They're in
ready
trouble.
to go.
They're in trouble, Katie. I don't think they're crossing those boats.
Oh, definitely not. They're going to be taking turns, but I'm just saying in general, they are looking, they're out for blood.
Outstanding. So this looks like they've got the cross, but they're coming into another.
Oh, are they going to cross? Yeah, maybe they will. If they can cross those two boats. Can we go on? Can we go on board with them, Costa? See if we can go on board with them. We're not entirely sure. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Ask and you shall receive. Pete Levesque looking very closely at those boats on starboard, and it looks like they're not crossing. They're going to have to. They're going to have to tack. So supporters of the New York Yacht Club, they'll be a bit disappointed about that. The right-hand side coming good. Tell us where you're watching from, which team you're supporting. We'll give you a shout out on the broadcast. Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, speaking of shout outs, we had a slight clarification from Robbie Dean, who wanted to point out that Corinthian Yacht Club's tactician Tim Wadlow is a Boston University Terrier. So not just Eagles, but we've got Terriers as well. Go Buds.
Wait, Tim Wadlow is the tactician?
Tactician.
Oh, well, they've got a decent tactician. I've raced against Tim Wadlow a lot. A world-class team racer of quite some note. And a 49er Olympian. Yeah. He went to the Olympics at least once, if not twice.
Okay, and are you ready for one more tide question? We're going to put this thing to bed. I've got comes from a Jeff Becker, world champion great sailor out of Annapolis.
Yeah,
plenty of water moving down there, right? The tide is an up and down movement. It's a change in the volume of water in an area which causes the water to move as it fills the new location. While the volume goes higher and lower, the water has to move horizontally to drain and fill the location. All right, so enough on the tide.
Yeah,
we got water moving.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with that. I mean, how you want to describe how it happens is fine, but it's essentially it's driven by the moon.
There you go.
And the current is not driven by the moon, it's driven by ocean, atmosphere, etc. Low and high pressures, all sorts.
All right. Yeah, we're off the water movement. And,
it's just one of those weird things when you move to America, everyone talks about the current, and then in fact it's the tide. But hey, whatever. We'll move on.
All right, so Southern, again, exposing itself on the far right side, hoping to make it stick this time. Now coming back to the center course. What do you think about that?
Well, we've got fans all over the place. San Diego Yacht Club, plenty of them. Holly Murray says go Southern. Rob Newman, go Itchener. Haven't seen much of Itchener today. Really? They started off real strong, but have slightly eased up here. And we've got Chiefs 6781. That's a good internet name. They say go Canada.
Canada. A couple Canadians. Which Canadians?
Yeah, Vancouver, Royal Canadian. And nice picture there.
Go all Canadians.
17, Yacht Club Costa Smeralda and Itchener Sailing Club, as we weren't talking about them. There they are. 2 Olympics in the 49er for Wadlow. Well, I was correct. Well done me. That was from memory.
My brain does work.
My brain does actually work. Oh, port starboard. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda on starboard and Royal Swedish Yacht Club on port. Oh, that's going to be a crash biffo. Biffo, and oh, he didn't have to avoid.
Yeah, the tiller
tiny bit.
Yeah.
I think no flag.
Yeah,
green
good.
flag. You're all clear.
Yeah, again, we have on the water umpires. They are all the judgments are on the water. No protest hearings. Straight to the parties because that is the big other half of this regatta.
Oh, a lot of conversation going on board here. Who's this? All in black. He wants Vancouver to tack. It looks like the tactician. They must be Italian. Look at that. All he needs is to pull his 5 fingers together in his left hand, and that's all you need to say. Here they go, tacking now, and it looks like they're going to have to duck Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, and it's going to be revealed what team this is. It's Costa Smeralda. Oh well.
And you knew it. You saw the hands, and you were like, "They must be Italian." And yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, "I think this is the Italian team. They're talking with their hands."
Yeah, communication by hand signals, all good. Are we stereotyping? Are we still allowed to do that kind of thing? Anyway, we're going to do a little bit of it, even in this modern world. Where is Hong Kong Yacht Club? They've had stellar day, but this time they're in 17th.
Yeah, they had their moment in the sun yesterday. They were loving it last night, and but after I guess it was 78 races and how many tries, they got their bullet. They have the shotgun shell from the race committee. They said they were going to go home and put on the mantle, and perhaps that's good enough for them. They're going to let the front of this fleet
New York,
go for the rest of it.
Yeah, New York Yacht Club now clawing their way back in. They're getting back into the middle of the race course, so not so extreme, ducking under the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. But look at this. Look who is top of the leaderboard.
I think it's going to be changing all the time, though, right? And this is that, yeah.
Yacht Club Argentino still making it sing as the trimmer on the Yacht Club just says, bow down. There's just a couple there. We need to get boat speed. Royal Vancouver look pretty good coming in from the left there.
Yeah, this is, I think you got a couple little groups locked in together, a couple boats out to the side, and yeah, I think this will probably end up a battle of the sides.
Yacht Club Costa Smeralda are there on port. And in fact, it looked like New York did a really good job of tacking and ducking under. Oh, now this is bad. This is Hoth to lure to them. Yacht Club Punta del Este again. Didn't this the same thing happen
right off the start
in the race before this? They're like, go away. We don't want any more of your limoncello around here. Get it back to the Amalfi Coast. They're getting pinched and squeezed. The trimmer started to shake his head. They're going to tack. The bow's going down for a little more boat speed. And off they go.
I guess as they come together pretty soon at the top of the scores.
Right. Here we go again. Ready for a port starboard and a protest at the top between these two.
But yeah, I'm amazed. I know it's early yet in this beat to see the Yacht Club Argentina just somehow get its way right back into this thing. You know, they were kind of shot out of the back at the start. They went right, and they took a chip back into the middle and connected with their group, at least on the right, and they're right back into it.
The left looks yucky now. Katie, left looks bad. What do you see?
Yeah, left's definitely down pressure. I think the right side of the course might look a little. I just wanted to touch on what Dave just mentioned about Yacht Club Argentino not having the best start, but one kind of thing that we've noticed throughout all of their races is they haven't dove into one side or the other. They've really been doing a really great job at just boat speed, but also just playing the middle. Not dead middle, but just kind of being conservative there. And it's really winning out.
Looks lovely. Man, that drone camera is beautiful. It's amazingly good quality.
Yeah.
Yacht Club. Corinthian coming in from the right, are they, I think?
No, I think they were midline start. They have pretty much started middle, have been controlling that left group, and just kind of came back with them back to the middle of the course at the top. Smart racing.
Yeah, Royal Canadian though. I think they're good on the right. Maybe the right. Oh,
yeah, I think you're right. I think that little group that jumped out there is going to be there's some new faces up at the front of the fleet here.
So we'll give you the scores on the doors. Well, we'll give you the leaderboard when they get around the top mark, because there's all to play for here. Oh, here we go. Hoth tacking back onto port.
Okay,
now
where are the lines?
Yeah, stick with them. We're about to have a port starboard with them and the Yacht Club Punta del Este. Have they managed to take it off them? It's great, lovely. It's lovely to sit on board here. I feel like a peeping Tom just at the back of the boat watching the.
Not sure what the problem is there, Colin.
It's wonderful to be on board, looking at the action. There's some problem with their travel. Travel's not working. Helmsman has to stay focused. A bit of manual travelling.
It's just light stuff, just constantly. This is the part where the little adjustments make the big difference. Hoth, yes, this is their first time here. So they're also, I guess, also with the.
Wait, no,
2021 they were.
Yeah,
they were 18th back then. That was their first attempt at this regatta, and on the helm there. Just that nice light finger touch. David McGuire and his tactician Colin Cavanaugh hunting around looking for Punta del Este, trying to stay away from them. But on board with them, Gary Cullen, Graham Curran, Johnny Durkin, Carla Fagan, Diana Cassane, William McGuire, and Luke Malcolm.
Katie, tell us, what do you see?
Oh, I was just going to actually chat about the host team. Funnily enough, there is a father-son duo on board, the Malcolms, as well as there was a romance that started due to the Invitational Cup 2 years ago. Luke is the only returning crew member and met his Irish last from the Royal Cork Yacht Club at this event one iteration ago. And so, we've got families, we've got friends, we've got lovers, we've got everybody here at the Invitational Cup.
Oh, it's a big love.
There we go. Well, actually, funnily enough, we should really have a sort of power rankings of the couples. They're probably all on the same boats, though, right?
Oh man, I wonder if we can get on board New York Yacht Club
04 coming in.
Coming into this chaos.
New York Yacht Club. Can they cross? Oh, they're going to try.
They have.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, good job. Okay, so New York Yacht Club rolled around in front of Who's that
The
there?
Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron.
Royal Sydney.
Royal Sydney Yacht
Correct,
Squadron.
yes, and
Thanks,
then-
Katie. Very good. And we'll go.
Yeah, San Diego just right behind them, but I have to say the breeze is way down, gentlemen. It went from, I want to say 5 to 6, and now we'll be lucky if we have about 5 right here at these top marks. So it's a kind of a nail biter right now.
Yeah, and the fleet is a little more packed together here in this first mark running than they were last time, and
Aren't they just? Look at this. I mean, it's amazing. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club not having their best, and Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron didn't get something right here. Something went wrong. They all overlaid on the left-hand side. That was the problem. And look at this. It's super light coming into that top mark, and you can see the overlaid marks, the pink mark that they're having to duck around. Oh, it looks like someone's not going to make it. They're doing a 360. Who is that? That is Yacht Club Argentino.
Oh, they were there.
Oh, the leaders doing a 360.
I just don't think they were laying the mark, and now they've got this down speed jibe and not much of a gap to try to get back in. Let's just hope they don't force it and try again. They need a little speed build, which is not going to come easy. But
this is awful for Yacht Club Argentino.
Yeah, that's a hard spot to get back into this at the tide going left to right. But,
this is a massive. That is seemingly innocuous mistake. Is going to turn into a massive shuffle around. That will give San Diego and New York a real opportunity, but also Sweden.
Yeah.
Royal Swedish Yacht Club.
Right back into it.
Right back into it.
Yeah.
This is by no means over here, and it's super light. Looking at getting another 2 races in today, but it's going to be light whatever happens. Maybe they'll have to wait around for the breeze.
Oh, man, the Argentinians are just heaving points here one by one by one. They just can't find a lane to get back into the mark, and there's no breeze there, and there's
this is top of screen we're looking at. Boats on port, desperately trying to get to the top mark. Here they are. Southern Yacht Club Argentino have basically stopped. Southern now rolling over the top of them. Royal Hong Kong going around them. This is a regatta-ending moment here for Yacht Club Argentino potentially. Oh, look, they're just parked. Oh, and they're going to try and tack, and they've got to bear away, and they've got to go fast. They want a complete shutdown here, basically. They want this race to end immediately.
Gutting. Meanwhile, further down the course, Corinthian legging away. Again, this is this opportunity here to get away from the rest of the group. The mileage that they put on the rest of the fleet here is going to happen fast. Oof. Can't believe they're still trying to go around this mark. So there you go, Corinthian up front, New York Yacht Club nipping on their heels. They got the 2 American teams at the top of the standings. Here we go, San Diego. This is their day to make a move, and they're making it.
New York, San Diego. Wait, Sweden. I thought Sweden were up there, but I don't see it now.
Yeah, Sweden's in the mix there.
Yeah, there they are.
I think, third.
They're ahead of Hoth. Helmsman seems very, very focused, relaxed. Speed 5.7 knots.
And we are sailing a course 4. And at the start of this race, the wind was 6 to 8 knots. As Katie said, we'll drop a little bit, but the current tide is a bit slow. The breeze is going too.
Strong ebb, still strong ebb. Another hour of strong ebb. But the boats are carrying on starboard on the downwind leg. That is because there is more tide at the top end of the Canonica Island of Jamestown, and that's why the boats upwind on the left-hand side didn't do so well. They were plugging more tide, and we've got Katie out there live and direct. Give us your words.
Oh, gentlemen, it's looking a little tough, and tough as in the breeze has definitely gone quite down. San Diego is looking to maybe get a little bit more pressure on that right side of the course if you're looking upwind. Corinthian, the gap is kind of closing in now. Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron is closing in behind them, as well as the Swedish team. So, like we said before, that things can change on a dime. I think this race will be very telling for the Corinthian Yacht Club.
Yeah, looked like that they'd be New York Yacht Club going back. Gonna keep driving down the middle and try to get straight to the mark down the rum line, huh? Hey, Katie, as these guys get grouped up together in this, behind the front three here, can you give a sense of how close they are in terms of boat lengths? Because on the tracker, sometimes it can be deceiving.
Sure. Yeah, so New York's punched out a bit now. Instead of Breeze, I want to say they're about 5 boat lengths from Royal Sydney. But the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron and the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, they're maybe 2.5 boat lengths. And then right behind Royal Swedish, driving out now is Royal Vancouver, as well as, it is a Canadian battle. It's a battle of the woods. The Royal Canadian Yacht Club and the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club are sitting hip to hip.
Outstanding. Yeah, it's gonna. I'd like to be in a Corinthian right now. I don't know about you, but just a little bit of breathing room. And once you get around this next leeward gate, that's when the things tend to open up, right?
I think in this light stuff, New York Yacht Club are going to have a big advantage here because Peter McLennan and his crew, particularly Ray Wolf, Pete Levesque, and others, who I'll name shortly, have sailed so many hours on these boats now that particularly when it's light, those gear changes we were talking about earlier, the way they trim, the way they use the chute, the way they trim the sails in the chute, and the tactics, the speed at which they have to take the boats, they know better. They know they're good. And I think this is going to play into the hands for the New York Yacht Club as long as they can go the right way. Big right shift on the race course. We're getting the latest from the race committee. They're updating us when there are any significant changes on the race course. And we are getting what is the latest? A big right-hand shift to 010020, now 030. So between 20 and 30 degrees to the right. Look at that. Corinthian Yacht Club, 190 meters.
Yeah, and I think in a shift like that, they're basically about at the mark at this point.
Will this be their third win?
This will be their third win. You don't jinx them yet, but we had a similar thing play out with San Diego Yacht Club in the previous edition where they won on a 4 or 5 race winning streak. I don't remember, but they had a day where they just strung them together, and coincidentally enough, the Corinthians seem to be doing the same thing with San Diego hot behind them.
So San Diego will be good here. They might go into the lead.
Yeah, I think if this race plays out...
Yeah, closely followed by New York Yacht Club.
Yeah.
That's standing up. Just talk us through the crew here. Who's that standing up? Is that...
we are on board...
Rick Merriman. I think that's Rick Merriman, right?
Yeah, so we're on board San Diego. Yeah, right. Yep.
San Diego. Yep. Carissa Crawford up there on the right-hand side. Wait...
You just to calm down, everybody. Rick.
It's like
everyone relax, just chill. Yeah.
Calm down. This is robbery.
Yeah. This is when you just want to sort of calm the calms on the boat.
Adam Roberts, Robert Savoy, Tyler Sinks, the helmsman, Lucy Wallace, Nick Martin, Corinthian.
Yeah.
That'll put them up the leaderboard. I can see Laura just sharpening her pencil to see what happens if Corinthian win this. Oh, that pencil lead broke. Okay, we'll be back to you with this.
Yeah, I think Tyler's really putting his pedal to the metal because his dad is in town. Chuck Sinks is now here, and if you're not in first, to quote Chuck Sinks, if you're not in first, you're last.
Well, yeah, that's right. Now, how do you spell fun, Katie?
I don't know. You tell me.
W-I-N.
Win.
There we go. Yes, definitely.
They're gonna have some fun. Corinthian is having a banner day here. This is great to see.
Okay, well.
Yeah, just off the Corinthian hip right now, and you know, their boat speed is just slightly at Diego. But you know, this could be a really interesting race to see how this shakes up going up the course again.
Yeah.
They're almost laying. Are they laying down to this? Are they laying down to the bottom now? Is this a one-way track straight in? San Diego may be able to roll over Corinthian Yacht Club. Corinthian didn't jibe soon enough to anticipate this big right-hand shift, and I'm sure that we're going to get Charlie flag at the leeward mark.
Yeah, this is
course change minus direction now. What?
Yeah, it
Direction
looks like both are
350.
laying. Yeah, it looks like both are straight shot. They need to make any big adjustments here. They could just make these marks. But I'm curious to see if they just each decide to split and kind of tackle one side of the course versus the other. But we'll see.
Are there marks moving? Are they on this next leg?
I'm getting some conflicting information. We're just getting to the bottom of this because I see the breeze has gone right. It's been called to go right, but we'll see. We'll wait for the fantastic race committee of the New York Yacht Club just to realign the course if they feel it's appropriate. And New York Yacht Club don't look too. They're a bit roped up. I think that means this is New York Yacht Club, is it here? And I think that means that they're laying easily.
Yeah, both boats laying. And I guess if you're San Diego and the breeze is right, you've got priority on the left gate, left turn. And so now puts himself in a stronger position. No time to panic, though. It'd be great to get, I think we get closer to the bottom of the course, get on board New York Yacht Club and maybe listen to how they're going to talk through this one. Getting set up.
Okay, Katie, now they're coming down to the bottom mark. Where do you like? Go right, take the right-hand mark looking upwind, or take the left-hand mark? What do you think? Where is it at?
Well, with the breeze so much down, I think this is kind of a pressure game. And gosh, if I again, not a betting woman, but if I was going to hedge my bets, I would probably just try to get clean air. And the left is looking a little bit better in terms of breeze. I see Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron in a bit more pressure now, as well as the boats right behind them. River, as well as Costa Smeralda, kind of in a bit more pressure. So if I was going to go for it, I'd probably go left around the gate.
Particularly if the breeze has already gone right. I don't see this as being a persistent shift, so it may oscillate back to the left. I'll go with that. It's going to be really tight around this bottom mark. Everyone seems to be coming in at very similar times because of this shift.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, sorry, Andy, not to cut you off. It's funny. I think everybody is looking towards that left-hand gate if you're looking downwind. So maybe they're hedging their bets right. We'll see.
This is an all-American mark rounding here. We got Corinthian leading into it, San Diego on their left hip, and New York Yacht Club right on their transom. And I think there's probably only one exit out of this gate.
Yeah, as well as Host's having a really great race. They're currently sitting in fourth if we were just looking at the boats rounding. Which, again, like I mentioned before, it was such a fun yacht club to chat with. Father-son, husband and wife on board, as well as, just Brian Turvey, the former Commodore of the Host Yacht Club, sent me some good little tidbits. And he wishes that the team that was here in 2021 is invited back. Everybody had such a good time. And, they're just cheering them on from afar.
Yeah. And Hoth Yacht Club, who we thought was getting bounced around in the middle from La Punta del Este, they might be thanking them later for keeping them centered on the course.
Okay. Corinthian Yacht Club going around that right-hand mark. And the breeze has actually steadied back. Oh, yeah, New York just got around San Diego. Spinnaker halyard around the batten. There we go. Ease it off. Up they go. Everyone going for this right-hand mark. Nobody liking the left one at all. But it'll just be a question now. The favoured mark is the right-hand one, looking upwind. It'll be interesting to see when and who and how they decide to tack away. But New York doing good work. San Diego doing good work. Corinthian Yacht Club. Oh, here we go. A little inside here from Hoth. Yeah, they've done a good job of getting back into this, Hoth.
Yeah.
and they are going around outside Guido and the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron.
Yeah, with this setup here, we're at kind of a one mark leeward gate. Well, the other one's not going to get you anywhere, so this is a bit of follow lead around the mark, and you got to find your time to get back to the middle.
A lot of supporters of the Hoth Yacht Club here.
Yeah, Hoth is getting a lot of camera time today because they're up here with the front group, and they've had not a bad regatta. They started with a 7th on the first day and had a 15 and a 17 and a 17. And a 7th to close out the day yesterday. So all in all, good event for them.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a minute to find the groove, and maybe they're having a little luck of the Irish.
Well, this city was built by the Irish, so they're certainly at home here, no? Well, the Irish had a good hand in building a lot of buildings. Good Irish heritage, at least down here in the 5th Ward, where the New York Yacht Club resides.
Yeah, stick with the 5th Ward there, buddy. I think it was the English mainly, but
they came
with their French architects.
Yeah.
And
I think the Irish came in and fixed it up after the English came through.
Right. They certainly keep everyone well lubricated around. If anyone's been to the Fastnet, that's the place to go if you want to watch some sport in Newport.
And the St. Patrick's Day Parade, the most epic day here in Newport.
I'll take a pass as an Englishman. Corinthian Yacht Club leading, New York Yacht Club, San Diego, Royal Sydney, Royal Vancouver. Oh, that was a tight little port starboard there. Royal Vancouver ducking underneath Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. Is that Sydney Yacht Squadron and Hoth?
Now, has this race been shortened? Is that the
yeah.
race committee?
So the windward leg has been shortened. I don't know if it's been shortened with a final downwind leg. I'll just get back to you on that. We're just looking at the exactos.
Yeah, so just sort of compressing the race course a little bit, which if you're Corinthian, you're perfectly happy with at this moment. A pretty comfortable lead. They've kind of gone back to the middle, letting New York.
Breeze has gone left, now at 350. So it was a course change, Charlie minus, so now 0-0-0. They've taken 300 yards. It's now only 1 nautical mile, not 1.3 nautical miles. And so there will be a downwind leg also. And the breeze filling in slightly from the left-hand side. Maybe Katie, we'll go out to Katie. A left-hand shift. Is that breeze filling in from Quonset?
Yeah, definitely big lefty here. But it's funny. Down in the bottom marshes, it seems like the breeze really dropped out. But now, looking upwind, kind of filling in a little bit. But if you notice, I don't know how much onboard footage you have right in front of you. There's a lot of, like in and out, up and down. Again, a lot of these teams or a lot of these younger crew members did college sailing. They're used to sailing dinghies, small keel boats, and they're really trying to take what they know from college sailing and sailing on these similar types of boats into the IC-37 and just be really conscious of how they're moving together, what they're doing with their body, upwind as well as downwind. Just keeping the boat going fast in this lighter pressure is really what's going to set the top leaders apart from the rest of the fleet.
And in these light conditions, often about stress management too, because if you basically don't have any. It's very hard to if you go extreme one side or the other. A lot of stress, a lot of looking around. We're on board with New York Yacht Club right now. Tricky. Is that left more tide but better breeze on the left, perhaps?
That's what I think a lot of people are digging into. I'm just sitting right now next to Royal Vancouver, and they're looking at the right, and then they've decided to tack over and also go left. And so, yeah, again, it's really one of those things that you can tell that the leaders in the top of the fleet, not only are they playing the shift, but again, really being conscious of how many tacks they're doing. What's their boat handling like? To try to minimize trying to get back up to speed. Just because it is pretty light.
Yeah, these boats are certainly the right and good platform for this style racing. This is just a continuation of a long string of New York Yacht Club initiated classes that started back with the New York 30s, if I was back in 1905 with old Captain Nat Herreshoff up the bay.
Good old Captain Nat. Go and see the Herreshoff Museum up in Bristol.
Absolutely.
A real treat. You'll see some amazing innovative boats, including foiling trimarans back in the day, before anyone else figured it out.
Cool place up there, and then maybe a good thing to do if no racing on Saturday. Take a trip up to the museum up the bay. But yeah, after the 30s, you get the 50s, the 40s, the 32s, the 48s, the 40s, the 36s, and for a little while the Club Swan 42s, right? And then they got rid of the furniture of the 42s, and we're into these IC 37s, which are just like big dinghies. Throw them around.
Yeah, and they had to get an Irishman to help them design it, Mark Mills.
Yeah, and amazing enough, and Mark has been transitioned that into the Cape 31, which is a new hot class over in Solent, and Mark clearly knows how to design and build a boat that's fast and fun to sail.
Maybe that's where the Irish are getting their kind of hot streak on from this race. They did a lot of sailing. I was chatting with them earlier. They did quite a bit of practicing in the Cape, and I know that Itchner, Andy is his favorite. They also too did quite a bit of practicing in the Cape 31. They said it's a bit cruisier when it's a bigger breeze. They said it handles way more like a dinghy than the IC, but fun all the same.
San Diego Yacht Club. Is there a bit of a right-hand shift at the top there, or is they just have they gotten to better breeze, or is I'm always thinking there's less tide on this right-hand side. It'll turn first. Is it tide or wind they've got there, Katie?
Definitely in a nice bit of breeze right there, and they've just got good solid boat speed. I don't think this is necessarily the biggest shift that they're going to take, but I do think that they're just in a bit more pressure.
Well, look at that. They are bossing it right now. They are going faster. There's tidal gain there. There's no question that's a bit of tidal gain. Not only have they got a slight right-hand shift, but they've got tide as well. And that's bad for New York Yacht Club because they're stuck in on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they're with Corinthian. If we were to wind back the track, Corinthian went back to the middle a little sooner. And, San Diego carried on another couple minutes and reaped the rewards of something a little, they're got their own little breeze out there. Looks like to me like a little slightly higher angle, and just climbing up the ladder.
Body language on New York Yacht Club not quite so good anymore, is it? Ugh. Everyone looking a little bit more mopey.
But out there with San Diego, it's a great chance to bring in the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, which has slid itself into second place and not far off the leader here. And this is their second event, as we noted. They had 12th was their best finish in 2021, and helmsman Ben Mumford did an outstanding job keeping them going fast and straight.
Well, we've got lots of fans watching on YouTube. I'm on right here. Tim Vogel, Let's Go Royal Vancouver. Great work on this particular leg. Up to third. They must have taken something on the right-hand side. This is the third leg of a four-leg race, the sixth race. Michael McNamara, loving this great sailing he's watching from City Island Yacht Club in New York. Let's Go Hoth and Royal Cork. Oh, he's a real American. He's got Irish heritage. Eddie English. Oh, Eddie English. Good stuff. Hoth. Eddie English runs Sail Cork in Crosshaven. He's one of the stalwarts of the Irish sailing scene. Does a weather forecast every day. And I've sailed with him for 30 years, man and boy, at the Cork Week. What an amazing event. Look how light it's getting. Katie, out on the water. How light is it?
Oh, gosh, guys, it's just so funny. It can change on a dime out here. We were in such good pressure right before, but now, oh, my gosh, crews are in. They're on the leeward side. Everybody's kind of huddled together. Wait definitely further on the bow to get that transom out of the water. And, New York Yacht Club not looking in the best position on that kind of furthest left-hand side. I think San Diego is just eyes out and just trying to connect the dots just to get to the windward marks here.
Yeah, they've all of a sudden put themselves in a very, very strong position. But yeah, no good. It's a beautiful bluebird sky, right? No clouds. Just the
no
breezes.
clouds to be Yeah. Oh, absolutely beautiful, but definitely breeze down. And
Wait. Look at the clouds.
Those are out over the ocean.
No, they're not. No. This is crucial. They're not. That is
easterly.
No, that is over. That's over Fall River and the eastern side of Providence. So that is good news because that means it's heating up inshore, and that may well promote some sea breeze for later this afternoon. I'm hoping that is the case, and I'm hoping that because the tide will start to come in an hour or two, that will encourage the sea breeze to come in. I could easily see them moving the racecourse around to Gould Island if the Navy have finished with their torpedo practicing or whatever they're doing over by Gould Island. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, great pictures of them right there. We got
nice little subtle crew movements and. Hopefully we won't get up center. Sometimes where this race course is, though, right, if you get this sort of battle of the southerly and the gradient northerly, you can end up with a giant dead zone here in the middle of the bay. And
there's going to be light tide for the next couple of hours, so that is good in terms of light air racing. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club doing a great job. Arthur Gooch, I think that was Nicole Johnson we had pictures of right there. Hunter Loden, Eric Lyle, Tavish Minielli, Ben Mumford, who you've mentioned before, Carly Scott, Ben Scott, and Ryan Wood.
Yeah, they needed a good results, and they've had a pair of 10s, a nice 8th, but just struggled to the 14th at the end of the day yesterday on a hard one, and I think as of this morning, the Vancouver was sitting 11th, so pretty solid mid-fleet. One kind of putting right to the top.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Jamestown, north end of Jamestown, right there.
Sparkly.
Yeah.
There you go. Here's some truth here in the overhead view of how
New York.
How both spread.
New York Yacht Club got to dig themselves out of that left-hand side they've been passed. It got a little bit light on the left. San Diego. Their horses ripping now.
Yeah.
Is this moving day, moving race? Is this the moment where things stick around? Royal Canadian on the right hand side as well. Royal Vancouver. There's some maple syrup on that right hand side. Looks lovely. San Diego Yacht Club keeping it classy in the middle.
Yacht Club Argentino are the leader going into this race, still struggling to find a way out of the back of the fleet. And
where are they right now?
Yeah, they're currently according to the tracker, they're 15th, but they're pretty leveraged on that right side and pretty far back.
I think, guys, with the breeze so down right now, it's going to be really hard to kind of dig yourself out of any hole that you put yourselves in early on. It's really been that was kind of the same story last race. The pressure's up and down, but when it's really down, you don't want to find yourself in a bad position because if there's no fuel to the fire, how are you going to go?
Absolutely.
Nacho Guani says, "Vamos Uruguay." So nice to have such a diverse representation, nations all around the world.
Well, there gives you a good perspective of where the crew is.
Beautiful drone shot. Love it. Looking down the mainsail, showing us the curve of the mainsail. Those non-sailors, the sails really are trying to replicate an aeroplane wing, essentially, stuck up and down, and that's what gives it the difference in pressure between one side and the other of the mainsail, and the pressure that the slot between the jib here and the mainsail creates drive forwards.
Yeah, you can really see the traveler play there, right, in these things, and it's either all the way up or all the way in the middle.
We'll tease our guest tomorrow, Kenny Reed. He'll be able to tell us a little more about what the sails do.
He'll tell us. These are brand spanking new, straight out of the bag.
Oh, really? Look at the jib. So you see those two little circles. That means
soft.
when you can see through. But look how soft the halyard is. It's exactly what I was going to say. Very soft halyard, and that's to keep a lot of depth in the front and as much power as possible in the front of the jib.
Yeah, and that's what I was told after the first day. When they're brand new, and these North sails, they're stiff. They're hard to force the shape into them, and I guess you probably got to go to extremes with the halyard like that to get that depth and the power into it. but three-dimensional jib trim, you know, that thing goes in, out, up, down, all sorts of things you can play with to get it to set right, and it's sometimes hard to get right.
Signal boat is moving. New York Yacht Club desperate to get out from this left-hand side. Is that easing? They're easing something there. I think they're easing halyard as well, but they're being headed all the way back here. Pete Levesque, oh, look, there's some breeze on the left here, maybe, but dogs in the house. People are going down below. New York Yacht Club, can they stay ahead of Yacht Club Punta del Este? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the primary control there, he's got the Vang, and we got the big roach on these mains, and the Vang is a very powerful, quick change.
Signal boat's moving.
Yeah.
Right hand shift 20 degrees right now.
Yeah, big shift, and it's interesting. Right up at the top of the course, right at the marks, it is like either on one side of the breeze line, you're in the doldrums, or you're in quite a bit of air. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens once these teams are kind of like shot out. Who can kind of extend, but just to get even to the zone is going to be tricky.
Oof.
Light on San Diego now. Oh, it's gone so light. What breeze have you got at the top there, Katie? How much?
I would say not even 5 knots. Maybe if we're lucky at the top marks, we're at 5. I think what they're in currently right now might be 4. maybe if they're lucky.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun to play with the tracker if you just the overhead and look at the angles. And right now, the Yacht Club Punta del Este, our first timers, are looking pretty strong on their angle to mark, and they're sort of on the ladder rung with these leaders, and they may have their Royal Hong Kong moment in this race. How cool would that be? They are closest to center course, right on my mind.
New York getting sucked into that left-hand side. Doesn't look great.
Yeah, this might be a race for Punta del Este. They're one of the only boats out here currently with any type of charge in their tires, and they're pretty much laying the mark. They might have to do one more tack, but yeah, it could be interesting to see them round first.
Look at that.
That is amazing.
And what's funny about Yacht Club Punta del Este is it has an amazing place in my memory of my youth, because when I followed these ocean races that go all around the world, if ever there was there were some stopovers there for a start, but if ever there were dramas, disasters, dismastings, or whatever, the boats would always head for Punta del Este, Uruguay, and it's such a magical word. It evokes incredible South American atmosphere. I love it. I can almost smell the Yacht Club Punta del Este right here.
So, Andy, that was about what, 70, 80 years ago for you?
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, my round the world sailing days have long gone. The furthest I ever went from was Annapolis to Newport, which, in case you were asking, I still hold the fastest ever record on a Volvo 70.
Well, there you go, charging upwind at a stately 3 knots. The helms in Santiago Sevilla, who's it kind of comes out of the snipe J24s and small boat classes and J70s, and yeah, man, he's got to be loving it. He's a tactician, Aldo Centenaro. Again, he was 3rd at the Corinthian in 2018 J70 World Championship as a helm, and they are having a good one.
On board with Hoth. They're still in the hunt here. They were good a minute ago, but I don't see them on the leaderboard right now.
Unfortunately, I think they've found themselves in the back of the fleet. They're now trailing our friends with the yellow spinnaker. This thing all kind of turned upside down at the top of the beat.
The left coming, there's Yacht Club Argentino just crossing Hoth. Oh, look how light it is. They've just got, all they got to do is get to the top, and then they can pretty much get down to the bottom with the tide that's going left to right, that's ebbing. But maybe there's still a bit of golf left in this hole. If it goes really light, I don't see them now. We've done well. Thanks for that, Katie. Our Nostradamus out on the water predicting the future. 4 to 5 knots And Yacht Club Punta del Este just having to do 2 tacks to the top here. They'll be very happy about this indeed. Good for them. Go Uruguay. What do they say in Uruguay? Vamos?
Vamos.
Is it vamos?
It's gotta be vamos. Vamos.
Vamos,
Vamos.
Uruguay.
Rápido.
We're rapido.
Rapido, yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, and they've got some nice space between them and the following herd, and yeah, they might be able to sneak away with this one. And San Diego still sticking it in there, keeping it close, but New York Yacht Club definitely coughed up a few points there. But lo and behold, Southern Yacht Club finds itself back in the mix here too.
Well.
Yeah, Royal Vancouver too, having a really great race.
Yeah.
They might end up rounding second.
Look at that. What a huge lead. See you bye. Very good. Breeze, signal boats now set. Breeze back to 0-1-0 at 4 to 5 knots.
Oh, man, the spread from the front of the fleet to the back, massive.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. You know, seeing those boats way down the course, and you know, just seeing how light it's gotten. It's definitely going to be heartbreaking for some who are down there still, because it's so light out here. I can't stress it enough. I mean, you can see all the crews, you know, down on the leeward rail and just trying to get some heel on these boats and just keep them cooking.
Amazing. Well, let's just. I'm going to go back on a slight replay of the tracker here.
Yeah, I think they you know, this is much like the Germans did yesterday coming out that final. You kind of sent it out to a side, and I think the Punta del Este did the same. They just got hard right, and they must be like a 2 or 3 tack beat for them. But they came in on a long starboard tack. And I think as we started to see when the left was crating there with New York and everybody else, they just sailed over the top of that left group.
Okay, well,
finally hoisting. That took a long time to get down that leg.
To be fair, Yacht Club Punta del Este came around the bottom mark in.
Yeah, they were always there.
Yeah, they were always there. Well, they came around the bottom mark in 10th actually, and then they basically were forced. They carried on going right. Royal Canadian and the Royal Vancouver both tacked inside them, and then the righty hit, and they were way to the right.
And you say they crossed the Royal Canadians, and where do we find the Canadians now?
No, the Canadians actually tacked in front of them, and
they are last.
Oh my goodness!
They are the boat you see in the back horizon.
There was only 4 boat lengths difference, so you can see very tricky out on the race course today. Royal Vancouver Yacht Club now coming around in second. San Diego. Where are they? Okay, I haven't got the. I've got the tracker still on replay.
Yeah, you're
Let's
back.
catch up.
You're back in the race. Yeah.
Oh, look at that! And the Nordsoester Regatta Verein from Hamburg, the Germans in second, Royal Vancouver in third, San Diego, Japan, Corinthians, Southern, Royal New Zealand, and then New York Yacht Club in ninth. Hey.
Yeah, but again, Verein did the same thing yesterday. Remember, they were the spoiler coming in on that last downwind leg. They came out of the looking downwind on the hard right side and came in and mixed everything up with the with that front group. And I think they do the same thing. They probably were out right side. We'll look back at the tracker, but San Diego still plenty safe here with the sitting fourth. That's exactly I think where they need to be with their other front runners. A little more buried here. Whatever happened to the Kiwis?
Yeah, they're kind of climbing back their way on the right side of the course. I don't know what's going on with them, but definitely not too happy at that first race. Really, pleasantly surprising themselves, and now, just definitely didn't make the right call, I think.
Well, Corinthian 2, which was our leader going into the bottom mark, they've slid a few places down, but nothing too dramatic there. They're still somewhat safe, and I guess they're just saving points as best they can. Katie, where?
Go
ahead.
No, Dave, keep going.
Hard to tell here from the track. Where is Corinthian in amongst some of the group? Do they have enough space to get away, or are they in danger of getting stuck in one of these weathermark groups?
I think they have enough space, but we're starting to make our way down the course now. So I'm kind of looking up and believe that they are not in a terrible position that they'll get kind of trapped out. But again, not really. I'm on the best angle to be able to say yes or no.
Okay.
But yeah, I misspoke earlier. The Kiwis actually are rounding not in a terrible position. I want to say they're maybe sixth. Yeah, so not terrible, not bad, not great.
Chaotic, I think, is how this race has been described so far. If you're in this,
Yeah. A lot of conversions happening here. It's an up and down race, up and down. But I have to say, not shooting San Diego to horn. Because we don't really know how many races we'll be able to get in. Kind of switching that mindset and taking no prisoners, and you have to make every race count. And so maybe that's not being so risky in behaviors. Really taking and sending it to one side or versus the other. I think Tyler is just being super consistent and taking all the feedback from his teammates into consideration there.
Yeah, I think that, as we said earlier, that he's the most consistent, or San Diego is the most consistent thus far, and no reason to panic with Yacht Club Punta del Este winning this one. They're not a concern in terms of the top five, and you just got to keep winning the group that you're trying to beat, right?
Exactly.
Man, are these guys going to party tonight at the club? It is the big New York Yacht Club tradition, the annual clam bake, lobster bake, and I think the Uruguayans are down south. They have different lobsters than we do up here. Is that right?
I don't know. It's a hard pass for me, though. Lobsters, yeah.
Oh, I know. They're like bugs. They just go around and eat the stuff on the bottom. Anyway.
Well, that's quite unusual. We're on the same page here. Yeah, lobsters, not my thing. I don't know why. Just not my thing.
The visiting teams, they love the amazing parties here at the club. Top shelf, first class, everything, and I'm sure this lobster bake, they love it when they come to town to get their lobster.
I'm going for
bib on and everything.
I'm going for the stuffy. I'm going for a real Rhode Islander.
Go for the stuffy.
Rhode Islander. What is that? There's a clam stuffed with bread and some peppers.
Quahogs.
Quahogs.
Big clam, come on.
Quahogs.
Eddie, haven't you lived here long enough to know that? Come on.
I just have a very small amount of knowledge about lots of things.
That's right. Oh, we'll test him here, the official food of Rhode Island. What do you got?
I've got a clarification. There were some questions here where I'm on YouTube and Facebook saying I couldn't quite follow with the leg numbers. The leg between the windward mark and the offset, despite it being incredibly short, is included as a leg. And there are very significant reasons for that, I'm sure. But I couldn't tell you what they are. But it's probably because if they move it, I don't know. What happens if they...
it's a leg of the course.
Right, let's carry on.
If you have anyway, yeah.
Questions here. What's the prize purse? No, this is from a new sailing fan. Very unusual in sailing to have a prize purse. Do you know why? Because it's very expensive to go sailing. At this sort of sailing. To be fair, I'm not doing Sail Newport justice. There's clubs all around the world who do extremely economical sailing. For $25, you can go down to Sail Newport and rent one of their J22. Some days they have promotions where you can go down there and sail for free. Someone said, better question, what's the entry fee? I have no idea. Don't ask such inappropriate questions.
I think to get
go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, no, guys, I think just, even though this is an amateur event, it does take quite a bit of effort to get everybody to this event. Some of these teams are traveling 16, 17 hours just to be able to compete for a week and, take the time off of work and all that said. So, I thank you to all the people that have supported them back at home to be able to get them here. I know, regardless of how teams end up, they are so thankful and so happy to be here in general, just to get to experience this and compete against other teams from around the world, friends and competitors, and just, what a really unique experience that these amateurs get to participate in.
Yeah, they certainly love it being here, and I think the beauty of this thing is you just got to look at the sort of the current standings of this race right now, with the Yacht Club Punta del Este leading it, and the Norddeutsche Regatta Marine up second, the Royal Vancouver on their heels, and Japan Sailing Federation getting themselves in the fifth. And this is the international flavor of this thing is amazing.
Yeah, it's superb. New York Yacht Club, I'm afraid, had their chances here.
They're looking at the spinnaker of the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, yesterday's race winner, having now sailed themselves back into 10th place, and they're going to have to rethink after this one. Does it appear on the water, Katie, that the Yacht Club Punta del Este has this thing in the bag? Are they sailing straight to the finish? And they certainly have enough distance between them.
For sure, they've got this in the bag. They've done a great job at just kind of staying consistent, staying in pressure. Tweaking a little bit. No crazy movements by the crew. Again, like a lot of crew weight just kind of on that leeward side to just kind of condense everybody. Skipper looking just cool, confident, and just eyes on the prize, just looking at that finish line and just saying, we got to get there. Couple more boat lengths. There was a minute there that the German team did look like they were inching up, kind of going on the same speed as them. But no, they've definitely extended, and I think they have this one in the back.
Outstanding. And as I love to look deeper into the fleet, our friends on the Yacht Club Argentino have actually climbed themselves back up into 11th. If that plays out, that's a saving race for them, but where they were earlier. But I know there's a lot more distance to sail, but I feel there's a bit of a group back behind these leaders, isn't there?
Yeah, there sure is. I think the closest race behind Yacht Club Punta del Este is going to be between the Germans and the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club. They're sitting in Royal Vancouver's just kind of sitting on the German team's hip and just trying to kind of cover their air. So I'm curious to see if they can make some gains on them.
Well, we have got some. I tell you, it only takes for one of the newer teams to get out into the front and to go leading before the viewers online and supporters of that team come out in their droves. We have got a maelstrom of comments from those. Vamos, Cecilia Jacara. Vamos, Lagara Charua. What does that mean?
I don't know. We're gonna have to you get your Google Translator going there.
Greatest team. Yeah, I should use some technology. Alejandro Genta. Vamos, Uruguay. Vamos, Felipe. Wonderful. Vamos, Nacho. We've got them all on here.
Celebrations in the street of Montevideo tonight.
Very good. There they go. Downwind.
Yeah.
Yacht Club Punta del Este. Congratulations.
They're making their way across the line. It's going to be about, I want to say, 2 boat lengths now, boat lengths and a half. We'll be hearing that gun pretty soon. And then I hope we're going to see some high fives, some hugs, some cheers shortly.
Yeah, we'll have to check with our historians here of how many teams, new teams, first-timers, have won races on their first Invitational Cup attempts.
Yeah, look at the German team here trying to squeeze down. Here we go, across the line. And it is Yacht Club Punta del Este. Good job. Well done. An excellent win. And if I had a little button where I could do cheering in the background noise, that's exactly what I do right now. I do some good cheering for.
Look at the compression on the fleet here, though. Huh? That new breeze, it's like filling in out of the kind of northeast. Yeah.
You did such a good job last time with naming the Uruguayans. Give their team the full shout out.
The Yacht Club Punta del Este, Santiago Severa on the helm, the tactician Aldo Centenaro, Alejandra Oliveira. We've got 2 females, Victoria Garcia, Ignacio Gersar, Ramiro Martinez, Sebastian Arana, Enrique Chicandans, and Felipe Umpiere. Not bad, huh?
Not bad. And here we go with the Germans just trying to push their bow all the way down here. And is this going to work out for them because they're so slow? Royal Vancouver Yacht Club have had to jibe away to try and find some better breeze. And I think the Germans are now able to head up a little.
Yeah, this is a big righty, right? We're looking at almost a breeze out of the northeast, huh?
Yeah, that's Prudence Island right behind here,
Yeah.
the Germans. And they've got a squeeze on here. This is going to be a real tight finish here. I think the Germans are probably going to get it here, but the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club do have the chance to jibe around.
Yeah, this might be a photo finish, guys. Royal Vancouver is looking like they're going to take another jibe. But, oh gosh, the German team is now just slightly more ahead. The boat looks a little bit more favored, and yeah, I think they got it. I think the German team actually did come out ahead. That was a close one.
Great. This is our first, well, this is, I think, the first time that this German team has been at the Invitational as well. So we have got some cherries popped right here, because we have got the Yacht Club Punta del Este with their very first time at the Invitational and their first win. And we have got a lot of crazy happy fans online giving them all the love. And also the German team, their first time here at the Invitational, good second place. And now a bit of a battle at the back, in the middle for the finish here.
Yeah, this is going to be good, because that shift at there, that little righty, nobody was laying this finish on that port jibe. So these guys have some distance, come back to the line, and then at some point, I think we got one more jibe within this group, so it's going to be fun to watch the chaos. I wonder if do we have New York Yacht Club in the mix of all that.
I think New York is just taking one jibe, and then they're going to have to jibe into the finish. It looks like everybody's kind of jibing into the finish now.
Yeah. Down number 16. We're going to call that Royal Canadian Yacht Club.
Vancouver.
No. 16, Royal Canadian. Vancouver already done. Close here. Japan, Hong Kong, New York. Can New York squeeze in at the boat here? I think New York may be able to jump a couple of boats here, because at the moment in 10th they really need to get into 7th or 8th perhaps.
But this is the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron on the left side there on port jibe.
Over New York.
Yeah, also, interestingly enough, Southern had a pretty good race. They're coming in right behind San Diego Yacht Club, and then the Japanese Sailing Federation, as well as the Royal Yacht Squadron New Zealand. And then just irking in there at the boat, kind of squeezing it in, is boat 12, or Corinthian friends.
New York squeeze it ahead of Hong Kong.
Yeah.
By boat length. And did they get New Zealand Yacht Squadron? No, maybe.
Yeah, Corinthian got itself a 7th out there, and that's that is big points for that, or good points for that 7. Yeah, boy, I couldn't even begin to figure out what the scoring is going to be out of this one, but luckily we've got Laura Beigel here. She's going to do some math and give us an update on who's moved what. But this race definitely turned things into different directions.
Right.
New York Yacht Club looked good, leg one. Actually, got to be probably happy with the 10th.
That was just unbelievable.
Not far behind him, we do have the Yacht Club Argentino.
And the two Irish teams here. Coming down Hoth. Board with them, Yacht Club Argentino to windward, and then Yacht Club Costa Smeralda.
And the Royal Swedish Yacht Club putting in one that they're probably going to want to forget. And that will certainly change the top 5.
Trying to squeeze in. Oh, and they do a nice job of that, squeezing in. Is that the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, I think? Katie?
It is, Andy. Yeah, they were able to just squeak in there. There might have been not even half a boat length, but they were able to kind of just cruise in there. But yeah, gosh, Host not having the best race, but they were looking really great on that one leg, and I don't know what happened around that mark, but yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I just love that at this event. It's really up and down in terms of who's winning, who's losing. The fleets, it really is kind of anybody's game in every race.
Yep, and the Royal Swedish Yacht Club not having a great race either, and they're going to go from 4th position, sliding down the standings. But light all around the race course. Well, nice to have you all here. Dave and I in the studio, just trying to keep you informed and maybe a little entertained here at the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational 2023. Slightly foreshortened. We're not going to sail on Saturday, but we are going to get as many races in as we can today.
That race, I think, is going to be one of the important ones. Other than Yacht Club Punta del Este doing it and getting it done on, they're going to keep their little shotgun shell. They're going to be excited, but I think the top 5 just got a little bit scrambled, and so we'll have to see how the results play out, if they can get them to us in time, then crunch the numbers. But other than, I think we're probably 1 o'clock here.
Well,
thank more races.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us. And I can tell you, after the Yacht Club Punta del Este win, they've blown up all of the social medias. They have got some fans from South America for sure enjoying that win. We'll be back to you in just a few moments with race number 7, the 3rd race today. Don't go away.
The 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York The 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York Yacht Club Regatta Association partners are Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, Peters & May, and Hammett's Hotel.
Every other September since 2009, the best amateur sailors gather at the stately New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island, for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. Over 7 editions, this Corinthian event has attracted teams representing 48 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, from 21 countries on all 6 inhabited continents. Founded in 1844, the New York Yacht Club's history parallels the growth of sailing as a recreational sport in America. Its first event was a cruise from New York to Newport. Its first race was held in 1845 with 9 yachts and was called a Trial of Speed. The following year, it became the annual regatta, which has been run 166 times since, and is the oldest regular sailing competition in North America. Now in its 7th edition, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational has become one of sailing's premier Corinthian events, featuring top-notch racing, superb organization, and unparalleled onshore hospitality.
Well, this is such a spectacular event. The Invitational Cup now is, this is our 7th running. It's 7th biannual event, so we're 14 years into this, and we couldn't be more pleased with the way that the competitors have come to the club, year after year. We've had several clubs that have been in the Invitational Cup for many years, and we always welcome the new clubs where this might be their first event. But the Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, that celebrates amateur sailing at its finest. This week, enjoy the Corinthian spirit that is the cornerstone of this event. 60 years.
Competing in this prestigious event is a rare privilege, a fact not lost on each and every competitor. For this fortnight, the stately Harbor Court Clubhouse, overlooking Newport Harbor, serves as a temple to Corinthian yachting.
It's actually a pretty special invitation to be invited to come sail on this event.
you know, we've tried over the past couple of years to try to come and qualify to sail in it, and we've come just short, but to actually be sailing in the Invitational is something very special to us. I've sailed in many big events. I've done a lot of world championships over the course of my sailing career, and the Invitational Cup with all top amateurs is just something really special, and you know, vying for it to get here is very difficult, especially in the United States. And you know, we're really looking forward to a great week.
I would say this is the most prestigious event for many reasons. I mean, the Yacht Club alone is this mystic place. It's like if you were, you know, religious and you were going to your, you know, temple where your religion started. It's almost feeling like that. I know that in England and France have their places as well, but for the U.S., I think this is it. The New York Yacht Club is the place to go. I would say to all the sailors, if you're really interested in the sport and the history of the sport, should be on your bucket list.
While this regatta prides itself on the high standard of organisation and competition, it's always worth a reminder that the participants are Corinthian sailors, taking time away from work and family to compete. The collective passion for the sport is omnipresent.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna personally say my favorite part about this event, all amateur. You know, we're going to all these G70 regattas and everything else, and there's pros all over the place, and we love the pros in our sport, and they're good for the sport, and they help us. But it's so great to just be sailing against other people that this isn't how they make their living. This is how they want to have fun and be connected to the water and be connected to their clubs. So for us, you know, everybody on our boat is that, right? Like full-on, full-blown amateurs. We've got a couple of people that were America's Cup bowmen, you know, 15 years ago. And they're really good sailors, maybe 25 years ago. But really good sailors, but we're all, you know, we have jobs and kids and lives, and it was just such a fun thing to be able to be part of, and I'm you know, just really honored to be here, to be really honest.
After the first 5 editions were sailed in the Swan 42 class, the 2021 event was the second one to utilise the IC37, commissioned by the club and designed by Mark Mills. The strict one-design nature of this purpose-built class, including identical sails and onboard equipment, combined with the fact that each boat is owned and maintained by the New York Yacht Club, ensures a level playing field not seen in any other amateur big boat sailing competition.
You know, you don't hear it at all. The boats are so evenly matched, and we've really paid attention to make sure the fact that we can own the boats gives us the controls that we need to keep them level. There's no better place to be in one design sailing when you know all the boats are level, and there's not one boat ahead of another. And that's what the Invitational Cup, that's what the IC37 is about, and we're proud to be able to maintain that level competitiveness in the boats.
It's not surprising that participants have warmly welcomed this style of racing, as it gives each team a chance to shine based on their true sailing skills.
We like the boat. We've done a little bit of practice. We did a pre-regatta back in July, I believe, not with the crew, but just the helmsman and myself, just to kind of get acclimated with it and to go with it. We mostly race one design boats anyway, so we're kind of used to the one design theory, which we love because everything's equal, and you know, it's just a matter of the skill on the water that's going to get you around, and you know, the least mistakes around those turning marks is going to be critical to success in this regatta.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, I think it really sets a great stage for bringing it, you know, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team, and taking all the other variables out of it. So yeah, I think it's a great boat, and here in the conditions in Newport, it's so much fun to sail.
For the first time since the inaugural event in 2009, the fleet for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup hit the starting line without a defending champion, shaking up the form guide as teams and sailing fans look toward the start of sailing's premier Corinthian big boat competition. The absence of the defending champions from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron along with a trio of clubs that sailed in each previous edition, has created opportunity to new and old international entrants and a handful of US yacht clubs loaded with top amateur talent.
So we're incredibly excited to be back here after a couple of years of not being here. And we've all had a hard time the last couple of years, and just to get here is a great success. So of course we're here to win it. You know, we've won it 2 years ago. We know what it takes to win it, you know. I think that's the difference. We know what it takes to put a campaign together to win this event.
The opening day of action for the 2021 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup saw 19 teams from 9 countries hitting the water and becoming part of this event's storied history. It was forecast to be a challenging day on Rhode Island for both competitors and the race committee. While the long-term progression of the breeze was in one direction, there were plenty of holes and random oscillations that drive tacticians crazy. Royal Thames Yacht Club had the perfect start to the regatta, setting the British club up to repeat its 2015 success. As they finished second in 2 races and then tacked on an emphatic win in the day's final contest. This translated to a 7-point lead over hosts New York Yacht Club, which sits second, a point ahead of 2017 champion Southern Yacht Club.
We're here to do as best we can to make sure that we all sail well, we all get better throughout the week. So we came out today just in a really nice sort of mindset, really nice, comfortable, not too much pressure, just in a really good space to be free to do well, and I think we achieved that.
The second day of sailing's premier Corinthian regatta featured 3 more races. The San Francisco Yacht Club took advantage of the conditions for its first win of the regatta, capping off a marked improvement over day 1 and putting the team within range of the podium with 6 races remaining. Coming in third on the day's final race was Southern Yacht Club, which had undoubtedly the best day on the water and vaulted into the overall lead with 21 points.
It was very side-oriented today, and whether the left worked or the right worked was kind of the guessing game, and it was just extremely difficult. The puffs were in and out. The velocity was going from 6 knots to 15 knots. So it was a lot of changing gears, a lot of keeping your head out of the boat, and just kind of getting that top 10 finish. That's the main thing today. I mean, today was one of those days where you can't just, it's not a straightforward kind of day.
Day 3 was one of the most challenging on the water in the history of this regatta. But intense pressure creates diamonds, and with its back to the proverbial wall, 2019 runners-up San Diego Yacht Club turned in a gem of a performance, winning both races and saving its hopes of a podium finish after a middling start by its lofty standards to the regatta.
Today we kind of got back in the groove and put ourselves in some good spots, and kudos to our tactician. Jake Liddell sailed really well and had a good game plan for the team.
The other significant storyline of the day was Southern Yacht Club once again transforming a near disaster into a respectable finish. A 4th in race 8 extended the New Orleans-based club's overall lead to 13 points.
I think it was just early on in the race. We were lucky it happened on the first beat, and we just kind of settled in, tried to get our boat going fast again. It was physically challenging as well. You know, we tried to, whenever we were tacking and it was a little bit less pressure coming out of the tack, we tried to roll the boat. Even though it's a big boat, you know, we're kind of sailing it like a dinghy.
One of the most engaging aspects of this competition is the fact that many teams have family members competing together on the same crew. The ability to race alongside a brother, wife, son or father surely provides memories of a lifetime.
It's magical sailing with your kids. Like, I love it. You know, the fact that they actually, I think, sort of like sailing with me is, you know, sort of fun. And I'm sure that'll come to an end very soon. So we're trying to sort of get in a couple more regattas while we can, while they still don't mind getting on a boat with me. But it has really been fun. For me, anyway, I don't know. But.
The leading Southern Yacht Club team may also have its secret in the family bond, as the helmsperson's John Lovell sees his wife, Katie, sitting behind him, working the runners. Meanwhile, tactician Marcus Egan is often calling on his brother, Andrew, for help with the sail trip.
Oh, it's great. I mean, we work together every day, too, so just to mention that. So not only do we work together, we spend weekends together, we holiday together, and we sail together. So it's great. I mean, he might say that, shit, I would rather have a break from this guy because I see him every day. But Andrew and I get along great. He understands. He filters the chaos that sometimes I spit out, and him and I have a great relationship, and we built it over the years and continue to build it. So it's a lot of fun.
One of the goals of the IC37 class and the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is to increase the number of female participants. Each team is obligated to have at least 2 women on its crew. Among the highly skilled women that competed and excelled in Newport, Laura Dillon from Howth Yacht Club was a leading figure, as she was the only female tactician of the event. She hopes it's a trend that will continue to grow for future events.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's loads of women out there who are really good tacticians, and we just need to encourage more of them to come to this event and be either the helms or the tacticians on the boats. You know, I think a lot of the women here are doing trimming and everything. So, you know, certainly I think there's huge potential there, but I think maybe sometimes people aren't, you know, in the know as much. They don't sail on the normal teams as much. So hopefully that's going to begin to change.
Laura's past successes in the sport include a bronze medal at the 1996 Youth World Championships, sailed out of this very yacht club.
Back in 1996, so 25 years ago now, I did the Youth Worlds here in the New York Yacht Club, and we won a bronze medal for Ireland in the women's double-handed. So my partner went on to the Olympics in 2008. I went to work instead, but I think that was really enjoyable, and it's fantastic to be back here 25 years later. We had our dinghies on the beach here, so it's many happy memories for me.
The Invitational Cup allows her to balance her high-powered professional career with her love for top sailing competition. Laura Dillon had high praise for the organisers of the Invitational Cup and the creators of the IC37 class, which has created a platform that will allow women to gain leading onboard roles and significant responsibilities.
I think that the boats are very equally matched, and as I've said, you don't have to be really big to sail them in any position really on the boat. So I think that the way that the IC37s for this regatta, you know, mandate that you can, you know, have two women on board with 8 or more sailors, I think is really good. I think that will help to give a lot more women experience on the boats, and then hopefully that will help to you know, even have more women on board. I know that Cork from Ireland and also Sweden, they've at least 3 women on board. There might be other teams. So I think that's a really good platform.
The entry list for the 2021 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup included a strong contingent from across the Atlantic Ocean. Clubs from Great Britain, Ireland, Finland, Italy and Sweden attended the regatta and seemed to enjoy every single minute of it. And Yacht Club Argentino travelled from South America to compete.
And we are all proud to be there in such an important event, sailing event. We try to do our best, and here we are. I'm very pleased to be with them, and I hope to be there for other editions, because it's, for me, I never seen such a great and a fantastic regatta organization, everything is surprising me.
The Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup has always been much more than just a sailing competition. The onshore social schedule at Harbour Court and the resulting inter-club camaraderie are integral components of the experience, which competitors say is unlike any other regatta in the world.
All is, the social aspect of the regatta is really good, and all the people here are great to hang out with. You can go out there and duke it out on the race course and come in and have a beer and have some fun. So.
Coming after 3 hard days of racing, the mid-regatta lobster bake was once again a high point of the social agenda. With participants hanging out together and having fun, finding some time to focus on things outside sailing. An impromptu singing contest added a bit of levity and a lot of laughs to the week.
Drew power from our ancestors. We also had a great night yesterday, fueled up with lobsters and yeah.
Returning back to the action, the storyline on day 4 of the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup was much the same as on day 3. San Diego Yacht Club played from in front, starting fast and stretching away to another 2 wins, making it 4 in a row as they look to improve upon a second-place finish in 2019. Meanwhile, Southern Yacht Club's crew showed again that no one can work out of a jam quite like they can, turning a potential clunker into a 9th, and following that up with a workmanlike second-place finish.
Yeah, so today was much more of a head out of the boat day. Yesterday with Big Chop, out in the ocean, it's a little bit different course, kind of getting to the edges and going fast. But today, a lot of head out of the boat. Speed's been really good, but a lot of things could have gone better, worse. It's a little bit luck of the draw with isolated pressure coming up and down constantly. So, we had a game plan, we stuck to it. It ended up paying off, and we're just very happy that we're working hard and the team is putting all 100% effort into it.
With 2 races remaining, Southern Yacht Club remained overall leader, with a 9-point advantage over second place, which was occupied by San Diego. Royal Thames Yacht Club was sitting in 3rd. And that was the extent of the teams with a realistic shot at the championship, though Royal Cork Yacht Club and the host New York Yacht Club shouldn't be ruled out for a podium finish.
Well, I think it'd be great for the Southern Yacht Club. I think they'd be really excited. They put a lot of effort, and it's a whole team effort just to get to this regatta, to raise the funds and support the sailors. And so I think they'd be ecstatic about that. And, it's a very prestigious trophy for the yacht clubs to win. And winning the second time would be just as good, if not better, than the first time.
As is tradition at the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, the final day started with a parade of nations around Newport Harbor, completed with multiple cannon salutes. When the ceremony was over, all 19 teams and assorted race committees and support craft headed north of Gould Island in Narragansett Bay's East Passage for an on-time start. It was apparent before the first gun that the day of racing would be anything but straightforward. The breeze was barely holding on to double-digit wind speeds and regularly dancing right or left of the median wind direction. For a Southern Yacht Club crew that had sailed so consistently all week, these tricky, unpredictable conditions were far from ideal. For the second time in 3 editions, Southern Yacht Club left New York Yacht Club Harbor Court with the most prestigious trophy in Corinthian sailing, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, firmly in its collective grasp. The team from New Orleans was incredibly consistent through 12 races over 5 days, with 9 top 4 finishes and not a single race result outside the top 10.
It's awesome. I mean, couldn't ask for a better result, obviously. The guys on the boat, my team is exceptional. So, you know, basically, it was a little difficult for me because I'm normally a tactician, now I'm driving, and I had to be told that I'm the driver and just drive the boat fast. So I was driving the boat as fast as I possibly could and not looking around. So I got to give big credit to Marcus and Rick and our whole entire crew.
The action was capped off with a brilliant closing ceremony that filled the place with happy faces and smiles. Once again, and despite the restrictions that COVID-19 poses in such events, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup demonstrated its well-deserved reputation, and everyone is already looking forward to the next edition in September of 2023.
I am not a witness here to call you in for the things that you done or the thing that you did. And I'm not the shadow of anyone you've been. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end.
Welcome to the New York Yacht Club in Newport, sailing capital of the United States. Here, at one of America's most prestigious sailing venues, the 2018 Resolute Cup unfolded. The New York Yacht Club has a long history of hosting premier sailing events, such as the biannual Rolex Invitational Cup for Corinthian sailors. Its companion event for U.S. yacht clubs, the Resolute Cup, as well as numerous national and world championships.
I think from a sailing point of view, in terms of the events we run, we try to put ourselves in a position where we're helping the sport promote certain events that we think are important to the sport, like the Corinthian events, like the Invitational Cup and the Resolute Cup, which is a challenge amongst yacht clubs in the United States, and the Invitational Cup, which is a Corinthian event amongst yacht clubs around the world. So we see ourselves as one that fortunate enough to have a great venue and some great assets, and we like to see ourselves promote those kind of events with the resources we're lucky enough to have. This yacht club started with 9 yachtsmen in New York Harbor, and historically the membership has always been very involved in sailing and yachting generally, Even to this day, all our members have some interest. As to become a member of New York Yacht Club, you have to demonstrate some interest in yachting and yachting activities. So it is a membership of people who are united by their interest in yachting and on the water. In a lot of ways, we wanted to be sort of part of and social with and connecting with the rest of the yacht clubs around the United States. We think it's a very important kind of entity in the sailing community, the yacht club. Everything from our team racing events, which is a club-on-club event. We initiated that 20 years ago, most teams in the United States.
2018 marks the 5th edition of the Resolute Cup, which featured the best amateur teams from 28 of the country's best yacht clubs. For the first time in its history, a non-USA club from Puerto Rico is in the lineup, demonstrating the appeal of this fiercely contested event.
The Resolute Cup was started in 2010 as the U.S. qualifying series for the New York Yacht Club Rolex Invitational Cup. 2 years ago it was renamed and has become the de facto U.S. keelboat championship for the best amateurs in the country. We're excited that this year there'll be 28 teams, including one team from San Juan, Puerto Rico. This is the first time that we've had a team from outside the lower 48. Competitors run the gamut from amateurs in their late teens and fresh out of college to older sailors over the age of 45. We have national champions, we have collegiate All-Americans, we have Pan Am Game medal winners, we have Olympic medal winners, and we have America's Cup sailors in this particular year. The geographic diversity of the event is extremely important. We have competitors from bays, rivers, inland lakes, West Coast, East Coast, Gulf of Mexico, and now, of course, the Caribbean with the San Juan entry. It's important that we do that so that the championship level remains high and the competition remains the best it can possibly be.
This year, the Resolute Cup is using the One Design sonar keelboats, which are rotated each day. Every boat has the exact same equipment and specifications to ensure the leaderboard is decided only by the skills of each team.
Well, the Sonar is a wonderful boat that is a One Design class. All the boats are evenly matched and rigged, particularly here at New York Yacht Club. The boats have been maintained by the club. Every boat that we rotate into is structured the same way. Third time at the Resolute Cup, and every year, progressively, the club has become more and more supportive of this event, and the awareness of the members is continually growing, and I think that is predicated on the New York Yacht Club's support in terms of the media coverage, the marketing of the event, and helping us really articulate what it is that we're doing.
Among the participants, we find famous sailors like Suzanne Leach, Clay Bischoff, Bill Lynn, and Augie Diaz. So the competition and fight for bragging rights was going to be as thrilling on the water as it was exciting for the spectators.
There is pressure between the big yacht clubs for the representing team to win, but I would say also there's pretty friendly competition, and it's at a level where everybody's going to sail really hard, but it's not going to get out of control. The Resolute Cup is very attractive because it's very even competition. We're all in the same boats, going at very much the same speed, so it comes down to what each team and crew is able to do to achieve a good result. And that's always very exciting because it takes the speed factor kind of out of the equation, so you have to have good starts and good positioning, and that's what it comes down to. Being at the New York Yacht Club is super special. Come on, you look around here and you see what's going on, and that's not just the tradition, but it's the people. The people here at the New York Yacht Club go out of their way to make you feel welcome. I have been here a number of times, and both for, like, say, laser master championships, and we were super welcome. So the Resolute Cup is very special, and the New York Yacht Club putting on an event like this is really great, because it's a platform where all the clubs can send their representatives and have a great regatta, a great event under great conditions.
Every year, the popularity of the Resolute Cup builds, attracting more and more yacht clubs. 2018 featured 4 clubs making their debut on the start line, keen to feel the race intensity and excitement of competing against famous sailors and clubs from across America. And of course, be in with a shot of securing a place at the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup.
In general, I'm just excited to be racing with all these awesome clubs that are here, and being part of the whole New York Yacht Club scene is pretty fun. And there's some awesome sailors here like Augie Diaz and a whole bunch of other people. There are definitely, a bunch of people at our club that are pretty excited about this whole thing. My family and our kind of close friends are pretty excited about it, and it's a lot of fun for all of us to be here. So hopefully this will be, something we do every other year. Our club, there's kind of similar conditions, like normally we have a lot of light wind days, so we haven't done too much preparation, but we had a couple, practice days, which was really helpful on the boat, because I've never been on a sonar before and some of our crew hasn't, so I think the preparation days were pretty useful for us.
Reflecting the push in sailing to ensure equal opportunities for men and women, some teams fielded a balanced male-female ratio, with the Houston Yacht Club featuring more women than men. Sport is all about selecting the best athletes for the job, and the women's sailing pedigrees ran deep.
It was intentional for us to achieve gender balance. We felt it would portray a very well-rounded entry for the club if we had 2 men and 2 women sailing with us, and we thought that that would be a fantastic representation of what the club has to offer. I think gender balance is really important in sailing. It's truly a family sport, and emphasizing the family aspect and the fact that you can have men and women sailing and competing together is something that's only going to help our sport grow in time and in the future. And so continuing to emphasize things like that is one of the best ways that our sport can continue to grow and stay relevant.
So the team was selected through a couple different ways. Sandra Baldridge was kind of the brainchild behind applying for this and having Houston Yacht Club do this. And so we sat down a year ago and applied and kind of thought out who we would want to be on the boat. And it wasn't a thought process of men or women, it was kind of who would work well together and who would represent Houston Yacht Club the best. And so it happened to be 3 females and a male, but it just came down to that we work well together on a boat.
Preparation is the most important aspect a team needs to secure top results, particularly in a sport like sailing, where both skills and strategy play a major role in delivering your racetrack plan.
For this year's Resolute Cup, we practiced on our club IC24s because we don't have sonars back at our club. So we practiced quite a few times in order to train and prepare for this year's Resolute Cup. Well, I think the key for winning or doing well at the Resolute Cup is going to be consistency, especially at the starts. All boats, we expect them to be pretty similar in speed. So I think tactics and having good starts are going to be the keys to doing well. Great that, it's the one design that all boats are going to be the same. We're rotating through boats. So I think that's going to demonstrate that the team with the best skills and the best sailing skills are going to be the winners at the end. This is our first time at the Resolute Cup representing Club Náutico de San Juan. So We're aiming to get into the medal races on Saturday and get into the top 14 teams.
Amongst the numerous star names competing at the Resolute Cup, one of the most famous was Brad Dellenbaugh. He holds many years' experience as a former Olympic campaigner in the Soling, as chief umpire at the 2007 America's Cup, and also as a home court defender. Brad's familiarity with the rules and the wind definitely gave his team an edge.
You know, I have a lot of experience as an umpire and international judge, and I do a lot of regattas in the America's Cup and things. Does that apply here? Yeah, a little bit in the way I think about things. A lot of that comes from my coaching that I've done over the years too. It's just kind of a way to approach things and to stay out of trouble, not get into risk positions. So I kind of know what the consequences are. Newport's my home territory now, and I've even before I moved here 12 years ago, you know, I've raced here lots and lots of times. Over the past bunch of years, I've been running regattas here, so I've been looking at the current and the wind and what goes on. You know, of course, now it's a little bit different than it's been in the past, but the current still goes in and out, and you know, the wind has certain channels that it likes to come down, so I think that's been an advantage.
A different kind of competition was unfolding between an athlete and her former coach. Olympian and America's Cup sailor Melissa Purdy was coached by Brad Dellenbaugh when she was at Brown University and was keen to secure the upper hand here in Newport.
It's a great competition. We're next to each other. It seems like every single race we're within a boat of each other, so it's been fun.
Over time, clearly Brad has watched enough racing to learn how to race because he's doing quite well.
Well, I love racing here at the New York Yacht Club. I've worked here for a number of years running the sailing office, and I used to do a lot of my sailing up here. And I live here now, so it's great to be local. So I've spent a lot of time out on the water here, umpiring or running regattas. But I really like having this type of regatta because it's kind of turnkey. You have all the boats are set up. You don't have to do any preparation. You come out and you're equal to everybody else. You rotate boats, and it's all sorts of people that I know from back at Augie Diaz. I used to race in college, and Melissa I used to coach.
Racing at Harbor Court, New York Yacht Club, is much more pleasant than San Francisco. It's not waves overhead and freezing, so it's definitely a much more pleasant experience.
The après-race hospitality at the Resolute Cup gives sailors from across the USA the opportunity to socialize, discuss racetrack movements, revisit old and discover new friendships.
Aspects of being at the Resolute Cup is the fact that it brings clubs together from all across the country, and you're able to sail with sailors that some of which you've sailed with since you were really young, but also some of which you'll never see again. And I think it's really cool, just the diversity of the amount of different types of sail. You get every type when you come here, and it's really, really cool to be able to be a part of it all. I definitely think I'm able to meet some interesting and famous people here. I'm sailing against some of the best sailors in the country and some of them in the world. And it's nice to be able to just kind of come in after the day and talk with some of the people that have been winning these races and winning the regatta maybe times in the past, and then go over and then just ask. I had a conversation with Billy Lynn from Corinthian, and I was like, so Billy, how do you just make the boat rumble, and how do you make it go fast? And he was really helpful and just so eager to continue to give more back and help me with getting off the line and get going. I mean, sailing it's the best sport in the world. I mean, you're on the water, it's competitive, it's hard racing, but once you get back, you're at New York Yacht Club, which is the best facility ever to sail a regatta out of. And then once you're able to go up onto the patio and have a drink with some of your friends, I mean, what more could you ask for?
The first 3 qualifying days were difficult for teams as the breeze evaporated, testing the skills of the race management team and sailors. Light winds make racing super hard, and the 12 qualifying races challenge the most experienced. Scores were up and down, with no clear favorites going into the medal race day. 14 teams advanced to the 3 double points medal races, with the podium wide open.
The plan today is really just to go out there in the first race and try to get the best finish we possibly can. We're not really too concerned with points at this point. The reality is everyone's so close and there's so many teams that are towards the top that you can't really be focused on any one team. I think we have our hands full with our own boat and with the conditions. So we're just going to try to sail our own race and let the chips fall where they may. There's no team really that we have our eye on. Obviously we know who the top kind of group is, but again, with the medal race and all the medal races counting, it's really hard to get too focused on one team. Again, I think it's going to come down to whoever sails the best fleet race today is ultimately going to win the regatta.
We don't have any real specific strategy. We're not super worried about the other boats. Everybody's so close, and when the points are doubled, you know, things can change so quickly. So we're just going to go out and just sail our race and have fun. And we've already exceeded our expectations coming here. We've had a great trip. We're all best friends on the boat, having fun, laughing, and so we're not taking it too seriously. We're just going to go out and have fun, see how it all comes out. There are so many teams within 10 points that I don't think you can focus in on one boat. In these light conditions, you know, you could have a good race or a bad race. And we'll wait until the last race, and if the points are close, we'll probably develop a strategy then. But for now, we're going to go out and sail. You know, we're not going to get conservative. We're just going to keep doing what we've been doing, and hopefully that formula will work for us and we do okay.
It all came down to the final day as teams battled it out to make gains. 3 different clubs claimed the medal race wins: Shelter Island Yacht Club, the San Francisco Yacht Club, and Larchmont Yacht Club. Consistency pays and is the key strategy for success. A steady performance from the San Diego Yacht Club rewarded them with the 2018 Resolute Cup victory. Impressive form from Tyler Sinks and his team.
So we're super happy about the results. Obviously, it was a hard-fought battle all week, and we're just thrilled to have pulled it off. Ups and downs all along, but you know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and the team pulled it together when the regatta was on the line. So definitely fired up and glad it worked out for us. There's a lot of stuff that was tough about this weekend. Obviously, the conditions probably being first and foremost. We had basically every direction. It was light all weekend with a lot of current and a lot of chop. Also, the talent here was super deep. Everyone was really competitive. I mean, if you look at the entry list, there was world champions, Olympians, kind of all the way down the list. So the combination of the competition and also the conditions made it a really challenging week.
It's a wrap. Another successful event for the New York Yacht Club, with the Resolute Cup growing ever stronger and generating another league of fans for the future. The San Diego Yacht Club team claimed a golden ticket for the Rolex Invitational Cup and will be looking forward to again set the performance marker when they return here to Newport.
Was it a successful event? Absolutely. We had 28 of the very best teams in the country, and what makes it such a great event is it's basically competition between clubs. Clubs all bring their A game, and the amateur competition, it's a Corinthian event, is spectacular. The highlight of the event was probably the fact that it wasn't clear who was going to win it until the very last race. A lot of teams could have won this regatta in that last race, and that's what made it so exciting to watch. I got a chance to watch quite a bit of it as a spectator, and it was really exciting in that last race to see who was going to win it. It was so close. Our plans are to keep doing it, and we think that as the clubs and their teams see how competitive this is, they're going to continue to step up their game. Most clubs bring their A game, and the ones that don't realize this is the real deal. This is as good as it gets for amateur competition, and you need to work on it and get the right guys lined up and bring your A game.
When someone thinks of prestigious and historic yacht clubs, the New York Yacht Club truly stands out. Among the factors that have turned the New York Yacht Club into an iconic institution for sailors are the renowned regattas that it hosts in Newport, Rhode Island each summer. The Resolute Cup was first sailed in September 2010, created to provide a pathway for US yacht clubs hoping to qualify for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. It has developed an identity of its own. Every 2 years, top clubs from around the United States send their best amateur sailors to Newport to compete for national bragging rights and a berth in the Invitational Cup, sailing's premier international Corinthian big boat regatta, which is sailed off Newport on odd-numbered years. The 2020 edition was cancelled due to COVID, but the majority of the invited teams committed to return this year, and anticipation was huge ahead of its 6th edition.
This is a regatta and a championship that stands on its own as the preeminent amateur Corinthian competition of U.S. yacht clubs. We've had tremendous interest from clubs in participating, and only 24 are invited because of, I think, some of the logistics of COVID and so forth. We ended up with 23, but it's a very competitive fleet. Some of the best Corinthian sailors in the country. You're in Newport at one of the best times of the year, in a town that's got a million exciting things going on, the boat show and other celebrations. So it's quite a unique environment.
A total of 23 clubs were represented in the 2022 Resolute Cup, and the excitement was apparent even on the practice day as competitors sailed through the historic waters of Newport Harbour en route to the racecourse on Narragansett Bay.
Newport is a singular destination. It's especially this time of year. It's obviously this week's the boat show. It's got all the sailing. You know, when you come to a place, even like Charleston, where we are, where there's a lot of time on the water, it doesn't compare to a place like Newport, where everything is so focused around this sport. And obviously, when you have weather like we have today and organization like we have here, it's just the best of all worlds.
I think what makes it the Resolute Cup unique is bringing all these teams in from all over the country. You do get the top sailors, the top Corinthian sailors from the entire country coming in, competing in these boats, and you'll find the best sailors here and they'll come out with a win. Newport's my favorite place to sail by far. Much steadier, much better than Lake Pontchartrain, but the weather's a little colder, but I'm ready for it.
So there are young teams here, there are teams that are more senior, there are teams that are family made up, but all include some of the top sailors in the country. And it does show how active racing is here in America, and just that the New York Yacht Club and coming up to Newport is a very prestigious and a great venue to sail in.
Out of the 23 clubs that sent teams to contest the 6th edition of the regatta, just 4 had never previously sailed. This event has become a fixture on club calendars. Once is never enough. The extreme level playing field is one of the reasons behind this success. It's a truly one-design event with provided sails, equalised rig tune and a regular boat rotation.
The Yacht Club does a great job with the organization of the event. The competition, like you mentioned, is exceptional. It's really fun to be able to, step on a boat and go trade boats every day, so you're not worried about, whether your boat's equal or that. It's just all the boats are pretty equal, and it's all about the sailors.
Onshore hospitality is just one of the ways that the New York Yacht Club distinguishes itself. So there's no better way to start the 2022 Resolute Cup than with an opening ceremony that offered the chance for the crews to spend some time together and relax before the real action. For the 2022 edition, the Resolute Cup would utilise 2 fleets of boats. The New York Yacht Club's fleet of 23-foot sonars with traditionally rigged spinnakers and a displacement hull, and a fleet of 21-foot RS-21s, which would feature a planing hull and an asymmetric spinnaker flown from a retractable bowsprit. As for the format, the 23 teams were divided into 2 fleets for 2 days of qualifying, where each team would sail in both boats. The top 6 boats in each fleet would move into the Gold Fleet, which would sail exclusively in the RS-21s for the final 2 days of the regatta, while the Silver Fleet would compete in the sonars.
It's been a while. We've been hankering to get back. The Carolinas participated in this every year it's been offered, and so we're really excited. We have a really good team this year, qualified through our own club, and you couldn't ask for better weather.
Experience counts in the Resolute Cup, and this was clear during the first day. After a sparkling day of sailing on Lower Narragansett Bay, the leaders in the 2 qualifying fleets were San Diego Yacht Club and Lakewood Yacht Club, both of which were skippered by previous winners. While the RS-21 and the Sonar are roughly similar in size, the boats are very different to sail. Among the biggest challenge for each team was making the necessary adjustments when switching between fleets. The best teams were able to seamlessly adjust their tactics, boat speed techniques and crew responsibilities to suit each boat.
It's very tricky, going from a symmetrical shoot to an asymmetrical shoot, different types of sailing. You really have to be on top of things, making sure everything's running right in the boat, and transition very well to switching boats.
I really enjoy it because I think sometimes when you just sail a regatta in one boat, it's really easy to get your crew who's used to sailing that type of boat, and I think the fact that you're switching back and forth makes it more dynamic and also can help showcase certain teams, maybe specialty in one boat. And then, for us, it's been a little bit more challenging in the RS-21, given we hadn't spent any time in it before this regatta. But I think it helps make it more dynamic and really showcase sailors who are able to just hop into any boat and really adapt, even if they haven't spent much time.
Sonar is like a tank. It's heavy, it's very heavy on the helm, it's not very fast, and the RS-21 is just like, it's totally different. So it takes different skills, a lot of different skills.
The nimble RS-21, which tested teams' ability to shift gears upwind and sailing modes downwind, was a popular choice with the sailors and the organisers.
The New York Yacht Club have been incredibly welcoming to us. They've been incredibly supportive. Getting 13 boats to this event is a challenge logistically. There's a lot of bits to put together, and the guys here have been amazing. Lynn at the club has just been awesome in terms of helping, but massive shout out to Sean, the club waterfront manager, who's just gone above and beyond the entire way through. And being here in this location, it's stunning. It's a beautiful venue. We've had some fantastic conditions, sunshine, breeze, a bit like today, but actually that just makes it all the more challenging for the sailor. We've had lots of positive feedback about the boat. The sailors have enjoyed sailing it. They found the racing close and tactical and all the things that you want from a true One Design boat. So yeah, we've loved being here.
We think it's key. Number one, to attract the best sailors, to have the opportunity to sail in higher performance boats and to have the variety between the two fleets, the skill to sail two very different boats successfully and still get top results, I think is how you really screen out who the top competitors are. And it's not just the skipper, it's the people, their teamwork together in the boat. And there are different roles in each of the two fleets. The RS-21s require very different sailing techniques and the way the crew moves through the various maneuvers than the sonar.
The scores from the qualifying series don't carry forward into the final 2 days. So for the first 2 days of the regatta, the overriding goal was to finish 6th or better and qualify for the Gold Fleet. Teams that started the second day in the middle of the fleet were under tremendous pressure to put together enough good races to make the championship fleet.
Competition was great. It was, I think, better than we expected, which is awesome. It was a super competitive fleet. It reminded me of college sailing with the tight starts, tight mark roundings, so that was great. We had a lot of fun and also some challenges transitioning between the sonars and the RS-21.
The superb shoreside hospitality offered by the New York Yacht Club included post-race socials and 2 regatta dinners, giving participants the chance to revive old friendships, catch up with opponents, and spend some refreshing time before some more fierce sailing battles.
There's been a social or a dinner after every day of sailing, so that's obviously really fun off the water. Gotten to meet some new people from the Seattle Yacht Club to Austin Yacht Club, some yacht clubs that we don't see too often on the team race circuit. So that's been great, and yeah, it's always fun to go up on the lawn after a long day of sailing and just chat to people about the conditions, the boats, and yeah, just check in how life's going and whatnot.
Let's get back to the action. The third day of racing, the first day after the Gold and Silver Fleet splits, was shifty and puffy on Narragansett Bay, and the key to success was patience and conservative decision-making. After 2 days of relatively fresh breezes, which allowed the race committee to whip through the races in rhythm, Day 3's sailing was much more challenging. With 4 finishes between 2nd and 5th, the Corinthian Yacht Club team took the overall lead in the Resolute Cup.
Today was the first day of Gold Fleet racing, and the talent level in Gold Fleet is super high. I mean, you look at the teams crossing the line, last, second to last, third to last, they're full of extremely talented sailors. Every boat in Gold Fleet is capable of winning races, and so there's really just very little margin for error.
Two points behind the Corinthian were the defending champion crew from San Diego Yacht Club, which started the day with a win and then added 3 more solid, if unspectacular, finishes. Returning to the regatta was a no-brainer for the 2018 champions.
Coming here as the defending champion with the goal to be getting back to the Invitational adds a little bit more pressure in that respect, to that the Invitational is such a big event. I think this regatta obviously is never easy to win, and we by no means think it'll be a cakewalk, but we needed to make sure that we were focused on this event, but we're really driven by the next step here and hoping that we'll be able to pull through.
It was not only the defending champions though, the level of competition was incredibly high throughout the fleet in the 2022 Resolute Cup. The mixed crews coming from the most prestigious yacht clubs in the United States were full of talent. Up-and-coming sailors joined forces with former Olympians and former college All-American selections, raising the bar to a new high.
This year is as strong as ever. As always, it's pretty cool actually. If you look at the past college sailing, College Sailor of the Year finalists, All-Americans, College Sailor of the Year, Olympians, and this is almost it's like an all-star game from all eras, and it's just always hard. Every race is hard, and that's what makes it fun.
To sail against some of the best sailors in the country. Personally, it's something that's really fun for me. A lot of the sailors I've raced against growing up and haven't had a chance to race against them in a long time. I've also coached a bunch of the sailors, so it's just one of the amazing things about racing that we always get to sail against each other.
Great competition. This is the best amateur sailors in the country. I think there's 3 Olympians, College Sailor of the Year, tons of All-Americans, too many to count, and this is the best of the best from every yacht club in the country, and everyone practiced, it seemed, leading up to the event and kind of put their best foot forward. So the competition is great. Like I said, everyone's competitive, everyone's hitting the shifts, so that makes it really fun and certainly hard to pass people, but awesome sailing.
Among the teams with skilled crews, there are also some that are turning the competition into a family business. The Storm Trysail Club saw 3 Stork brothers competing together, along with Marie Crump. Eric represented the United States at the 2012 Summer Olympics in the 49er class. It's a remarkable feeling to be able to sail at such a high level with people that you've known your entire life.
Yeah, so obviously my brother's super talented, but we're all strong sailors in our family, so we like to think we're sort of equalized once we're on the same boat. But he's a great talent, great, really fast. Feel like we've got an advantage on the starts and in a straight line upwind, so it's just up to the rest of us to get the boat around the course and make the right decisions.
Our family isn't the same, not every family is the same, I guess is what I'd say, but we've been sailing together for a really long time, and there's just an immense sense of trust that comes. All 3 of us, my 2 brothers and I, each of us could probably do each other's jobs, almost just as well. And so, there's a real trust there and there's an understanding as soon as anything is going wrong or down, we can, a lot of times we know what each other are thinking and we can quickly move on to how do we make this situation better, and just constant communication.
The final day arrived and the sailors were more than ready for a last day full of action. Heading into the last races, only a handful of teams had a shot at the overall win, but the Corinthian Yacht Club had the upper hand due to its crew's consistency. Such a remarkable performance would not be tarnished in the final race. Wade Waddle and his team, all Resolute Cup rookies, went out with a race victory, proving that your previous experience isn't a prerequisite for the overall win. Finishing 14 of the 16 races inside the top 5, the Corinthian Yacht Club convincingly won the regatta by 9 points.
So we're really excited about the win. Very close racing with the San Diego Yacht Club and tricky conditions out there, so we're stoked to come away with a 1-1 to seal the regatta. This has been a goal of the club for a really long time. Long work to get here and a lot of hard work from everyone at our club, not just the 4 sailors. So we're really happy and really excited to qualify for the Invitational Cup and can't wait to get back to the club.
we're so excited to be part of the Invitational. Looking forward to it. We have a lot of people that have competed from Marblehead, so we hear such great things about it. And New York is always such an incredible place to sail. Their hospitality and organization is top notch.
San Diego Yacht Club, the defending champions from 2018, the last time this event was run, finished second, with Storm Trysail Club fourth in both 2016 and 2018, moving up one spot this year.
I mean, I feel like the team sailed well. You know, we had a good weekend overall. I think Corinthian did exceptionally well. It seemed like every time we thought we were in a good spot and there was one boat that was doing well on the other side of the course, it always ended up being Corinthian. So it seemed like those guys kind of couldn't miss all weekend, and they sailed a hell of an event. We sailed a great event too, it just wasn't quite good enough.
Southern Yacht Club, which won the Resolute Cup in 2016 and the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup in 2021, finished first in the Silver Fleet standings run with the Sonars. Southern Yacht Club was clinging to the advantage it had built the day before over the rest of the Silver Fleet. The club's place in next year's Invitational Cup is already guaranteed due to being the defending champions from 2021.
This week at New York at Resolute, it was a tough week of sailing. We did our best. We managed to get the win in the Silver Fleet, so we're very happy as a team. The excitement was nonstop. Every race, you knew you had to do well. You couldn't afford any mistakes out there on the race course. And then this whole time preparing for the event, we really, as a team, I thought got together a lot. We did what we thought we needed to do, and we kind of went from there.
The sixth edition of the Resolute Cup was capped off with a spectacular closing ceremony that saw the teams enjoying some more time together off the water. The winners received their awards, and the social aspect of this premier amateur event was brightly showcased once again.
This is the premier amateur event in the country, in the U.S. as I see it. I mean, the IC37s are another great amateur level event, but this is, you know, it's a relatively low bar to entry, and I'm just really proud again as a New York Yacht Club member that they make it possible. And so, you know, as long as my brothers and I, as long as my family and I can keep competing and being in the running to win the event, we're going to be looking to come back.
After its 4-year layoff, the Resolute Cup returned better than ever and demonstrated the reason why it has earned such a sterling reputation as one of the best regattas in the United States. The next edition will take place in September 2024, and history has shown that the best is yet to come from the renowned New York Yacht Club.
The 2022 Resolute Cup is sponsored by RS Sailing, a manufacturer of the RS-21 and other fine sailboats, as well as Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, and Hammett's Hotel.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. First held in 2009, this biennial event has featured top amateur sailors from 43 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, representing 21 countries around the globe. The Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is hosted at the renowned New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island. 175 years ago, back on 30 July 1844, the New York Yacht Club was born out of a gathering of eminent sailors when John Cox Stevens invited 8 friends on board his yacht Jim Crack in New York Harbor. With Stevens as Commodore, the first clubhouse was established a year later, and since then, members of the New York Yacht Club have made significant contributions to the sport of yacht racing and yacht design. After a successful decade of racing in the Swan 42, the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup marks the first year using the club's fleet of 20 IC-37 race keelboats. These purpose-built, 37-feet-long performance machines, fitted out with matching one-design sails from North Sails, identical equipment, and standardized rig tuning, create a fully level playing field never before seen in an amateur big boat racing event. As the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is a Corinthian regatta raced in supplied boats, the design brief also specified that the boat be sturdy, relatively straightforward to sail, and accessible to amateur sailors of both genders.
I sailed the 470 boat, and now in this regatta we are sailing the IC-37, which I think is a very fast boat and quite similar, it's quite a dinghy boat. I really feel very comfortable because it's a very reactionable boat and very fast, same as the 470, but in a big scale, so we are sailing now people on board, while in the 470 we are only two. But I think I like it a lot because the tactics and everything are quite fast also.
Let's move to the race course and take a look at the team performances on board the IC-37 at the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. The first day of racing got off to a slow start as the breeze did not fill until nearly 3 p.m. Even then, it was only just into the range of sailable conditions for the 20 teams. The tricky and light breeze rewarded those who could get off the starting line cleanly and with some maneuvering space around them. Ichiro Hamazaki, the skipper for the Japan Sailing Federation team, chose a strategy to avoid risk at either end of the starting line in race 1 and opted for a safe starting lane in the middle, which his team converted to a race win.
Didn't want to take a risk today in the beginning of series. We started from not to start from the conditions, and then we got good wind shift, and yeah, we could maintain the first position.
A complete change in racetrack conditions on day 2, and the team from the San Diego Yacht Club outsailed the fleet with their superior boat speed and precision teamwork. Across the 3 races on day 2 of the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, the West Coast team showcased outstanding performance under skipper Tyler Sinks to take their team to a 17-point lead. The team qualified after winning the Resolute Cup, and thanks to 10 days of practice in racing in the IC-37 over the summer, the San Diego Yacht Club came into the regatta confident in their boat handling and boat speed, and with a good feel for the local conditions. Their scorecard of 1st, 3rd, and 1st put them way out in front of the pack.
We just tried to sail our own boat, keep the boat moving fast. Team did a great job of minimizing mistakes. My tactician, Jake Liddell, kept us heading in the right direction, and the team was sailing really well. So it was one of those days we felt like the conditions played to our favor. It was windy, but it was also very shifty, and we just connected the dots and yeah, ended up having a really good day.
Amongst the teams competing in the 2019 edition was Real Club Náutico de Barcelona from Spain with Silvia Mas. Silvia is usually to be found campaigning for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Silvia was competing in Newport, fresh from winning the Hempel World Cup Series Round 1 in Enoshima, Japan. Sailing is a family affair in Silvia's family, with her father David and brother Santiago on board too.
We are here in the 2019 Rolex Invitational Cup. It's such an amazing event, a very big event here in Newport. I just came back from 2 months in Japan sailing, and then on October we're starting again the pre-season training in Lanzarote, and then on January starting the World Cup Series, doing all the year regattas. It's quite a very big difference. The Olympic classes sailing is very difficult. You have to be focused all the time, and the people is very good sailors, and you have to make a very big effort to keep on the line. But then when you go sailing with your brothers, is different, totally different other way. My brothers also, they are very good sailors, but we're having a lot of fun. But at the same thing, it's like being in the house together. So also there are some fights, but I like it. I think I like it much more.
The 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is for the sport's top amateur and Corinthian sailors. But there is more to the event beyond the sailing. Enjoying the club hospitality is a unique experience, with social events hosted in the historic clubhouse and on the stunning lawn overlooking the water. Teams were greeted at daily pre- and post-race events, offering unique gatherings for teams to discuss the day's highs and lows.
The hospitality here at New York Yacht Club is very nice. We really enjoy, of course, the sailing, but also the venues here ashore, having a drink after the sailing and having fun talking to all the other nations.
The New York Yacht Club's been super welcoming this week. The drinks have been amazing and the atmosphere here is really great. Everyone meets before racing to have coffee and chat and meet all of the other nationalities. It's been really good fun.
It's a very nice place, you know, the organization, hospitality, and everything in the club is absolutely marvelous, you know. That we are always surprised by the quality of the hospitality.
It's been a great week on and off the water. The New York Yacht Club has outdone themselves with all the events off the water as well. Yeah, it's been great. Woo!
Let's move back to the race course, where three teams, separating themselves from the pack, fighting for the podium places on day 3 and 4 of the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. San Diego Yacht Club, despite blowing apart their spinnaker during the first race on day 3, was able to hold on to first place during a windy and wild day on Rhode Island Sound. The Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron pushed hard and managed to close the gap to just 1 point on the penultimate day of the regatta. Also in contention for the lead was two-time champion Royal Canadian Yacht Club, which consistently played the left side of the course and held a strong third-place position going into the final 3 races. While most of the attention on the final day was focused on the battle for victory, there were a number of leaderboard changes further back in the fleet. Anthony O'Leary and the Royal Cork Yacht Club once again showed their love of heavy air sailing. They scored 5, 2, 1 to notch up the best performance of the day in the stronger breeze, and took advantage of a couple of tough races by the Royal Canadian Yacht Club to leapfrog them into third and claim the Royal Cork's first Invitational Cup podium. No surprise at Anthony O'Leary's success, as he packs plenty of experience. Anthony represented the Royal Cork Yacht Club at the first Invitational Cup in 2009, back then winning 2 of the first 3 races. He's been a fixture ever since, bringing along 1 or more of his 3 sons to each edition. For the 6th Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, Anthony competed with sons Robert and Nicholas. The familial dynamic and the strong breeze was apparent as they were one of the fastest boats on the water all day. Let's hear more from Anthony O'Leary.
I've been sailing for a long time. It's a sport that obviously you can participate in when you're not involved in too many athletic things anymore, or you can't go running or playing football. And one of the great things about it, I think, is you can be involved with your family. I have 3 sons that I sail with, and my wife, whom I sail with. And apart from racing, you can, cruise to very nice parts of the world, whether it be at home in Ireland or out here in the US. Gives us a reason to get up in the morning, I suppose, and it's something to think about when it's cold and dreary in the winter, to get the t-shirt and shorts on and see some salt water and nice places. Especially if you're near the sea and there's some, the scenery can be dramatic, whether you're in Europe or in the States. There's no better way to spend your spare time, in my opinion. And you meet great people and share some great stories.
Another team that spent the final day on the up escalator was the team representing the host New York Yacht Club, led by co-skippers Andy Fisher and Ray Wolf. After a very up and down regatta, the team found its groove on the final day, with 3 solid races, including a wire-to-wire win in the day's first race. Fisher, Wolf & Company moved from 10th to 6th in the overall standing.
We started the day with a bullet, and you can't start much better than that. So that was a wonderful, wonderful beginning. And we were very happy to get back in the mix and really do it. It's been a somewhat frustrating and disappointing regatta for us, but you always look at the good side, and it was beautiful sailing up the bay today. Very shifty, very puffy, a lot of pressure changes, and we ground and stayed with it. All in all, a really fun day of sailing, and the camaraderie out here is spectacular. The other boats, the other teams from around the world are just, it's so much fun. This is a wonderful, wonderful regatta.
As the host club, the New York Yacht Club has competed in every Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup since 2009, making 2019 the club's 6th appearance within the decade. New York Yacht Club won the Invitational Cup in 2009, placed 2nd in 2011 and 2015, and finished 4th in 2017. Hauling tactics this year was the legendary Brad Reed, renowned for both his sailing accomplishments and his long tenure as the executive director of Sail Newport. Brad heads up one of the country's top public access sailing centers that provides affordable sailing opportunities for children and adults, as well as hosting world-class regattas in Newport. Brad tells us a bit more.
I can't remember the first time I was sailing because my dad and mom went down to Long Island Sound and won the S-Boat National Championships when my mom was 7 months pregnant with me. So my first experience was winning the S-Boat National Championship in July of 1964. But I really started sailing on the Kickamuit River here in Narragansett Bay when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and we learned everything that we've known, my brother Kenny and I, from my dad and my mom, growing up cruising on different kinds of boats and also sailing sunfish. But this week has been amazing. Sailing with a brand new team, sailing with Andy and Melissa Fisher has been wonderful. And I want to say once again that New York Yacht Club has done an exceptional job of investing in the sport and making this kind of thing happen. Looking what New York Yacht Club's done with these boats, with the IC-37s.
Carried a 1-point lead over the San Diego Yacht Club going into the final day. But it was still a hard bet against the youthful Californian-based team with 3 races to go. Ultimately, as such close competition should, it all came down to the 12th and final race, as the 2 teams of amateur sailors from opposite corners of the globe battled it out for one of sailing's most prized trophies. The Australians put their advantage right in play with a subpar start, while San Diego bolted to the head of the fleet and was, for a while, back in the virtual regatta lead. The Royal Sydney Yacht Club fought back, using their superior boat speed and polished tactics to get them out of trouble and climb back through the pack. The San Diego Yacht Club team hoped for a miracle, but it didn't come. The Australians crossed the finish line in 4th place, and with it became the first Southern Hemisphere club to win the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, second to the San Diego Yacht Club.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you can't describe the feeling coming all the way from Australia. To be able to put a team together who I love dearly, every one of them, fantastic, including my wife, starting with her. To actually win a championship like this, New York Yacht Club Invitational is one of the great regattas in the world to win, and so we are so proud, so honoured. Through all of the various places where you could have made a mistake, we didn't make a fatal mistake, we just made silly mistakes. So I think, you know, if we came back the next time, we'd be in a much better position because we know the boat. It's great to see, you know, occasionally I'd look around, and I'm not allowed to do that, but look around and have a look and see where people are and say, oh, how did that happen? Tom's just played the shifts, and there you go.
We'll celebrate tonight, okay?
The regatta closed with a spectacular Rolex awards banquet on the Harbor Court clubhouse lawn. Regardless of the leaderboard, it was time to celebrate a week of great sailing with friends, old and new. The next Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup will be sailed in September of 2021. See you there.
The 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is brought to you by Rolex, title sponsor and proud partner of the New York Yacht Club for over 60 years. This event is also sponsored by Helly Hansen and supported by North Sails and Team One Newport. The regatta is hosted by the New York Yacht Club, celebrating 175 years of yachting innovation and leadership.
The 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York Yacht Club Regatta Association partners are Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, Peters & May, and Hammett's Hotel.
Every other September since 2009, the best amateur sailors gather at the stately New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island, for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. Over 7 editions, this Corinthian event has attracted teams representing 48 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, from 21 countries on all 6 inhabited continents. Founded in 1844, the New York Yacht Club's history parallels the growth of sailing as a recreational sport in America. Its first event was a cruise from New York to Newport. Its first race was held in 1845 with 9 yachts and was called a Trial of Speed. The following year, it became the annual regatta, which has been run 166 times since, and is the oldest regular sailing competition in North America. Now in its 7th edition, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational has become one of sailing's premier Corinthian events, featuring top-notch racing, superb organization, and unparalleled onshore hospitality.
Well, this is such a spectacular event. You know, the Invitational Cup now is, this is our 7th running. 7th biannual event, so we're 14 years into this, and we couldn't be more pleased with the way that the competitors have come to the club, you know, year after year. We've had several clubs that have been in the Invitational Cup for many years, and we always welcome the new clubs where this might be their first event. But the Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, that celebrates amateur sailing at its finest. This week, enjoy the Corinthian spirit that is the cornerstone of this event. 60 years.
Competing in this prestigious event is a rare privilege, a fact not lost on each and every competitor. For this fortnight, the stately Harbor Court Clubhouse, overlooking Newport Harbor, serves as a temple to Corinthian yachting.
It's actually a pretty special invitation to be invited to come sail on this event. Yeah, we've tried over the past couple of years to try to come and qualify to sail on it, and we've come just short, but to actually be sailing in the Invitational is something very special to us. I've sailed in many big events. I've done a lot of world championships over the course of my sailing career. And the Invitational Cup with all top amateurs is just something really special, and you know, vying for it to get here is very difficult, especially in the United States. And you know, we're really looking forward to a great week.
I would say this is the most prestigious event for many reasons. I mean, the Yacht Club alone is this mystic place. It's like if you were, you know, religious and you were going to your, you know, temple where your religion started. It's almost a feeling like that. I know that in England and France have their places as well, but for the U.S., I think this is it. The New York Yacht Club is the place to go. I would say to all the sailors, if you're really interested in the sport and the history of the sport, should be on your bucket list.
While this regatta prides itself on the high standard of organization and competition, it's always worth a reminder that the participants are Corinthian sailors, taking time away from work and family to compete. The collective passion for the sport is omnipresent.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna personally say my favorite part about this event, all amateur. You know, we're going to all these G70 regattas and everything else, and there's pros all over the place, and we love the pros in our sport, and they're good for the sport, and they help us. But it's so great to just be sailing against other people that this isn't how they make their living. This is how they want to have fun and be connected to the water and be connected to their clubs. So for us, you know, everybody on our boat is that, right? Like full-on, full-blown amateurs. We've got a couple of people that were America's Cup bowmen, you know, 15 years ago. And a really good sailor, maybe 25 years ago. But but really good sailors. But we're all, we have jobs and kids and lives, and it was just such a fun thing to be able to be part of. And I'm just really honored to be here, to be really honest.
After the first 5 editions were sailed in the Swan 42 class, the 2021 event was the second one to utilize the IC37, commissioned by the club and designed by Mark Mills. The strict one-design nature of this purpose-built class, including identical sails and onboard equipment, combined with the fact that each boat is owned and maintained by the New York Yacht Club, ensures a level playing field not seen in any other amateur big boat sailing competition.
You don't hear it at all. The boats are so evenly matched, and we've really paid attention to make sure the fact that we can own the boats gives us the controls that we need to keep them level. There's no better place to be in one design sailing when you know all the boats are level, and there's not one boat ahead of another. And that's what the Invitational Cup, that's what the IC37 is about, and we're proud to be able to maintain that level competitiveness in the boats.
It's not surprising that participants have warmly welcomed this style of racing, as it gives each team a chance to shine based on their true sailing skills.
We like the boat. We've done a little bit of practice. We did a pre-regatta back in July, I believe, not with the crew, but just the helmsman and myself, just to kind of get acclimated with it and to go with it. We mostly race one design boats anyway, so we're kind of used to the one design theory, which we love because everything's equal, and it's just a matter of the skill on the water that's going to get you around, and the least mistakes around those turning marks is going to be critical to success in this regatta.
The one design nature of the sails and the boats, I think it really sets a great stage for bringing it, narrowing it down to just the skill of the team versus the other team, and taking all the other variables out of it. So yeah, I think it's a great boat. And here in the conditions in Newport, it's so much fun to sail.
For the first time since the inaugural event in 2009, the fleet for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup hit the starting line without a defending champion, shaking up the form guide as teams and sailing fans look toward the start of sailing's premier Corinthian big boat competition. The absence of the defending champions from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, along with a trio of clubs that sailed in each previous edition, has created opportunity to new and old international entrants and a handful of US yacht clubs loaded with top amateur talent.
So we're incredibly excited to be back here after a couple of years of not being here. And we've all had a hard time last couple of years, and just to get here is a great success. So of course we're here to win it. We've won it 2 years ago. We know what it takes to win it. I think that's the difference. We know what it takes to put a campaign together to win this event.
The opening day of action for the 2021 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup saw 19 teams from 9 countries hitting the water and becoming part of this event's storied history. It was forecast to be a challenging day on Rhode Island for both competitors and the race committee. While the long-term progression of the breeze was in one direction, there were plenty of holes and random oscillations that drive tacticians crazy. Royal Thames Yacht Club had the perfect start to the regatta, setting the British club up to repeat its 2015 success, as they finished second in 2 races and then tacked on an emphatic win in the day's final contest. This translated to a 7-point lead over hosts New York Yacht Club, which sits second, a point ahead of 2017 champion Southern Yacht Club.
We're here to do as best we can to make sure that we all sail well, we all get better throughout the week. So we came out today just in a really nice sort of mindset, really nice, comfortable, not too much pressure, just in a really good space to be free to do well, and I think we achieved that.
The second day of sailing's premier Corinthian regatta featured 3 more races. The San Francisco Yacht Club took advantage of the conditions for its first win of the regatta, capping off a marked improvement over day one and putting the team within range of the podium with 6 races remaining. Coming in third on the day's final race was Southern Yacht Club, which had undoubtedly the best day on the water and vaulted into the overall lead with 21 points.
It was very side-oriented today, and whether the left worked or the right worked was kind of the guessing game, and it was just extremely difficult. The puffs were in and out. The velocity was going from 6 knots to 15 knots. So it was a lot of changing gears, a lot of keeping your head out of the boat, and just kind of getting that top 10 finish. That's the main thing today. I mean, today was one of those days where you can't just, it's not a straightforward kind of day.
Day 3 was one of the most challenging on the water in the history of this regatta. But intense pressure creates diamonds, and with its back to the proverbial wall, 2019 runners-up San Diego Yacht Club turned in a gem of a performance, winning both races and saving its hopes of a podium finish after a middling start by its lofty standards to the regatta.
Today we kind of got back in the groove and put ourselves in some good spots, and kudos to our tactician. Jake Liddell sailed really well and had a good game plan for the team.
The other significant storyline of the day was Southern Yacht Club once again transforming a near disaster into a respectable finish. A 4th in race 8 extended the New Orleans-based club's overall lead to 13 points.
I think it was just early on in the race. We were lucky it happened on the first beat, and we just kind of settled in, tried to get our boat going fast again. It was physically challenging as well. You know, we tried to, whenever we were tacking and it was a little bit less pressure coming out of the tack, we tried to roll the boat. Even though it's a big boat, you know, we're kind of sailing it like a dinghy.
One of the most engaging aspects of this competition is the fact that many teams have family members competing together on the same crew. The ability to race alongside a brother, wife, son or father surely provides memories of a lifetime.
It's magical sailing with your kids. Like, I love it. You know, the fact that they actually, I think, sort of like sailing with me is, you know, sort of fun. And I'm sure that'll come to an end very soon. So we're trying to sort of get in a couple more regattas while we can, while they still don't mind getting on a boat with me. But it has really been fun. For me, anyway, I don't know, but.
The leading Southern Yacht Club team may also have its secret in the family bond, as the helmsperson's John Lovell sees his wife, Katie, sitting behind him, working the runners. Meanwhile, tactician Marcus Egan is often calling on his brother, Andrew, for help with the sail trim.
Oh, it's great. I mean, we work together every day, too, so just to mention that. So not only do we work together, we spend weekends together, we holiday together, and we sail together. So it's great. I mean, he might say that, shit, I would rather have a break from this guy because I see him every day. But Andrew and I get along great. He understands. He filters the chaos that sometimes I spit out, and him and I have a great relationship, and we built it over the years and continue to build it. So it's a lot of fun.
One of the goals of the IC37 class and the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is to increase the number of female participants. Each team is obligated to have at least 2 women on its crew. Among the highly skilled women that competed and excelled in Newport, Laura Dillon from Howth Yacht Club was a leading figure, as she was the only female tactician of the event. She hopes it's a trend that will continue to grow for future events.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's loads of women out there who are really good tacticians, and we just need to encourage more of them to come to this event and be either the helms or the tacticians on the boats. You know, I think a lot of the women here are doing trimming and everything. So, you know, certainly I think there's huge potential there, but I think maybe sometimes people aren't, you know, in the know as much. They don't sail on the normal teams as much. So hopefully that's going to begin to change.
Laura's past successes in the sport include a bronze medal at the 1996 Youth World Championships, sailed out of this very yacht club.
Back in 1996, so 25 years ago now, I did the Youth Worlds here in the New York Yacht Club, and we won a bronze medal for Ireland in the women's double-handed. So my partner went on to the Olympics in 2008. I went to work instead, but I think that was really enjoyable, and it's fantastic to be back here 25 years later. We had our dinghies on the beach here, so it's many happy memories for me.
The Invitational Cup allows her to balance her high-powered professional career with her love for top sailing competition. Laura Dillon had high praise for the organisers of the Invitational Cup and the creators of the IC37 class, which has created a platform that will allow women to gain leading onboard roles and significant responsibilities.
I think that the boats are very equally matched, and as I said, you don't have to be really big to sail them in any position really on the boat. So I think that the way that the IC37s for this regatta, mandate that you can, have two women on board with 8 or more sailors, I think is really good. I think that will help to give a lot more women experience on the boats, and then hopefully that will help to even have more women on board. I know that Cork from Ireland and also Sweden, they've at least 3 women on board. There might be other teams. So I think that's a really good platform.
The entry list for the 2021 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup included a strong contingent from across the Atlantic Ocean. Clubs from Great Britain, Ireland, Finland, Italy and Sweden attended the regatta and seemed to enjoy every single minute of it. And Yacht Club Argentino travelled from South America to compete.
And we are all proud to be there in such an important event, sailing event. We try to do our best, and here we are. I'm very pleased to be with them, and I hope to be there for other editions, because it's for me, I never seen such a great and a fantastic regatta organization. Everything is surprising me.
The Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup has always been much more than just a sailing competition. The onshore social schedule at Harbour Court and the resulting inter-club camaraderie are integral components of the experience, which competitors say is unlike any other regatta in the world.
All is, the social aspect of the regatta is really good, and all the people here are great to hang out with. You can go out there and duke it out on the race course and come in and have a beer and have some fun. So.
Coming after 3 hard days of racing, the mid-regatta lobster bake was once again a high point of the social agenda. With participants hanging out together and having fun, finding some time to focus on things outside sailing. An impromptu singing contest added a bit of levity and a lot of laughs to the week.
Drew power from our ancestors. We also had a great night yesterday, fueled up with lobsters and yeah.
Returning back to the action, the storyline on day 4 of the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup was much the same as on day 3. San Diego Yacht Club played from in front, starting fast and stretching away to another 2 wins. making it 4 in a row as they look to improve upon a second-place finish in 2019. Meanwhile, Southern Yacht Club's crew showed again that no one can work out of a jam quite like they can, turning a potential clunker into a 9th, and following that up with a workmanlike second-place finish.
Yeah, so today was much more of a head out of the boat day. You know, yesterday with Big Chop out in the ocean, it's a little bit different course, you know, kind of getting to the edges and going fast. But today, a lot of head out of the boat. Speed's been really good, but a lot of things could have gone better, worse. You know, it's a little bit luck of the draw with isolated pressure coming up and down constantly. So, you know, we had a game plan, we stuck to it. It ended up paying off, and we're just very happy that we're working hard and the team is, you know, putting 100% effort into it.
With 2 races remaining, Southern Yacht Club remained overall leader, with a 9-point advantage over second place, which was occupied by San Diego. Royal Thames Yacht Club was sitting in 3rd. And that was the extent of the teams with a realistic shot at the championship. Though Royal Cork Yacht Club and the host New York Yacht Club shouldn't be ruled out for a podium finish.
Well, I think it'd be, you know, great for the Southern Yacht Club. I think they'd be really excited. They put a lot of effort, and it's a whole team effort just to get to this regatta, to raise the funds and support the sailors. And so I think they'd be, you know, ecstatic about that. And, you know, it's a very prestigious trophy for the yacht clubs to win. And, you know, winning the second time would be, you know, just as good, if not better, than the first time.
As is tradition at the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, the final day started with a parade of nations around Newport Harbor, completed with multiple cannon salutes. When the ceremony was over, all 19 teams and assorted race committees and support craft headed north of Gould Island in Narragansett Bay's East Passage for an on-time start. It was apparent before the first gun that the day of racing would be anything but straightforward. The breeze was barely holding on to double-digit wind speeds and regularly dancing right or left of the median wind direction. For a Southern Yacht Club crew that had sailed so consistently all week, these tricky, unpredictable conditions were far from ideal. For the second time in 3 editions, Southern Yacht Club left New York Yacht Club Harbor Court with the most prestigious trophy in Corinthian sailing, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup, firmly in its collective grasp. The team from New Orleans was incredibly consistent through 12 races over 5 days, with 9 top 4 finishes and not a single race result outside the top 10.
It's awesome. I mean, couldn't ask for a better result, obviously. The guys on the boat, my team is exceptional. So, you know, basically, it was a little difficult for me because I'm normally the tactician, now I'm driving, and I had to be told that I'm the driver and just drive the boat fast. So I was driving the boat as fast as I possibly could and not looking around. So I got to give big credit to Marcus and Rick and our whole entire crew.
The action was capped off with a brilliant closing ceremony that filled the place with happy faces and smiles. Once again, and despite the restrictions that COVID-19 poses in such events, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup demonstrated its well-deserved reputation and everyone is already looking forward to the next edition in September of 2023.
I am not a witness here to call you in for the things that you done or the thing that you did. And I'm not the shadow of anyone you've been. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end. All I am is a friend, your friend to the end.
Welcome to the New York Yacht Club in Newport, sailing capital of the United States. Here, at one of America's most prestigious sailing venues, the 2018 Resolute Cup unfolded. The New York Yacht Club has a long history of hosting premier sailing events, such as the biannual Rolex Invitational Cup for Corinthian sailors. Its companion event for U.S. yacht clubs, the Resolute Cup, as well as numerous national and world championships.
I think from a sailing point of view, in terms of the events we run, we try to put ourselves in a position where we're helping the sport, promote certain events that we think are important to the sport, like the Corinthian events, like the Invitational Cup and the Resolute Cup, which is a challenge amongst yacht clubs in the United States, and the Invitational Cup, which is a Corinthian event amongst yacht clubs around the world. So we see ourselves as one that fortunate enough to have a great venue and some great assets, and we like to see ourselves promote those kind of events with the resources we're lucky enough to have. This yacht club started with 9 yachtsmen in New York Harbor, and historically the membership has always been very involved in sailing and yachting generally. Even to this day, all our members have some interest. You know, to become a member of New York Yacht Club, you have to demonstrate some interest in yachting and yachting activities. So it is a membership of people who are united by their interest in yachting and on the water. In a lot of ways, we wanted to be sort of part of and social with and connecting with the rest of the yacht clubs around the United States. We think it's
The Resolute Cup was started in 2010 as the U.S. qualifying series for the New York Yacht Club Rolex Invitational Cup. 2 years ago it was renamed and has become the de facto U.S. keelboat championship for the best amateurs in the country. We're excited that this year there'll be 28 teams, including one team from San Juan, Puerto Rico. This is the first time that we've had a team from outside the lower 48. Competitors run the gamut from amateurs in their late teens and fresh out of college to older sailors over the age of 45. We have national champions, we have collegiate All-Americans, we have Pan Am Game medal winners, we have Olympic medal winners, and we have America's Cup sailors in this particular year. The geographic diversity of the event is extremely important. We have competitors from bays, rivers, inland lakes, West Coast, East Coast, Gulf of Mexico, and now, of course, the Caribbean with the San Juan entry. It's important that we do that so that the championship level remains high and the competition remains the best it can possibly be.
This year, the Resolute Cup is using the One Design sonar keelboats, which are rotated each day. Every boat has the exact same equipment and specifications to ensure the leaderboard is decided only by the skills of each team.
Well, the Sonar is a wonderful boat that is a one design class. All the boats are evenly matched and rigged, particularly here at New York Yacht Club. The boats have been maintained by the club. Every boat that we rotate into is structured the same way. Third time at the Resolute Cup, and every year progressively the club has become more and more supportive of this event, and the awareness of the members is continually growing, and I think that is predicated on the New York Yacht Club's support in terms of the media coverage, the marketing of the event, and helping us really articulate what it is that we're doing.
Among the participants, we find famous sailors like Suzanne Leach, Clay Bischoff, Bill Lynn, and Augie Diaz. So the competition and fight for bragging rights was going to be as thrilling on the water as it was exciting for the spectators.
There is pressure between the big yacht clubs for the representing team to win, but I would say also there's pretty friendly competition, and it's at a level where everybody's going to sail really hard, but it's not going to get out of control. The Resolute Cup is very attractive because it's very even competition. We're all in the same boats, going at very much the same speed, so it comes down to what each team and crew is able to do to achieve a good result. And that's always very exciting because it takes the speed factor kind of out of the equation, so you have to have good starts and good positioning, and that's what it comes down to. Being at the New York Yacht Club is super special. Come on, you look around here and you see what's going on, and that's not just the tradition, but it's the people. The people here at the New York Yacht Club go out of their way to make you feel welcome. I have been here a number of times, and both for, like, say, laser Master Championships, and we were super welcome. So the Resolute Cup is very special, and the New York Yacht Club putting on an event like this is really great because it's a platform where all the clubs can send a representative and have a great regatta, a great event under great conditions.
Every year, the popularity of the Resolute Cup builds, attracting more and more yacht clubs. 2018 featured 4 clubs making their debut on the start line, keen to feel the race intensity and excitement of competing against famous sailors and clubs from across America. And of course, be in with a shot of securing a place at the 2019 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup.
In general, I'm just excited to be racing with all these awesome clubs that are here, and being part of the whole New York Yacht Club scene is pretty fun. And there's some awesome sailors here like Augie Diaz and a whole bunch of other people. There are definitely, a bunch of people at our club that are pretty excited about this whole thing. My family and our kind of close friends are pretty excited about it, and it's a lot of fun for all of us to be here. So hopefully this will be, something we do every other year. At our club, there's kind of similar conditions, like normally we have a lot of light wind days, so we haven't done too much preparation, but we had a couple, practice days, which was really helpful on the boat because I've never been on a sonar before and some of our crew hasn't, so I think the preparation days were pretty useful for us.
Reflecting the push in sailing to ensure equal opportunities for men and women, some teams fielded a balanced male-female ratio, with the Houston Yacht Club featuring more women than men. Sport is all about selecting the best athletes for the job, and the women's sailing pedigrees ran deep.
It was intentional for us to achieve gender balance. We felt it would portray a very well-rounded entry for the club if we had 2 men and 2 women sailing with us. and we thought that that would be a fantastic representation of what the club has to offer. I think gender balance is really important in sailing. It's truly a family sport, and emphasizing the family aspect and the fact that you can have men and women sailing and competing together is something that's only going to help our sport grow in time and in the future. And so continuing to emphasize things like that is one of the best ways that our sport can continue to grow and stay relevant.
So the team was selected through a couple different ways. Sandra Baldridge was kind of the brainchild behind applying for this and having Houston Yacht Club do this. And so we sat down a year ago and applied and kind of thought out who we would want to be on the boat. And it wasn't a thought process of men or women, it was kind of who would work well together and who would represent Houston Yacht Club the best. And so it happened to be 3 females and a male, but it just came down to that we work well together on a boat.
Preparation is the most important aspect a team needs to secure top results, particularly in a sport like sailing, where both skills and strategy play a major role in delivering your racetrack plan.
For this year's Wrestler Cup, we practiced on our club IC24s because we don't have sonars back at our club. So we practiced quite a few times in order to train and prepare for this year's Wrestler Cup. So I think the key for winning or doing well at the Wrestler Cup is going to be consistency, especially at the starts. All boats, we expect them to be pretty similar in speed. So I think tactics and having good starts are going to be the keys to doing well. Great that it's the one design that all boats are going to be the same. We're rotating through boats. So I think that's going to demonstrate that the team with the best skills and the best sailing skills are going to be the winners at the end. This is our first time at the Resolute Cup representing Club Náutico de San Juan. So we're aiming to get into the medal races on Saturday and get into the top 14 teams.
Amongst the numerous star names competing at the Resolute Cup, one of the most famous was Brad Dellenbaugh. He holds many years' experience as a former Olympic campaigner in the Soling, as chief umpire at the 2007 America's Cup, and also as a home court defender. Brad's familiarity with the rules and the wind definitely gave his team an edge.
I have a lot of experience as an umpire and international judge, and I do a lot of regattas in the America's Cup and things. Does that apply here? Yeah, a little bit in the way I think about things. A lot of that comes from my coaching that I've done over the years too. It's just kind of a way to approach things and to stay out of trouble, not get into risk positions. So I kind of know what the consequences are. Newport's my home territory now, and I've even before I moved here 12 years ago, I've raced here lots and lots of times. Over the past bunch of years, I've been running regattas here, so I've been looking at the current and the wind and what goes on. Of course, now it's a little bit different than it's been in the past, but the current still goes in and out, and the wind has certain channels that it likes to come down, so I think that's been an advantage.
A different kind of competition was unfolding between an athlete and her former coach. Olympian and America's Cup sailor Melissa Purdy was coached by Brad Dellenbaugh when she was at Brown University and was keen to secure the upper hand here in Newport.
It's a great competition. We're next to each other. It seems like every single race we're within a boat of each other, so it's been fun.
Over time, clearly Brad has watched enough racing to learn how to race because he's doing quite well.
Well, I love racing here at the New York Yacht Club. I've worked here for a number of years running the sailing office, and I used to do a lot of my sailing up here. And I live here now, so it's great to be local. So I've spent a lot of time out on the water here, umpiring or running regattas. But I really like having this type of regatta because it's kind of turnkey. You have all the boats are set up. You don't have to do any preparation. You come out and you're equal to everybody else. You rotate boats, and it's all sorts of people that I know from back at Augie Diaz I used to race in college, and Melissa I used to coach.
Racing at Harbor Court, New York Yacht Club is much more pleasant than San Francisco. It's not waves overhead and freezing, so it's definitely a much more pleasant experience.
The après-race hospitality at the Resolute Cup gives sailors from across the USA the opportunity to socialize, discuss racetrack movements, revisit old and discover new friendships.
The aspects of being at the Resolute Cup is the fact that it brings clubs together from all across the country, and you're able to sail with sailors that some of which you've sailed with since you were really young, but also some of which you'll never see again. And I think it's really cool, just the diversity of the amount of different types of sail. You get every type when you come here, and it's really, really cool to be able to be a part of it all. I definitely think I'm able to meet some interesting and famous people here. I'm sailing against some of the best sailors in the country and some of them in the world. And it's nice to be able to just kind of come in after the day and talk with some of the people that have been winning these races and winning the regatta maybe times in the past, and then go over and then just ask. I had a conversation with Billy Lynn from Corinthian, and I was like, so Billy, how do you just make the boat rumble, and how do you make it go fast? And he was really helpful and just so eager to continue to give more back and help me with getting off the line and get going. I mean, sailing it's the best sport in the world. I mean, you're on the water, it's competitive, it's hard racing, but once you get back, you're at New York Yacht Club, which is the best facility ever to sail a regatta out of. And then once you're able to go up onto the patio and have a drink with some of your friends, I mean, what more could you ask for?
The first 3 qualifying days were difficult for teams as the breeze evaporated, testing the skills of the race management team and sailors. Light winds make racing super hard, and the 12 qualifying races challenge the most experienced. Scores were up and down, with no clear favorites going into the medal race day. 14 teams advanced to the 3 double points medal races, with the podium wide open.
The plan today is really just to go out there in the first race and try to get the best finish we possibly can. We're not really too concerned with points at this point. The reality is
And welcome back to our coverage of the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup inside Harbor Court here. It's cool, but outside, man, the sun is blazing. And out of the race course, the race committee's been just patient waiting, trying to get this race number 7 underway. And from what we're told, it's about to happen. So we've started as a new day, new race course, new breeze, and starting out here, we have a new race, or I guess standings leader in San Diego Yacht Club. How did they get there?
Well, we're looking to race number 7.
7.
I think 7. And San Diego Yacht Club did a great job of keeping it in. They are on top of the leaderboard right now, up from 3rd with 36 points. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron on 40 points in 2nd. Yacht Club Argentino down from 1st in 42. Not a good result from. Not a good result, but we'll go out to the water. Maybe we can get some live pictures of the race committee boat. I believe we are currently in AP right now. New York Yacht Club are in 4th on 46 points. So only 10 points between San Diego, New York, Corinthian with those 2 bullets today on 48 points. They won both races. That's amazing. Oh, sorry.
They were leading.
They were leading both races. They were obviously Uruguay Punta del Este winning the 2nd race. My apologies. Okay, great. Live pictures from out on the water. The good news is it's just, well, what is it now actually? It's an inbound tide. We're about 2 hours into an inbound tide. So that's taking the boats across the starting line. It is building inbound tide. So the upwinds will be quick. The downwinds will be slow. AP on the front of the race committee boat right there. Well, we can see the 3D tracker, but that doesn't really give us a lot of insight. The course area, Tango, but maybe we'll see the geography around us.
Yeah, we're in the same part of the bay, obviously, and I think what the race committee is, out there, you tend to get this inversion that we're talking about between the sea breeze and the northerly, and I think as we get late in the day, the northerly has won out, and this is probably what we'll see for the rest of the afternoon. It's late northerly, so they're trying to get this thing off, and this is the hardest part can be of sailboat racing, right? Is doing exactly what we're seeing on here at New York Yacht Club is sitting and waiting and keeping cool in the shade, keeping your head in the game. This can be the hardest part here, but in between the break here, I did some math not being my specialty, and yeah, as I do the averages are easy to me. That San Diego Yacht Club has, they've got these 3 5th place finishes that is keeping them punted right up at the top, and their average 6 points, but the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron 6.6 average. That's how close it is, I think, amongst those top 3. Yeah. The Yacht Club Argentino having a bit of a shocker in this last race, but still top 3rd with 42 points, so still plenty in it.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, we're out on the water. We're on board here with San Diego Yacht Club, Tyler Sinks and his gang.
And I guess the intention of the race committee here over this week was to do 12 races, so technically, once we've passed the halfway point, and once we get race 7 going here, there will be no discards. So that just makes things just that much harder.
I don't think there were ever any discards.
Yeah, never no discards. No, you gotta
keep
it all.
Yeah, can't throw away any races. Yeah. Japan. No, who's this? Looked like I thought that was the Japan Sailing Federation, but maybe not. We'll go back on board with them. So the boat's just milling around right now. We've got lots of people waiting expectantly on the YouTube.
Maybe this is a good chance to bring in Katie Nastro out on the water. Maybe she's had some chance to check in people between races. I don't know. Let's see if we could check in with her at some point. Katie, she's out sunning herself.
Yeah, she may be not quite ready yet as we just wait around. Yeah, race 7 postponed. What's Costas got to say about this? So we'll just we'll pause for a moment. We're slipping a little video for you of some of the latest activities. The helicopter's up, so it won't be long. Daniel Forster and Steve Cloutier on. Okay. Okay, well, for all of those of you following online, we're on Facebook, on YouTube. Thanks very much for your patience. And we will pause for a second. We'll come back to you. We'll play a short video as we get a little technology sorted out on the race course, get the line set. And I think we're going to go with one more race today. So stay tuned and tell us where you're from, where you're watching, which team you're supporting. We'll get back to you in just a few moments.
2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York Yacht Club Regatta Association partners are Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, Peters & May, and Hammett's Hotel.
Every other September since 2009, the best amateur sailors gather at the stately New York Yacht Club Harbor Court in Newport, Rhode Island, for the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. Over 7 editions, this Corinthian event has attracted teams representing 48 of the world's most prestigious yacht clubs, from 21 countries on all 6 inhabited continents. Founded in 1844, the New York Yacht Club's history parallels the growth of sailing as a recreational sport in America. Its first event was a cruise from New York to Newport. Its first race was held in 1845 with 9 yachts and was called a Trial of Speed. The following year, it became the annual regatta, which has been run 166 times since, and is the oldest regular sailing competition in North America. Now in its 7th edition, the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational has become one of sailing's premier Corinthian events, featuring top-notch racing, superb organization, and unparalleled onshore hospitality.
Well, this is such a spectacular event. You know, the Invitational Cup now is, this is our 7th running. 7th biannual event, so we're 14 years into this, and we couldn't be more pleased with the way that the competitors have come to the club, you know, year after year. We've had several clubs that have been in the Invitational Cup for many years, and we always welcome the new clubs where this might be their first event. But the Invitational Cup is special. It's a regatta that celebrates the Corinthian spirit, that celebrates amateur sailing at its finest. This week, enjoy the Corinthian spirit that is the cornerstone of this event. 60 years.
Competing in this prestigious event is a rare privilege, a fact not lost on each and every competitor. For this fortnight, the stately Harbor Court Clubhouse, overlooking Newport Harbor, serves as a temple to Corinthian yachting.
It's actually a pretty special invitation to be invited to come sail on this event. Yeah, we've tried over the past couple of years to try to come and qualify to sail on it, and we've come just short, but to actually be sailing in the Invitational is something very special to us. I've sailed in many big events. I've done a lot of world championships over the course of my sailing career. And the Invitational Cup with all top amateurs is just something really special, and you know, vying for it to get here is very difficult, especially in the United States. And you know, we're really looking forward to a great week.
I would say this is the most prestigious event for many reasons. I mean, the Yacht Club alone is this mystic place. It's like if you were, you know, religious and you were going to your, you know, temple where your religion started. It's almost a feeling like that. I know that in England and France have
All right, and welcome back to the Race 7 coverage at the Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup. We have word from the race committee that the postponement is the AP flag is down. They've reset the course, moved a little left, and we are going to go back out onto the water and get this day rolling.
Yeah, what's the latest from the race committee is a warning at 3:48, so we're just in warning now. Course W4, windward leeward, just to the right of north, 015, 1.1 nautical miles. Here you go with the overalls right now as the boats just prep. We're very close in. San Diego Yacht Club with that 5th, and the 3 boats behind them getting a 10, 16, 11 from New Zealand, Argentino, New York Yacht Club, and Corinthian in 8th. So an 8th. So that puts Corinthian in 5th spot. So 36, 40, 42, 46, 48 with a couple of races left to go tomorrow. A good result here for any of these teams will be quite something. Tricky conditions now. The tide is going in. So from the south to the north, it'll be pushing the boats upwind. And what are your thoughts here, Dave, on that last race? It was quite topsy-turvy. We got Yacht Club Punta del Este winning and then the Germans in second, not at the front of the fleet, but they did great.
Yeah, I think when you go back and play the tac-tac-track, we call it the tac-tac-tactician. Yeah, both those top boats were pretty smart to kind of get to a side, and then ended up coming out of the side okay. And those, you get in those battles, like the top boats are trying to cover the boats that they're with in the middle, and there's a lot of action going on there. Meanwhile, a couple, the boats that can't defend, they get away, and that's sort of what happened. A couple of people sent around the outside.
Okay, well, we're wondering if Katie's around. She's out on the water. We're going to try and get an update from her with 3 minutes to go to the start. So real opportunities here for New York Yacht Club Argentino. Now, San Diego Yacht Club, as we said a couple of days ago at the beginning of this broadcast, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Is this the time when Tyler Sinks and his team can nail it to the wall, finally? Katie, are you around? Can we see you? She's not here yet.
Perhaps not. But, yeah, I was just saying before at the top of this, when we started here, that the San Diego, you go back and look at their finishes that we had, the 6, 5, 10, 5, 5, 5, 5 so far last 3 races. So they are certainly the kings of averages. And you add them all up, and they've got a 6-point average, and the Kiwis a 6.6. So very, very tight between those two teams. And I think now we'll probably start to see this is where they got to start to play the numbers game and defend those who they need to defend, I guess, as they get going into this. So you've got the current going in, right? So that changes the starting things about boats being pushed. This morning we had boats being held off the line, running late. Opposite this time around, current pushing them up.
Yeah, when the tide's going in, it often actually ends up being better when you are at the committee boat end, because the boats at the committee boat end arrive at the boat end too early, and sometimes they allow a little space on that right-hand side. It's easy to get too early if you're at the pin, and you have to slow down and then potentially get a slow start towards the pin. What you got here coming towards the pin 7, that's Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, and just behind them looks like New York Yacht Club as they head down towards the pin bottom of screen. Committee boat to windward of screen with 120, all the boats recognizing they are way too early.
Yeah, that's that tidal push, and I think it was talking around the 10, it seemed like it was a minute and 20 was kind of the final approach where you got to be fully ramped up. The boats don't like to go slow. Certainly below 3 knots, you kind of lose the grip of the keel, and it just takes that much longer to get the boat speed back up and going. So you need a full speed approach. And the Kiwis are probably inside that 1 minute, but do a lot of turns here in the middle, and they look like that got some space around them.
45 seconds to go to the start, and it looks like Royal Hong Kong have bailed out because they're not laying, and that maybe has left it open for... Who's that? I thought that was New York, but it's not New York.
Somebody's pretty exposed there up at the boat end with nowhere to go.
25 seconds. Everyone's got to put the bow down. Oh, let's not have a general recall, people. I don't want a general recall. Hoth are the boats at the pin, and it's pretty light. There's definitely one boat over right now, but are they going to get back? Oh no, it's going to be a general. Too many boats over at the boat end, maybe.
Yeah. That started happening at about a minute, no?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep on the race committee
There you go.
info. X-ray. So there is an X-ray. So not a general recall. 16 over the line.
There's going to be a lot of boats over the line.
Royal Canadian Yacht Club only 16, 20, and 3. So. Nylandska Yacht Klubben from Finland and 3 Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron over 16, 20 and 3. Well done, race committee, for getting this off and managing to see the boats that were over, calling them over, and off they go. Hoth Yacht Club did a great job of winning that pin end. I don't know if it's the end to win, but they did a good job of winning it. Now, the breeze is okay. 5 to 6 knots. Katie, tell us.
Yeah, hi everybody.
Yeah,
welcome back.
It's looking a lot. Thanks. I know. I feel like we've been. It's been forever, but we are back, and there is breeze. We're on the right side of the course right now. I'm looking at Nudist. No, I cannot say this yacht club, and I please forgive me, everybody in Hamburg.
The Germans.
Yacht Club, the Germans. Yes, they are in great breeze over here on the right side of the course. You know, when the race first started, it was about 4 to 5, but I feel like the boats are now kind of getting into something a bit more steady, about 6 to 7, maybe even building up to 8 for the rest of the course. Fingers crossed we can get another race in, a good race. And, you know, looking back, I think Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, didn't realize that they were over and are now having to kind of climb back from what's looking like the last place, which could be a difficult race tonight.
Yeah, I think we can see that. Remember, the course change when the race committee started was they moved, or at least the wind direction, a little left, so probably anticipating that lefty, right? And so boats having a hard time getting to the line on starboard. And I believe it was the Germans, a couple other that immediately got on port tack, jumped, and gone. And Corinthian Yacht Club did the same thing alone down to the pin. And I'm no pro tactician, but I think net that's probably going to look pretty good for them later. And I think they're bottom of the screen, right? They're looking pretty good if this race continues to play out.
Yeah, they're looking definitely breeze on and in good clean air. I think that's now all the teams. You know, we've been waiting around. We've been hoping that the breeze will fill in. So now, right before it was very low pressure day, kind of easy in transitions, but now it's just straight line speed.
Yes, and we're on board with the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, which was one of those restarters, and man, they have some distance to get back.
Corinthian Yacht Club, way out in the left here, look kind of nice. Have they got there's slightly better, is there slightly better wind on the right-hand side, or is it shifting left? What's the story, Katie?
I think it's shifting left, because we're on the right side of the course, kind of banging that right-hand side. The German team is positioning better pressure. But I do believe that the Corinthian team is more with the left side. So, it could be a better place if it keeps going right, but we're anticipating it to go a little bit on the left, so maybe the German team will, great upwind right.
Yes, bodies on the rail. Breeze is back up probably to 8 knots.
And they've got tied under them.
Yeah.
They got tied under them, which helps a lot.
Outstanding. All right, well, this one is, given that the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron is clawing its way back from the back of the fleet, this is certainly going to change things and takes a heap of pressure off San Diego. Not that they know that they're back there, but they might.
That left-hand side looks good. New York Yacht Club having to take some sterns to get out towards that left-hand side.
Take a peek at the tracker. New York Yacht Club is second row, trying to get up sort of the middle of this beat. And
in 12th right now.
Yeah.
Trying to get to some clear air. They finally found it. But they're still below. They're still in dirty air from someone right there.
Yeah, this is that compressed race course where they got to get the sides to get clear or just get lucky with the thin lane.
The breeze has gone left. I'm sure of it because everyone now on port heading towards the top mark.
Yeah.
Boat number 7, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, having a little mainsail wobble there for a second.
Yeah, they're getting up this course pretty quick, almost halfway. This was a pretty short leg, only 1.1 nautical miles, and getting up there quick, like you said, with the tide pushing them up, and there you go. It's not a lot of chance to get around boats. This group is going to go around this course together.
Yeah, Dave, I think, with all the waiting around that we had to do just before, I think the race committee did a great job at not starting a race unless they were sure that it was going to be a fair race, a good race, a decent breeze, but also, it can be tiring. This is a long day for a lot of us. It's sunny out, and you got to kind of conserve your energy. But now we got to take it all off, get back into race mode. Yeah, the teams get the heads out of the boat, bodies on rails, and this should be a good one. Hopefully this sticks.
Yeah, I think we have, so we're noted that there are 3 OCS boats, the Royal Yacht Squadron, the Royal Canadian Yacht Club, and the Yacht Club from Finland. And they are currently OCS. So
Nederlandse Yachtklubben?
No, Yachtklubben is OCS in there. Yeah. And presuming that they're scored OCS and they didn't know they were OCS and they didn't go back, but pretty sure we saw the New Zealanders go back to line and restart.
Corinthian, front of screen. First time competitor here. I think I must remember them from the Resolute Cup. I think they've done the Resolute Cup a few times, but never done the Invitational.
Corinthian.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is their first time, in our historian, Sean McNeil, and our ACE event reporter, answered our questions to the number of teams that have first-timers that won races in their first go of it, and not just Punta del Este, but also Corinthian, when they won their race earlier in this regatta. That was they also go into that stat column. Leading the previous race, those who were watching who missed race 6, Corinthian had that race almost locked up 3/4 of the race, and is having a good day otherwise, but they were able to save race 6 and finish that up with a strong finish to keep themselves squarely right there in 5th place.
Yeah, interesting Corinthian. One of the team members on Corinthian currently, Duncan Swain, was actually a team member in the 2021 iteration of the Invitational Cup on the San Diego boat. So I was like, Duncan, what do we just jump ship when we have a better offer?
Yeah.
And he's talking about, it's funny how, you can be a member at multiple clubs, like Gary Sampson, also a member at over at 10, Will 10. Unfortunately, they don't have a team here this year, but they're representing something. You're never out of luck if you didn't get on board with an Invitational Cup team. Just join another yacht club and maybe you get a shot.
Absolutely. Just real quick, while we're going up this beat, I know we have a lot of time, but we had about 2-hour postponement. Did you get a sense, Katie, as you motored around the fleet in that postponement, about how these guys kind of keep their composure and just be ready to jump right into it?
Yeah, if you notice, there were a couple of teams when there was, just even a couple knots out. I was on board with the Uruguayan Punta del Este team, and as soon as they saw even the remote slightest debris filling in, they got up, they stretched out, kind of gave themselves a pat on the back and just started going upwind. And you notice San Diego did the same thing, put their sails right up. And it's just kind of shifting gears and understanding that, a long is tiring, but once the same time, it's ready to go.
Katie,
yeah.
I'm just going to hold you there a sec, Katie. Can you just check your mic and stuff? We got quite a bit of interference right there. So we'll just come back to you and just fix the tech a little bit as we see this big left-hand shift and a beautiful picture from the drone. Thanks, Katie, for all her input. We're just going to sort out a slight bit of tech there on the audio, but man, that left-hand side's come good. These are not the leaders right here. I'm looking to the right-hand side.
No,
that's where the leaders are.
Yeah, as soon as the rankings and the tracker, they can't take into account the wind shifts or where this is all relative, right? As soon as these guys on the right tack, everything's going to go upside down.
But are they laying? Yeah. Maybe they're laying, these guys. Still more left-hand shift. We're getting info from the race committee. Gates have been moved. We're going to get a Charlie flag Wind direction now 0, 0, 0. So a 25-degree left-hand shift. That's
Dang, yeah.
plenty.
Corinthian is, man, they're going to look pretty smart starting at the pin attacking, and they are, if this angle stays true, they are straight into this mark. Makes it a nice, easy one-tack beat.
Yeah, Corinthian Yacht Club now looking in good shape, as are Royal Hong Kong, Southern, Hoth okay there. Japan Sailing Federation doing pretty nicely as well.
Yeah, I think that little group there that's upper left, they are going to be first around and gone. The header coming back from the right side is going to be brutal. Maybe that's a chance to fix the leech line going downwind.
Right, very good. That is a little leech line there on the Corinthian. Give it a little tweak, folks. I can tell you, that's not
fast.
That's not a speed vibrate. Oh well, there you go. Pause the video. That'll help.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be easy for them. One tack in, down, and I guess. Yeah, with a red shift, or this particular shift.
Left shift here.
Left shift there, that's an easy set. No jibe, off you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bear away, straight down. But they have changed the orientation of the marks quite a bit. But it's often never quite enough with these things. Here we go.
There you go.
Around the top. Corinthian Yacht Club. Nice job. We got fans all over the place here. Tim Askew, CYC jumping out to the front. Go, boys.
And that was a jump. And Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club.
Good for
Race
them.
winner from yesterday right back into this. That's great.
Well, yeah, Corinthian on 48.
Yeah.
Royal Hong Kong on 55.
Yeah.
If these two only put 1 and 2 points on, where are the other runners and riders in this situation? We're looking for...
New York is deep.
New York's deep. They're in 14th. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, they're deep. They're in 10th. What about San Diego? Okay, they're all right. They're in 5th or 6th. There they are, in screen right now. It sounds like Katie's still a little spiky there on the mic.
Hey, Andy, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. That's better.
Much better.
Oh, sorry. We were on the move. We're cooking up here. With all the breeze, we had to make our way upwind. Yeah, San Diego is currently sitting in 6th right now, just rounding. Nobody really in front of them that they have to worry about too much except for Corinthian. What's are tight right now, so it's really a make it or break it every race counts, as we know. That was kind of a straight shot on that right side. That big lefty came in. And now the fleet's condensing, and we have enough pressure that the downwind leg is not going to be nearly as long and painful as the other races. We might see some switching up coming into this downwind leg.
Yeah, New York coming around nowish. They kind of worked that left-hand side, but then didn't come good for them. It was sort of left middle, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you had to, again, they were not great off the start, and they found themselves back behind the front row of going up that beat, and they're just stuck in that middle group.
Yeah, Hong Kong did a nice job of actually peeling out of the left early doors, going into the middle and being first to that left-hand shift. Sometimes when you're in the extremities, the left and right, you don't get the shift quite as soon, and Royal Hong Kong did a good job there.
Yeah, it's great to see them having another great race here.
Unfortunately, our friends on the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron and New York Yacht Club and Yacht Club Argentino kind of sitting towards that middle back end right here. They're just rounding and heading downwind.
Yeah, this one's gonna be a real stinger for the Yacht Club Argentino, and even after the last race, they were still holding 5th, looking pretty happy. But this one absolutely is not going to help their cause.
New York just to windward of them. In 14th. Oh dear.
Yeah, this is scary. I feel like every time we get into one of these races, the fleet inverts itself, but the consistent one continues to be San Diego. Happy in that 5th to 6th position, like they just keep racking them up. They could win this thing with a string of 5ths easily.
Right. Well, that would be quite something, wouldn't it? There's Hong Kong. There's Corinthian. Both looking very good as they head on downwind. I I think we will need to see some jibes at the end, I think. I don't think they're laying down completely into it. No, there's going to be some jibes at the end. It's still quite starboard favoured, and if it shifts more,
yeah,
I can tell you, as soon as Itchner have gone around the top mark as the last boat here, we will see them move the windward mark, I'm sure of it. They'll move it to the left because it looks like heading even more. But look at Royal Hong Kong. They are all over Corinthian Yacht Club.
They are not letting them get away with this one, that's for sure.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of looking back. The Halt Yacht Club they've had their moments here.
Solid.
Yeah.
Hoth have done a solid job. They're running a good event here. They're doing all right.
Yeah, they have looks like good starts, good first beats. And then at some point in the race, they get stuck in groups and slide down. So far so good. Maybe they can stay away from the groups this time around.
Right.
Man, you can feel the anxiety. I got to see it. This is that tension, right? Everyone is sort of bunched up, stressed out, looking back.
Great picture.
You see the Corinthian here. Yeah, they're sort of okay. Who's got the overlap?
Yeah.
And then they at some point
stick with this. This is lovely.
They need to keep taking these opportunities to soak down, get in their line, right? Just like they're doing. And then they got to get a point where they can jump and go.
Wade Waddell.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, don't go above him. Don't go above him. Wade Waddell there, the helmsman on the Corinthian.
Yeah.
And
Tim Wadlow, tactician.
Yeah, Tim Wadlow, very good sailor. Where's he? He's New Bedford. I think he helps run the New Bedford Yacht Club. I seem to remember. And he got a nice boat cruising with his family down to the Bahamas a couple of years ago.
There you go. Yeah, just
Peter Back. You can just see him there helming the Hong Kong Yacht Club boat, and this is very light. And look how close the boats are. This is going to be a race to the jibe, because at some point they're going to have to jibe. I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, I just we're watching it happen here. This is amazing what Wade can do. And you might as well put a rearview mirror around his neck, because he's every time he looks back, he soaks a little bit. He's just freeing out his escape. And the boats behind him, as they go high, they're going to keep taking themselves out, and he's going to build himself.
Well, he's got Hoth right behind them who are pushing them up as well.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a battle here. Tough.
He's in a great position.
And look at the top of screen, Yacht Club Argentino having to jibe away right there.
Got some laughter on board New York Yacht Club. They're taking it easy. It's only so much you can do. Keep working, trying to get some boats back.
Oh dear, yeah.
One at a time.
Yeah, they got something to do here.
I think this is perhaps the first time we've seen the Royal Cork Yacht Club bagging up in the top 5. That's good. Get them mixing it up. Royal Cork's Anthony O'Leary is the veteran of this regatta. Has sailed each one since 2009. Loves coming back. Sails always has some sort of offspring on board. Keeps it a family affair.
Right. There are plenty of them, all stretched around the world of sailing.
Yeah.
Corinthian Yacht Club have extended a bit there. They did a nice job. The defending, I think, that went on from Royal Hong Kong just pushed them back a little bit. Yeah. They were defending against the Hoth Yacht Club. But there's the bar.
Sorry. It's getting close to bar time. We're at 4 o'clock on the East Coast. This is a 2-hour postponement.
Well, it
definitely took away the...
it'll either be 8 or 9 o'clock in Hoth. I think probably 9 o'clock. But,
perfect time for flying.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit late, to be honest. 9 hours late. So,
there you go, Corinthian finding its moment.
Yeah, they did a good job there. They got to leeward, they got away, and now this gives them the opportunity of just peeling out, and they can then choose their final approach to the bottom mark.
Yeah,
and the problem here for Hong Kong is other boats will start jibing on them. They've got to go now. Yeah, go, stick it through.
Yeah, they might get lucky because of the 2 Irish boats.
Yeah.
They're sort of pinned out there, right? That the opportunity to jump Hong Kong is now gone past.
they just about got it in there. I think they'll be okay. But they're going to have to defend slightly. It was quite a good jibe on the Royal Cork Yacht Club boat. Hoth continue.
Continuing on big time.
Yeah, I don't mind what Hoth are doing, actually. I think this is all right. There they go. Nice. Jibe boat handling. Get up and accelerate. Lovely. Great, excellent sailing now. On board, lovely. Then a little clean up as they get flat again.
Yeah, that seems to be the theme again that we talked about earlier about in the tent, about the skill levels of all these boats and these teams, not the boats themselves, but the amount of time that they put into practicing on boats that are either like it or as close as possible. The boat handling is getting sharper and sharper every year.
That's San Diego closest to us, right? That's right. I particularly like their position there. I think I sort of would have liked to have peeled out a little earlier. But we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, we'll probably turn to the comment section for some
armchair,
some web tacticians and
armchair admirals. We're all one. We're enjoying watching it.
But yeah, through that jump, at least on the rankings, Hoth does slide themselves into a slightly better position, but Hong Kong set up well as well.
Yeah.
We got a little bit behind them.
Big question.
They're driving here.
Reach that left hand gate looking downwind and be able to left gate, left turn this thing and just be long gone. That becomes a complication, right, for some of these guys coming that held the jibe coming in on this late port. Turn around the right mark is a 180. And then you're running into traffic on the left mark, so it makes it a little bit trickier coming into this gate from an angle like that.
All right.
Katie, tell us.
Gentlemen, just a quick update from the RC has decided to move the course a little bit more to the left, as well as they've shortened it a little bit. Could that be telling that we're maybe going to get another race in? We don't know.
There's a protest.
Yeah.
Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club protesting Hoth right there. Green flag. Okay, so.
Oh, good. Carry on.
Yeah.
No penalty.
Now, Royal Hong Kong have to go fast now, and they have to get out of the dirty air of Hoth, who look like they're quite slow for some reason. But maybe Hong Kong are just putting the bow down.
Yeah, I think that's that sharp turn, right? And
Swedish Yacht Club.
Yeah. But San Diego continuing to hold its own. Happily they're in fifth coming into this rounding.
Coming in a little soft, if you ask me, right there for Japan Sailing Federation, but they didn't have a lot of choice. Right behind them, New York Yacht Club deciding to stick a jibe in. Ooh, getting pretty busy here now with Yacht Club Costa Smeralda next around, and the Germans just behind them. The finish, and then, oh dear, that looked like Sydney, yeah, because they were over the line.
Yeah, they were the last boat to go back, and
Finland were over, and Royal Canadian Yacht Club were also over, all at the boat end.
Big turns, no problem. Keep fighting.
Are they going to do one more race? Is that possible? Is that for real? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. They got the big lobster bake tonight, so they better hurry up.
Right, those lobsters won't boil themselves.
Yeah, once you put those suckers in the water, it doesn't take long.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't listen to the screaming.
No info has been confirmed, but I mean, if they're shortening the course and the squeeze is pretty decent, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can speculate all we like here from the commentary booth. That's why we do it. That's why we're here. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club doing a nice job of boat speeding away from Hoth, and now actually they look like they're doing a good job of peeling the boats off just on their windward side as well. The left looks good here. How does it look where you are, Katie?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely good pressure around the course, finally. I think everybody's pretty happy that there's some breeze out there, and it's looking pretty consistent across the course. The boats on port look a little bit headed. Maybe not. Maybe just
I was wondering whether that was your microphone malfunctioning. Okay, we got
that was the indecisive mic.
The indecisive mic.
Yeah, exactly.
Lovely pictures, and now you can see for those that are sort of new to sailing, these two boats here are sailing into the wind. Now they can't sail exactly into the wind because otherwise the sails just flap. So they have to go as close to the wind as they possibly can. And one of the skills of going upwind is going as fast as you can, but also keeping the boat as close to the wind as it's possible to be. So always a bit of a trade-off between speed and height. And it looks like Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club have done an excellent job of this. And Hoth are being just slowly squeezed out as the left is either gaining or perhaps the Hong Kong Yacht Club are just giving them a little bit of dirty air, squeezing them out. I don't think Hong Kong can tack quite yet. But this is a great angle. And Hoth now holding their lane, 36 meters up the track difference. Is that enough to tack and cross? Probably not.
Yeah, it depends on whether they get any more left, any more header coming in this. But this is a great view from the back of the bus here. That I mean, you see like again these modern boats with the sheeting angles on these jibs that are basically almost sucked on into the middle of the boat. That the
very
ability,
narrow.
Yeah.
Traditionally, this is a very narrow sheeting angle right here. This is, you know, race boats have sheeting angles as tight into the rig as this, and that leads to flat sails often. And Hong Kong Yacht Club, they've got a little cobra potential there with the spinnaker clue coming out. You don't want that to start snaking its way out of the hatch. Not fast.
Yeah, and as you said, to the sail trim again, the tighter angle these things, the harder it is for these drivers, and I guess it goes to the skill of some of these amateurs that to be able to sail a boat that is so fine edged on the foils on the water and the sails that are just trimmed so with such little forgiveness. Is not easy, and you get not much rudder movement there, and that's where the skill.
So Hoth have managed to squeeze off, so that might be a little bit of a right-hand shift, or they certainly were a moment ago. Now they're a bit more bow down into Hong Kong. Yeah, no, that's fine. Hong Kong can tack there, no problem, can't
easy
they?
Cross,
yeah, easy cross.
And it looks if that's Corinthian 1, 2, 3 boats up middle, the
Royal Cork up there. Royal Cork's up there. Royal Cork look to me like they're winning right now.
Yeah.
The track is just catching up fractionally, but there's only 30 meters in it, and look at the leverage. 30 meters between number 7 we can see, and then the next boat up front, Royal Cork, on the lead line, there's only 30 meters in it, so I would give that at the moment to the Royal Cork. With attack, got to lose, what do you lose, 20 meters in attack at least.
Yeah, so that must be Corinthian then, they're between the two.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, Corinthian Yacht Club between the two. And slowly starting to head. They're thinking about tacking. They're thinking about tacking for sure.
You get paid for this. What would you do?
There's tack. Attack. When I say, they must be thinking about tacking.
You'd think attack. Yeah.
Oh, attack. And Hoth have tacked. So, and I'm sure Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club will also tack.
There you go. There's Hope Island up there at the top of the screen. The place where dreams come and go.
No, you just go from the Hope Island to Despair Island.
Despair, yeah. Straight downwind.
Right. Oh, look at the difference.
Yeah, good boat speeds.
Yeah,
Getting into nice afternoon racing here. This is the northerly settling back into it. And this is what we're going to see tomorrow, but with about 10 more knots is the forecast.
Southern look a little slow there. Maybe it's just the angle, but they look a little slow, Southern. Who's this? Who are we on board with right now? This must be San Diego. This is San Diego, I think, just to windward of
Yes.
Southern.
Good call.
Okay, great, yeah. Southern and San Diego, quite close to each other there in 5th and 6th. Oh, that's a nice shot there. Look at that.
Yeah, it's almost as if Corinthians kind of sailed down onto the line of
Royal Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Royal Hong Kong peeled them away. They both simul-tacked, and Corinthian came back at them and still had the starboard advantage. So Royal Hong Kong lost something in that whole exchange. It didn't go nearly as well for them as they hoped. And now it's like they were back at the leeward mark. They've got to do the same thing again. They've got to go fast. They've got to try and give them a bit of dirty air, peel them away. And will Corinthian stick around as long? I don't think so. But the problem for Corinthian is they tack, and Royal Cork, just to windward, will tack straight on them. But you can see the umpire boat right behind the two of them, making sure all is fair in love and war in this Corinthian battle on Narragansett Bay. We are up the bay today. Behind the boats, you can see there Prudence Island and Halfway Rock just to the right.
Yeah, the Royal Hong Kong's got a nice fast forward mode there, and yep, they're about to set up to match tacks with Corinthian. No surprise there, and wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Cork just crosses tacks, sets up on top of them all, and leads them on into the mark.
Chibachawesset. Chibachawesset was the original name for Prudence Island. The Narragansetts, who are here and still are. A lot of pig farming on Prudence Island.
Not many around natives.
Back in the day, not anymore. So now most of the boats have tacked onto port, and the Royal Cork are in great shape there.
Yeah, leading them back, nice and safe.
And that tight, we were talking about that tight lane for Corinthian. You can see it there. They just got to try and keep a lane, and they got to hope that Royal Hong Kong don't roll over the top of them. It actually looks bad coming in from the left, from the right up screen. It looks much better coming in from the left with these three boats right here.
And as we're watching the top here, it's good to, as we check further back in the fleet, there's not much news, good news to come out of New York Yacht Club. Still kind of battling back, currently 13th, 14th, bouncing back, and they're going to have a hard time getting back into this thing. But San Diego, still chipping away. No position changes for them. They'd be plenty happy with another fifth. But how cool would it be if they get the Royal Corks to win one as well? Popping the corks tonight.
Right, very good.
It's looking a little lighter off at the top of the course. There is a major glare from that late in the day sun. I think this is the sun's way of telling us that it's cocktail hour soon. I don't know about you. But yeah, this little group of folks right here, I can't quite make out. Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Royal Cork Yacht Club coming into the top mark in first currently. Yeah. So can they keep this distance on Corinthian is the question.
Well, the Royal Cork Yacht Club, obviously no stranger to this event. They're on what, 1, 2, 3, they've had 7 times, well, every time since they've done it. So 9 times the top result. Third.
There you go. You got there in the end.
Yeah. So I do my math. I'm a words man. Not math doesn't come to me. Anyway, on board. We haven't had a chance.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, man. Words are come easy. Anthony O'Leary is obviously in the helmet. Ben Fields is a tactician. Claudia Connolly is our female on board, and Harry Durkin, Mark Hassett, Tom Murphy, Sally O'Flynn, Robert O'Leary, and Sean Bennett getting this race boat around the track today.
I believe that Sally is the one dating Luke Malcolm over on the other Irish on the host team. Don't quote me on it, but lovely lady, lovely laugh. An Invitational Cup romance. And speaking of rounding in second as we speak, Corinthian just on their head.
Yeah, having to stuff it there, and
Royal Hong Kong getting the worst of that battle, but they are right on their tail. Rather you than me speculating over relationships around the fleet. We're on board with Hoth right now, and I see some jibes ahead. Here come Hong Kong, closely in being pursued by San Diego. Go, Katie.
Yeah, sorry about that. Royal Court's just extending, and I think, with this pack coming out right behind that, we've host Corinthian, Royal Hong Kong, San Diego, and now Royal Swedish Yacht Club, all very close to one another. I want to say just a boat length in between each one. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to jive out, who's going to stay high, and can Royal Cork actually kind of protect the fleet here?
That's not going to be easy.
8 to 10 knots, the breeze. Breeze is up a bit. Is it out there, Katie?
Yes, definitely. But we are in pretty close to the shore here, so it's definitely lighter up top. I don't see a ton of breeze coming in from the north side of the island, or if we're looking up further north. But let's just hope that this 7 to 8 to 9 just holds steady until everybody can get across that finish line.
Yeah, no problem here. I don't think the wind is going to go anywhere until the next 4 days. This is we're into the breeze.
I got a big
more to come.
I got a big evening tying down boats tonight.
This is nice and close though. As this is just again trying to just keep soaking down the run. Take your little bites down.
We're looking at Hoth Yacht Club and Corinthian Yacht Club, Royal Hong Kong, right behind.
Yeah, I think Corinthian did an amazing job getting down the run last time. They've got this nice fast downwind soak mode. Soak meaning they're able to just sail a little bit deeper without losing much speed. It's easy to want to sail fast, sail high, and sail yourself off the course.
Great, good to see Hong Kong Yacht Club doing a great job. You could, that flag, the region of Hong Kong, special administrative region, the white stylized 5-petal Hong Kong orchid. That's what you see right there. Love a good orchid.
Another little nugget of information that might be interesting, just due to the fact of the racing being so close between San Diego and Corinthian, Tyler Spinks actually has been poaching Wade Waddell. So I think it would be interesting if Wade surpasses the master, so to speak.
That is good information. Keep it coming, Katie. Wealth of knowledge.
Trying.
Boats coming down.
I don't know. It's good, but it's something.
There you go. Again, the action is about to start behind. At some point, people are going to get back to the mark. This must be one of the tightest bunches we've had so far today.
Coakley says, "Go for it, RCYC, Royal Court Yacht Club, from the Royal Belgouli Yacht."
Where the subtleties of the boat handling make big differences. We're at 2-3 jibes on a run. You got to make everyone count, and smooth hands on the tiller and the ropes.
Yeah, Dave. Just to kind of piggyback off of your point of smooth boat handling, because of the breeze being kind of a little bit up and down, it's kind of down at the moment. Having a vibe here, especially if you're in one of these packs, can definitely not be fast.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to say it. So boat handling, even though the breeze is up, it is still very critical here.
Okay, we got confirmed from the race committee that this will be the last race today. Hoping to get in at least a couple first thing tomorrow morning. We've got an early start. We will make that very clear in the show close, but live broadcast will begin just after 8:55 a.m. tomorrow morning. My word, I better set my alarm. There's no time for a new porter
How
to be
much
up.
coffee does it take for us to finish out this Invitational Cup? Is my last question.
Well, luckily down in the tent, they have a lovely cappuccino. The cappuccino or whatever espresso machines are just cranking all morning long. And
Oh my word, that cappuccino this morning, that was a joy to behold. It's an excellent coffee shop. I think they're up in Providence. I'll remind myself to remember their name tomorrow and give them a plug, because that really was quite the smoothest and most delicious coffee I've had for a long time.
They have caffeinated this fleet.
Right.
They should have one on the water.
Usually I have very expensive coffee. I have to fly to south of France for a coffee as good as that. Royal Cork Yacht Club.
Well, this is an Irish one too. Probably something we have not seen, perhaps ever,
right,
at this event. We'll go back to our historians and find out.
Yeah, if Corinthian came in third, they're American, so that would be like a top 3 Irish.
Yep.
Royal Cork, Hoth, Royal Hong Kong, Corinthia, Royal Swedish, San Diego. Close between Royal Swedish and Corinthian, actually, spread around the race course. Slow. This is the final downwind, isn't it? Yeah, leg 6. Final downwind. And a question I've been asked a lot, not only on Tinternet, but also in the office over here. How can we be on leg 6 of a W4? It's a great question. The answer is that they actually count the leg between the windward mark and the offset mark as a leg. It's a little bit confusing, if I'll be honest. And we're going to have a chat about it in committee after this event. Maybe it would be it's a bit weird to have W4 and then have 6 legs. So we're gonna I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but until I know that good reason, we're going to lobby for it to change.
I think we have the source in-house. There's Lynn Lynch, who is she runs this joint on the water, and this club does so many regattas all summer long. Absolutely the busiest club on the East Coast, and she'll know. But
okay, yeah.
It could have something to do with the trackers, maybe.
Yeah, we're getting Laura Beagles giving us the info. Something to do with the trackers, tracking them past each of the marks. Otherwise, it's a bit complicated to keep track of everybody. So when technology invades simplicity, that's why we've got that slight weird situation between a W4 and we're on leg number 6. But, it gives us something to chat about on this long downwind. Nice shot. Beautiful. Look at that. 3 American boats, a Finnish flag that looks remarkably similar, and a Hong Kong orchid. Love it. Prudence Island there in the background. The last place in America that has a single single room schoolhouse. There's 1 kid enrolled in that.
On Prudence Island.
What?
On Prudence Island.
Yeah.
That's it. I look at it every day. I didn't know that.
Yep.
You learn it.
Yep.
This guy's.
You've got to be tough to live on Prudence. Honestly, I've been there a couple of times. Man, I mean, it's fine in the summer when everything's full of fruit and bounty, but in the winter it is pretty hot. You have to be pretty tough. 1 ferry twice a day, and just don't leave any open candles because the fire brigade is a ferry away, or else it's your neighbour.
You run next door to your neighbour and live with them for the rest of the year. So we've got this is Corinthian. They've got a little bit of a Tango going on here with Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. They got enough space to defend. It looks like Royal Hong Kong coming in a little bit of breeze, new pressure.
Yeah, Corinthian just holding them off right there. But look at the umpire boat right behind them.
They've all certainly got one more jibe to get across this finish. You keep an eye on the guy behind you, right? Look.
Katie, go.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in here on this longish downwind finish. Just to give you some chat about the the host yacht club from Brian Turvey, the former Commodore, who was at the last iteration in 2021. Skipper David, also known as Muggy, is in renewable energy. There's a husband and wife on board, Graham and Diana, who are both brilliant sailors. Diana's actually helmed on the international match racing circuit, which is pretty cool. Their main chief trimmer, Colin Kavanagh, works for an international legal firm, which consists of a lot of Irish sailors, and his nickname is Cabbage.
Cabbage.
So that's an interesting one. Cabbage, yeah. And all of
He's
them
always
race,
on the boil.
Yeah, that was a good one. I see what you did there. They race back at home on the Cape 31, which I know that quite a few of the UK teams do as well. And Andy, have you been on a Cape 31? What is the similarities between the Cape 31 and the IC?
I have not done the Cape 31s. No, I've been over stateside for too long. The Cape 31s have been the last 6 or 7 years. 6 or 7 years in Europe, and so I haven't had the good fortune of sailing those. In fact, I haven't sailed an IC37 either because I'm still Cat 3 or Cat 1 or whatever the hell they call it, Pro.
Yeah, the Pro skin. Yeah, it's basically about half the weight of these I-37s, and they are just wicked fast little dinghies.
Yeah,
Quick.
Mark Mills's next iteration done a good job of those, and these boats perfect for exactly what we're doing right here. And these boats have been used tons this summer, and the members able to charter the boats as well. Japan Sailing Federation way out on that right hand side, but they look like they're in reasonably good shape.
Coming down to this, everybody's got one more jibe. Boy, the anxious moments for I think the Royal Cork. Probably pretty confident they got this thing, one jibe and they're in.
Cabbage, that's his name. Well, we have a very strict policy of not making any jokes about people's names, but you brought it up, so I'm going to take it as legal okay. That's my excuse on that particular one. But there they go. Look at that. The Irish Mist.
It's a nickname.
Irish Mist coming down towards us. Royal Cork and Hoath Yacht Club. Good for them. The Irish eyes are smiling on this race number 7 coming in towards the finish, and only 70 meters. Katie, talk us through the finish of these two Irish boats.
Royal Cork did a great job of just extending and covering over the houseboat, and they're coming into the finish right as we speak. You can probably hear the gun in. Yeah, there it is. And closely following, maybe 3-4 boat lengths, is Host Yacht Club, and I feel like they're pretty jazzed about that finish as well, a second place finish for the day. And
I bet.
Too far behind them. Yeah, not too far behind them is Corinthian.
Well, there you go. Corinthian's going to love that. Holt is going to, I think these guys are going to have the Irish handcuffs going on tonight. A couple of Guinnesses in each hand. Fast up pub is going to be going.
The Irish handcuffs.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's going to be trouble here in town tonight. Good stuff. Royal Cork, nicely done.
At least they're not from Barrington.
Yeah.
Okay, downwind now with Corinthian Yacht Club. And they're just a sneak ahead of the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. They seem very happy as they go across the line. That's going to really tighten it up. Corinthian on the up. San Diego, they'll still be... there's still going to be a few points... Still going to be 10 points behind San Diego, aren't they?
Yeah, so San Diego's, again, just keeping it cool and calm.
Yeah.
I think at this point, in the last event, they were winning races, and they're proving that you don't have to win them. You just can't have any shockers. And unfortunately, New York Yacht Club is having, I guess a medium-sized shocker back in 11th, and that's not going to help their cause. Yacht Club Argentino. Sadly, back at 16th, and they're probably going to be happy to get rid of the yellow spinnaker and happily hand that off to San Diego for tomorrow morning.
Right, it's unraveled for them a bit there, hasn't it? Okay, Hong Kong over. Oh, I think the Swedes may have got them.
Yeah, Andy, the Swedish team did out that third place finish, and then Royal Hong Kong, and not soon behind them, San Diego Yacht Club. And then Southern Yacht Club actually having a better race.
Well, that put some points in. San Diego had got a couple of boats, lost a couple of boats there, so that will be good for Corinthian.
Yeah.
San Diego 36 is still going to be. Well, there may only be 9 points in it. 9 points in it over 2 races. Maybe only 8 points in it between San Diego and Corinthian. The others look to have stubbed their toes a little bit here. So we'll give you the updates in just a moment, and then we will conclude. We'll conclude and give you the start time changes for tomorrow morning, but basically an hour earlier.
Yeah, this has been awesome today. Just I feel like every air race, the standings just shuffle, and San Diego just keeps climbing.
It's great. It's great. Oh, fleet racing, 19 boats, Corinthian teams all around the world, backed by their yacht clubs, and I know a bunch of yacht clubs put up their big TV screens for the last few days of this event, and everyone comes in and enjoys some socials and enjoys watching their own yacht club team competing here off the sparkly blue waters of Newport, Rhode Island.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, just a shout out.
Go ahead, Katie.
Sorry to cut you off. Just a shout out to the race committee for, we had a little bit of a delay, but we were able to get a really clean, beautiful race off the end, and I think everybody pretty happy that we're not, out until forever today, but just, getting into time for that nice lobster bake later. And just really great job at doing the calls. And Lynn, huge thanks.
Well done, Katie. And Southern Yacht Club over the line. Yacht Club Costa Smeralda. Then we've got the German team, the Yacht Club Punta del Este. And we've now got the last 8 teams here, which looks like Vancouver. And then I think this is Sydney. Isn't that Sydney?
No, it's the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, I believe. And they may just have nipped New York, not quite sure.
Yeah. And New York not having a great race, then the German team, then the Royal Canadian after that. And then Itchner and Yacht Club Argentino, who've gone from the penthouse to the outhouse. But, man, they had fun doing it.
Yeah. We had fun rooting for them. I had high hopes for that team. And, well, we've got another day. Maybe they can go out and win the next 2.
Well, in case I don't say it enough, tomorrow's race starts 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Broadcast a few minutes before that. And it may be the last day. We may have the last day here. We will have the last day because we've got to get the boats in before Hurricane Lee occurs. And then... This looks great here. Race committee boat right here. The last 4 boats. And look how close it is. Even between the last 4 boats, it is tight as anything. That is amazing right there. And we'll just give you those last few as they come in.
Yeah, it's looking like Itchner is going to just eke out ahead of Yacht Club Argentino, and then closely behind them, it might actually be the Finnish team finishing, then the Canadians, and sadly, but not least, Royal Sydney.
Yeah, Royal Sydney over the line as all the final boats drift across the finishing line right there. Well, they did it. They got 3 races in. I can't say they were in the banging breeze, but they were in saleable breeze, and it was tricky, shifting all around. It was shifting left and right, over 30 degrees, light conditions, but really that's where the skill of the sailors come in. It's being able to sniff out those shifts in the breeze, the little extra bits of puff here and there, and to try and make sure that you sail in clean air. The results from race number 7.
Royal Cork Yacht Club taking it. Hoth Yacht Club just on their heels. Corinthian Yacht Club, they got the 3rd that they needed. And the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Royal Swedish Yacht Club, San Diego Yacht Club, Southern Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, the Japan Sailing Federation, the Punta del Este are one of our race winners today. And the Royal Vancouver Yacht Club, New York Yacht Club, bringing in the back 3rd, followed by the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, the Norddeutscher Regatta Veteran, Itchnor Sailing Club, and our friends on the Yacht Club Argentino pulling it in on the back. So, what a day. That was amazing. And like I said, I'm excited for tomorrow. With a lot more breeze. They're going to take the stress level up a notch. Is finish up our last 3 here at the Nylandska Yacht Club and Royal Canadian Yacht Club.
Well, it's been lovely to have you all here. We've enjoyed your comments and all of the discussion and debate online. Dave Reed here, Katie Nastro out on the water. Remember, tomorrow, final day, last 2 races probably. It'll all be decided for the 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational, and we will see you just before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But before we do that, I'm actually just going to give you the overall results right now that Katie's scribbling down. Well, she got her pencil sharpened. You can go and see it online for the officials, but we'll give you the unofficial results. In my mind, San Diego Yacht Club on 40... Just turn that around. I can get the exactos for you.
Don't count on me for the math.
Right.
Do it in your head.
I just need the top few. San Diego Yacht Club, very good. San Diego Yacht Club on 42. Corinthian Yacht Club on 52. Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron on 53. Royal Swedish on 57. Yacht Club Argentino 58. New York Yacht Club also on 58. So in my mind, we've seen this story before. It's San Diego Yacht Club's to lose. They've done it once before. Can they hold it together? Can they keep it in line? Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the final day of the 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational. We'll see you there.
The 2023 Rolex New York Yacht Club Invitational Cup is presented by title sponsor Rolex. Our 2023 New York Yacht Club Regatta Association partners are Helly Hansen, Safe Harbor Marinas, Peters & May, and Hammett's Hotel.